The night was as dark as ink, and a forest was shadowy in the moonlight. The thick tree trunks stood quietly like silent guards or hidden beasts. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the layers of branches and leaves, sprinkling mottled silver and outlining strange patterns on the ground. The breeze blew, the leaves rustled, and occasionally the cry of night birds broke the silence, adding a bit of gloom to the night. A 16-year-old boy was running towards the distance desperately. He clasped his hands tightly in front of his chest, as if protecting a precious treasure. The boy was thin and small. Because of malnutrition since childhood, his height was obviously shorter than his peers, and his back was slightly hunched. At this moment, his face was a sickly waxy yellow and pale color due to extreme fear. The tattered clothes were full of mud and undried water stains, fluttering as he ran, exuding a damp breath. As he ran, he kept looking back, his eyes wide open, full of panic, fear, and uncontrollable anger. The boy had been running for a whole day and night without sleep, his legs shaking like sieves, and every step he took seemed to exhaust all his strength. But he didn't dare to stop for a moment. He knew in his heart that if he was caught up by the wolf-like pursuers behind him, his life would be in danger. "I can't fall here, absolutely not." The boy's lips trembled slightly. Muttering to himself, his voice became hoarse and weak because of fatigue and fear. Bang! With a muffled sound, the boy's body finally couldn't bear the weight and fell straight forward to the ground. The dust instantly wrapped around his body. He struggled to raise his head, one hand still tightly protecting the skills in his arms, and the other hand supporting the ground, trying to move forward. His movements were almost ridiculously slow, and his speed was not even as fast as a leisurely crawling turtle. But the flame of unwillingness in his eyes burned particularly hot. Finally, at a certain moment, the boy's eyes went black and he completely lost consciousness. In a trance, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. "Wenjie, I'm hungry, go cook." It was the master's lazy urging. "Wenjie, I'm not saying you, why are you so stupid?" Then, the master's slightly impatient reproach. "Master." The boy responded subconsciously, with a hint of flattery in his voice, just like the countless times he faced the master's admonitions in the past. These voices kept circling and echoing in his mind. "Master," Wenjie, who was in a coma, suddenly shouted. A moment later, 2 lines of hot tears slid uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, leaving 2 clear tear marks on his dusty cheeks. "Master, master." The young man named Wenjie trembled in his voice, with endless grief, half squatting on the ground, crying loudly, his shoulders twitching violently. After a long time, Wenjie slowly stood up, and there was a dark scene in front of him, and the thick darkness seemed to swallow him. "Am I dead?" His voice was trembling with fear, but more of a deep fear of failing his master's live well. It was so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, as if it was the chaos before the birth of the universe, without a trace of light and without any sound. There was only a little light in front of him, flickering tenaciously in the darkness. Wenjie took a deep breath, dragged his heavy legs like lead, and walked towards the light. He didn't know how long he had walked. His feet seemed to be repeatedly pierced by countless steel needles, painful and tired, and every step was extremely difficult. But he gritted his teeth, relying on a tenacious will, and never fell down, step by step, firmly moving forward. Time seemed to have lost its meaning in this endless darkness. Wenjie kept moving towards the light, but the light always remained the same as it was at the beginning. No matter how hard he tried, it never became brighter and seemed to be forever out of reach. But Wenjie was such a stubborn person. He remembered what his mother had repeatedly told him before she died: only hard work can bring rewards. The master often scolded him for his stubbornness, but every time, Wenjie would scratch his head, reveal a simple and honest smile, and let it go in one ear and out the other. Wenjie persisted like this. Except for a short rest, his world was filled with endless walking. He didn't understand why he didn't feel hungry or sleepy at all, but he had no energy to think about these strange phenomena. He had only one thought in his mind to survive. Perhaps his persistence really moved God. Just as Wenjie was walking forward mechanically, suddenly his eyes suddenly lit up and a strong light rushed towards him like a surging tide. Wenjie subconsciously raised his hand and covered his eyes tightly, with a dazzling white light coming out from the gaps between his fingers. After a while, he slowly adapted to the sudden strong light. When he slowly opened his eyes, a huge spherical object appeared in front of him. The sphere emitted a soft white light, like a miniature sun, illuminating a small space around it. With a nervous mood, Wen Jie slowly reached out his hand and gently touched the mysterious object. At the moment when his fingertips touched the sphere, a dazzling white light shot out from the sphere and shot straight at his body. Wen Jie only felt a warm force instantly wrapped around himself, and his body slowly floated into the air uncontrollably. As the white light continued to come from the sphere, he was surprised to find that the brightness of the sphere seemed to be gradually dimming. Yes, the light was really shifting from the sphere to himself. As time went by, Wen Jie was surrounded by a warmth he had never experienced before. This warmth not only dispelled the coldness of his body, but also seemed to reach the depths of his soul, making him feel unprecedented peace of mind. Looking closely, you can find that there are dozens of complex red lines on Wen Jie's body, emitting a faint light, like a mysterious rune, but Wen Jie, who was immersed in the warmth, was unaware of it. After an unknown period of time, the spherical object in front of him completely lost its light and became pitch black. There was no other light source in Wen Jie's vision, only the faint light emitted from his body, swaying and flickering in the darkness, proving that all this was not an illusory dream. He stared blankly at the darkened sphere in front of him and reached out to touch it again, but the sphere no longer responded. In an instant, a huge fear surged into his heart. Without the guidance of the light, he suddenly didn't know where to go. In this dark space, where one can't see one's hand in front of one's face, Wen Jie was tightly shrouded in loneliness and confusion. In the complex emotions, he gradually fell into a deep sleep. Only the light radiating from his body added a faint vitality to this dead and dark world. After an unknown period of time, Wen Jie slowly opened his eyes. The dazzling sunlight shot straight into his eyes like a sharp sword. The strong light made him subconsciously squint his eyes and blink constantly. He woke up instantly, sat up suddenly from the ground, his eyes full of vigilance, and looked around nervously. The morning sun sprinkled on the ground. The dew on the leaves sparkled with crystal light, and the birds sang happily on the branches. Everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. After a while, Wen Jie gradually let go of his worries, and his tense body slowly relaxed. Then, he carefully reached into his arms and took out the box that he had been protecting close to his body. This was the treasure he stole when he escaped from the Huangquan sect, where his master was, the Burial Sutra. His fingers trembled slightly as he gently opened the box, only to see a small black bead lying quietly inside. Wen Jie stared at the bead, frowning, and a sense of déjà vu came to his mind. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Just as he was lost in thought, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Wen Jie was so scared that his whole body shuddered. His heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he ran without thinking. Hearing the noise, the people chasing behind him instantly became energetic and followed the sound. "Here, that kid is here." A man with a face full of flesh shouted excitedly, with greed in his eyes. Chapter 2. The plunge. Wen Jie gripped the box tightly, his steps faltering as he fled like a startled bird, desperately seeking escape. The blazing sun hung high above, beads of sweat rolling down his pale forehead, soaking his back. With every few strides, he instinctively glanced back in terror, his eyes filled with despair and fear, as if being pursued by a vengeful specter. Perhaps it was fear that awakened his latent potential, for he felt himself running faster than ever before. Yet deep down, he understood that he was merely an ordinary person lacking any cultivation, incapable of competing with the practitioners. Not far into his flight, Wen Jie found himself encircled by a group of individuals radiating dark spiritual energy. The black energy surged around them like a tumultuous wave of ink, filling the air with a chilling aura of slaughter. He was forced to the edge of a cliff, the howling winds from the abyss below clawing at him. Gazing into the unfathomable chasm, shrouded in mist that concealed endless unknown dangers, he trembled uncontrollably, every muscle in his body taut. "Hand over the burial scripture, and I might grant you a swift death," bellowed a burly man with a brutish visage, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wen Jie tightened his grip on the box, his knuckles whitening from the strain, his arms trembling violently, a tumult of fear and defiance coursing through him. "Enough chatter. Let him damp. Oppose, let's take him down." A sharp female voice cut through the crowd. Drawing a deep breath, Wen Jie suppressed the consuming fear, shouting defiantly, "Even in death, I will not surrender it to you." His voice echoed through the valley, and before the words had fully escaped his lips, he turned and leaped into the abyss. His eyes filled with resolute determination. Stop him. Don't let him fall. Seeking death, the leaders among them unleashed their potent black spiritual energy, which blazed like fierce black flames, threatening to engulf everything in endless darkness. They surged forward like arrows loosed from a bow, but it was too late. Oh no. The leaders, witnessing Wen Jie plummeting into the void, widened their eyes in panic, desperately reaching out, only to grasp at empty air. The wind roared in Wen Jie and Apos' ears, a cacophony akin to countless sharp blades slicing through the air. His body fell uncontrollably, the sensation of weightlessness stirring violent turmoil in his stomach. Suddenly, a colossal claw materialized from the sky without warning. It was entirely black as ink, with each fingertip swirling with dense dark energy, tendrils of black mist escaping, resembling a hand of death reaching forth from the depths of endless darkness. Just a glance sent chills down his spine. Wen Jie's eyes widened in terror. Yet he had no time to react before the claw struck him violently. With a gasp, he spat out blood, his body propelled downward like a cannonball, falling faster still. The box slipping from his grasp. At the cliff's edge, a shadow gradually emerged. The instant the shadow appeared, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness. The once bright daylight shrouded by an immense, impenetrable black curtain, transforming into a suffocating sea of shadows. The figure became clearer, revealing a man clad in uniquely designed black armor. Its lines sharp and flowing, emanating an eerie purple-black glow, exuding an aura of mystery and intimidation. His face was obscured in shadow, but a sinister black rune glimmered ominously, adding to his enigmatic presence. The armored man landed gracefully, his hands clasped behind his back, holding the box that Wen Jie had lost. His gaze was icy, capable of freezing all in its path, as he stared into the unfathomable depths of the fog-laden chasm. His thin lips parted, uttering coldly, "Incompetent fools." Unable to capture even a mere spirit. His voice was deep and frigid, devoid of warmth. Upon seeing the armored figure, those behind him turned pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably, and hastily knelt, voices quaking as they chorused, "We humbly welcome the Ghost Emperor." The Ghost Emperor continued to stare into the abyss, the layers of mist acting as an insurmountable barrier. Even he, with his cultivation, could not penetrate. His hands unconsciously tightened and then relaxed, and moments later, his figure vanished as if swallowed by darkness. As the sky gradually brightened, the others dared to lift their heads. A closer inspection revealed their faces slick with cold sweat, a reflection of their inner terror. They exchanged no words, silently turning to leave the place. Meanwhile, Wen Jie, struck by the Ghost Emperor, hurtled downwards like a meteor, his consciousness slipping away, leaving only darkness before his eyes. His body crashed through tree after tree, branches slicing into his skin, blood spraying and leaving stark red trails across the trunks and leaves. Yet, an unseen force propelled him onward, unwilling to halt. Fortunately, the impact with the trees mitigated some of his speed and altered his trajectory. Time became indiscernible until a muffled thud echoed as Wen Jie plunged into a raging river, carried downstream by the tumultuous current. On a broad official road, a procession of horse-drawn carriages moved in an orderly fashion. At the center of the caravan was the most opulent carriage, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, embellished with precious gemstones that sparkled under the sun, epitomizing luxury. Inside, a young girl of about 15 or 16 sat with two maids. She possessed a delicate oval face, her skin fairer than snow, exuding a rosy glow. Her large, round eyes resembled clear springs, with long lashes fluttering like fine fans, each blink radiating a lively sparkle. Dressed in a resplendent pink gown intricately embroidered with golden patterns, the fabric shimmered softly in the sunlight, clearly worth a fortune, embodying wealth in every gesture. At this moment, she languidly leaned against the window, one hand propping her chin, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside, her expression betraying a hint of mischief and impatience, a clear indication of a spoiled noble lady. Just then, a robust man on horseback rushed over, halting beside the carriage. Dismounting, he respectfully clasped his hands and spoke. "Miss, there is a river ahead. Should we pause for a rest?" The girl, hearing this, lazily leaned against the window, straining to catch a glimpse of the river. After a long moment, she sighed and said with a hint of playful annoyance, "Then let us stop for a while." After bowing, the man turned and strode off to relay the order. The caravan halted by the river, and a flurry of servants busied themselves preparing a meal. Meanwhile, armored guards stood vigilantly nearby, their postures erect, eyes stern, their spears glinting dangerously in the sunlight. Suddenly, a servant let out a startled cry. Someone is in the water." Hearing the commotion, the robust man strode forward, his voice booming and devoid of emotion. "What is it?" As if the servant were merely an inconsequential insect. The startled servant, trembling, stammered, "Water. There is a person in the water." The burly man scoffed disdainfully, his face contorted with contempt as he approached the riverbank. There, he beheld a ragged youth floating upon the water and Apos' surface, his limbs instinctively clutching a piece of wood that had fortuitously saved his life. preventing him from sinking into the depths. Bah, what bad luck. The man grumbled irritably, turning on his heel and striding away, his silhouette replete with impatience. The young lady in the carriage, alerted by the commotion, turned to a nearby maid and instructed, "Go down and investigate the matter." The maid nodded and hurriedly descended the carriage, making her way toward the burly man. In no time, the maid returned, bowing respectfully as she reported, "Miss, Captain Pang has indicated that there is a person in the river. Is he still alive?" The young lady inquired with curiosity. I do not know, my lady," the maid replied nervously, her head slightly bowed. After a brief pause, the young lady rose to her feet, her excitement palpable as she declared, "Let us go and see." With the careful assistance of two maids, she slowly descended from the carriage. Chapter 3. Rescue beside her. Commander Pang was taken aback as he witnessed the young lady dismount from the carriage, his eyes widening in astonishment. Without a moment in Apos' hesitation, he hurried forward, slightly bowing, his tone laced with urgency and concern. "My lady, what are you doing?" The young girl, seemingly oblivious to his words, merely lifted her chin and spoke softly yet with an undeniable authority. "Take me to see the person in the river." Her voice, though gentle, carried an irresistible force that left no room for refusal. Commander Pang, filled with perplexity, dared not inquire further. He understood the young lady and Apos' temperament well. Any hint of opposition could easily provoke her displeasure. Thus, he hastily led the way, his steps quickened with the fear of lagging behind. Before long, they arrived at the riverbank. The young lady gazed at the boy floating on the water and Apos' surface, her brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of confusion evident in her eyes. She scrutinized him silently, as if contemplating something profound. After a moment, her lips parted. "Commander Pang, have someone retrieve him." My lady." Commander Pang instinctively wanted to protest, but upon meeting her displeased gaze, the words lodged in his throat, and he could only nod vigorously, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes." Turning away, Commander Pang strode over to a group of servants clad in tattered garments. He extended a robust finger, pointing menacingly at them, and bellowed, "You lot, get in." The servants, upon being singled out, trembled as if struck by lightning. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Yet, under the weight of authority, they had no choice but to lower their heads and accept the task with resigned obedience. Cautiously, the servants stepped into the frigid waters, shivering at the icy touch. Each step was taken with utmost caution as they slowly approached the boy, moving painstakingly inch by inch. At that moment, Commander Pang and Apos' impatience surged. With hands on hips, he raised his voice, booming, "Hurry up, do you want to eat or not?" His voice echoed like thunder along the riverbank. The servants shuddered at his roar, instinctively quickening their pace. However, just then, one servant lost his footing and plunged straight into the water, splashing vigorously. "Tanghu!" The others called out anxiously, their faces etched with concern. Without hesitation, they rushed forward, some reaching out to grab him, others shouting, creating a scene of chaos. Fortunately, Tanghu only choked on a few mouthfuls of water and was otherwise unharmed. Witnessing this, Commander Pang's face flushed with fury, and he cursed, "Useless. You can't even handle this." The young lady, overhearing his words, furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes, though it remained unclear whether it was directed at Commander Pang's harshness or the servants' blunder. The servants, fearing further reprimand, rallied together, disregarding their drenched clothes. They strained to push the wooden beam that the boy clung to, inching him closer to the shore. One servant hurriedly lifted the boy and brought him to the young lady, gently placing him down. "Meow you, check if he is still alive," she instructed her maid, her voice soft but tinged with concern. Meow you promptly knelt in reverence, crisply replying, "Yes, my lady." She moved gracefully, crouching down to place her hand near the boy and Apos' nose. Holding her breath, she focused intently on his face, and after a long moment, she confirmed, "My lady, his breath is very faint." The young lady hesitated for a moment, a flicker of struggle crossing her features, as if weighing her options. Ultimately, she resolved with a soft voice, "Lift him to the carriage, we must save him." With that, she turned and walked back to the carriage with graceful strides, while two servants promptly lifted the boy, closely following behind. Meow Yu, having produced a clean cloth from somewhere, deftly spread it on the ground. Observing this, the servants gently placed the boy down. Another maid, named Xiang Yu, emerged from the carriage with a delicate box. Her demeanor was cold, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she waved away the nearby servants before kneeling beside the boy. Xiang Yu opened the box, revealing an array of precious herbs and exquisite vials. She hastily took out some medicine and carelessly applied it to the boy's wounds, grumbling under her breath, "I don't understand why my lady insists on using such precious medicine on him." Her movements grew increasingly impatient, even dismissive. Meow Yu, unable to bear it any longer, quickly squatted down and snatched the medicine from Xiang Yu's hands, declaring, "Let me do it. You're better off not touching him." With that, Xiang Yu stood up, dusted off non-existent dirt from her clothes, and returned to the carriage. Meow Yu then took a moment to examine the boy's face closely. Though not striking, his youthful features were quite pleasing. His thick, straight brows held a hint of youthful vigor. His eyes were tightly shut, long lashes fluttering slightly. His nose, though not particularly prominent, added a touch of simplicity to his visage. His lips were somewhat cracked, revealing a pallid hue. She tenderly bandaged his wounds with meticulous care, gently wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath, Miaoyu cautiously unfastened the boy's clothing. In that instant, a blush crept onto her cheeks, her eyes betraying a moment of fluster. Upon revealing the boy's chest, her expression shifted to one of alarm. His torso was marred with dark bruises and dried blood, as if struck by some tremendous force. She had never encountered such injuries, her heart filled with dread and concern. Yet, she steadied herself, taking a damp cloth to clean the area, then retrieved hemostatic and scar-reducing ointments from the box, applying them painstakingly to his wounds before carefully bandaging him up again. By the time she secured the boy's clothing, she was already drenched in sweat, tendrils of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks. Miaoyu returned the remaining medicine to the box, closing it gently before sitting beside the boy, gazing intently at his face. Her eyes were filled with concern and hope, as if yearning for him to awaken soon. After a while, Miaoyu once more placed her hand near the boy's nose. 1 second, 2 seconds. After an eternity, she felt no breath. Panic surged within her, her eyes wide with alarm, and her hands trembled involuntarily. Frantically, she scanned her surroundings, searching for a lifeline, momentarily lost in despair. Yet soon, determination ignited within her. She looked at the boy's lips, a flush rising to her cheeks. Her heart racing. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and leaned in closer. Thus, she awkwardly performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on the boy. Once, twice. After several attempts, Miaoyu's face burned crimson, and she gasped for air, her hair disheveled, her cheeks flushed, appearing somewhat disheveled. Once more, she placed her hand near the boy's nose, her fingertips finally sensing a warm breath. At that moment, a radiant smile spread across her face, tears of joy shimmering in her eyes, as her anxieties melted away. Just then, Xiangyu returned, her expression one of impatience. Is he not revived yet? Oh, it's working now, Miaoyu replied nervously, lowering her gaze, fearing others might catch sight of her flushed cheeks. Her hands unconsciously clutched the hem of her garment. Her voice trembling slightly, Xiangyu beckoned the servants to carry the boy away. Miaoyu watched the boy on the stretcher, her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions. The caravan set forth once more, and due to the young boy's injury, he was afforded a small space to recline upon the laden cart. The vehicle swayed gently, causing the boy and Apos' body to jolt with each bump. Meanwhile, the other servants could only follow on foot, their steps heavy, yet they dared not exhibit a hint of laxity. After 3 days, marked by numerous pauses and departures, the caravan finally arrived at its destination, Apocalypse City. The city gates loomed tall, bustling with a throng of people, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary vivacity. At the entrance, the guards stood tall and vigilant, observing the passers-by. The caravan entered the city slowly, attracting the curious glances of onlookers. Ultimately, the cart came to a halt before a grand and imposing mansion, its crimson gate and vermilion walls strikingly vibrant, the brass knocker glinting coldly. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, where a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes and a stately woman stood, both beaming with joy. The man was tall with a square visage, his eyes exuding both authority and affection. The woman possessed a lovely countenance, her gentle features radiating warmth, and her opulent attire accentuated her exceptional grace. Supported by 2 maids, a young lady adorned in luxurious garments descended from the cart. Sheener, come let your father see if you and Apos lost any weight, the man said, his face alight with mirth as he approached swiftly, his gaze filled with fondness. The woman grasped her daughter and Apos' hand gently and inquired, Sheener, have you endured any hardships on this journey? The middle-aged man and the woman, accompanied by their daughter, joyfully entered the mansion. With a resounding thud, the grand door slowly closed behind them. The remaining servants expertly maneuvered the cart towards a smaller side entrance. And with a soft click, the small door followed suit, shutting quietly. Chapter 4. The hope of cultivation at dawn, a gentle light, like delicate gauze, gradually bathes the grand mansion in its soft glow. The intricate carvings and beams become increasingly distinct in the morning radiance, while the eaves and brackets resemble a great beast awakening after a night's slumber, stretching its majestic silhouette. In the courtyard, meticulously trimmed exotic flowers and plants glisten with dewdrops, swaying lightly in the breeze, exuding a refreshing fragrance, serene and beautiful, akin to a vibrant painting just unfurling. The scene shifts quietly to a humble corner of the mansion, the inconspicuous servant quarters. This is a small, dimly lit room, with a ceiling riddled with holes and several worn wooden boards haphazardly propped up, allowing irregular beams of light to seep through, as if cruelly slashing the darkness. The windows lack glass, and the cold wind rushes in unrestrained, rampaging through the space. A few crude bunk beds occupy most of the room, where a throng of servants huddles together, their thin blankets riddled with patches, worn and tattered. As the first light of dawn breaks, The servants awaken as if summoned by an invisible alarm clock, rising with remarkable synchronicity. Their movements are practiced and swift, devoid of hesitation, as they don their faded garments and wash in the only battered basin available. In one corner of the room lies Wenjie, who stirs slightly, his eyelids fluttering open after several days of rest. Slowly, he raises his eyelids, his gaze still clouded with confusion and bewilderment, taking in the shabby, chaotic, and oppressive surroundings, while the cacophony of waking servants fills the air, prompting memories to surface. At that moment, a servant rushing back to fetch his clothes catches a glimpse of Wenjie awakening, his face instantly lighting up with joy as he exclaims, "Ah, you're finally awake." This shout breaks the rhythm of the bustling room like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing many servants to halt their tasks and gather around. Among them, a middle-aged man, concern etched on his face, kindly inquires, "Young brother, are you feeling better?" Wenjie gazes at him, managing a faint, weak smile on his pale face as he replies with effort, "Thank you, I'm fine." With that, he pushes himself up from the bed, but just then, his stomach growls audibly, the sound resonating starkly in the otherwise quiet room. "Haha, little brother, you've been unconscious for so long. You must be starving." The middle-aged man teases with a grin. Wenjie sheepishly pats his flat belly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. With the assistance of the others, Wenjie dons the coarse linen garments of a servant. After a simple wash, he follows the other servants to the dining hall for breakfast. As he walks, confusion and unease fill his eyes. He is besieged by questions about his current predicament. Finally, after inquiring with a kind-hearted servant nearby, he learns the full truth of his situation. When Wenjie sees the so-called breakfast laid before him, he is struck by the reality that this is no dream. Before him sits a hard, black bun, accompanied by a bowl of nearly transparent porridge that lacks appeal. His heart protests vehemently. Had he not been starving for days, he would find it impossible to swallow. Wenjie raises his head, scanning the faces of his fellow servants, some expressionless, others accustomed to such meager fare. He cannot fathom why they endure this life of servitude with such resignation. Just then, a commotion of footsteps and the clattering of weapons disrupts the relative calm of the dining hall. Several heavily armored guards stride in, with the most elaborately adorned among them being Captain Pang. He enters with a haughty demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at Wenjie, a mocking smile curling his lips as he says, "Oh, you're awake at last. I thought you were dead." Wenjie furrows his brow at Pang's unexpected hostility, unable to comprehend why this stranger harbors such animosity towards him. "Humph, since you're awake, hurry up and get to work. You've been sleeping for days, expecting to eat and live for free," Captain Pang declares, arms crossed and voice booming. At this moment, the well-meaning middle-aged servant hastens forward, grasping Wenjie's hand with a humble smile, and quietly assures Captain Pang, Yes, I will take him to work right away." With that, he pulls Wenjie swiftly away from the dining hall. Captain Pang watches their departing figures, his eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of inscrutable coldness flashing within them. As Wenjie follows the middle-aged servant outside the dining hall, his heart brims with resentment and injustice. He turns to the man, saying, "Uncle, thank you. But why must we live like this, so constrained?" The middle-aged servant sighs, patting Wenjie and Appo's shoulder, and replies earnestly, "Hey, you're still young. Many things cannot simply be as we wish. We live under this roof and must bow our heads." With that, the uncle leads Wenjie to their workplace. He whispers a few words to the other servants, whose gazes occasionally flicker towards Wenjie. Subsequently, they assign him a relatively light task, washing vegetables. Standing by the somewhat dilapidated sink, Wenjie begins his day's labor. Before him lies an array of fresh vegetables and meats, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. His stomach growls once again, and he cannot resist the temptation. He stealthily grabs a handful of vegetables and pops them into his mouth, the crisp crunch echoing conspicuously in the quiet kitchen corner. Unfortunately, another servant witnesses this act and rushes over, anxiety etched on his face as he whispers, "You mustn't steal food again. If you're caught, it'll be a huge problem." Wenjie, still chewing, nods in agreement, yet his mind dismisses the warning. By noon, after a busy morning, the chef finally prepares the meals, filling the kitchen with tantalizing aromas. Seizing the opportunity while others are distracted, Wenjie discreetly samples a bit from each dish. The delightful flavors burst on his palate, intoxicating him, a stark contrast to the coarse food served to the servants. The servants line up neatly to receive their meals, and when it's Wenjie's turn, he is momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Before him lies a bowl of dark, unappetizing rice mixed with mushy, yellowed vegetables and scattered bits of meat, utterly uninviting. Only when prompted by the server does he snap back to reality, slowly carrying his bowl to a table to sit down. "Hey, why aren't you eating?" A familiar voice calls out. It's the kind-hearted middle-aged uncle. Wenjie gazes at the unappealing food in his bowl, his brow furrowing in distaste. "Do we servants always eat this?" he asks, perplexed. The uncle immediately understands, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Hey, you'll get used to it." Without hesitation, The uncle scoops a large piece of meat from his own bowl and offers it to Wenjie, his face beaming with a sincere smile. Here, eat this. You still need to grow. Wenjie finds himself unsure how he manages to finish the meal, then quietly returns to his work, continuing the cycle of his new life. Although the task of washing vegetables is considered relatively simple among the servants, after a long day of bending over the sink and repetitively performing the same motions, Wenjie found his arms aching to the point where he could scarcely lift them. By dinner time, he could hardly bear to consume the unpalatable food, prompting him to indulge even more in covert snacking. Seizing the opportunity amidst the bustling chaos of the kitchen, he darted between the various dishes like a nimble little mouse, relishing each bite. After a tiring day, Wenjie dragged his weary body back to the servants' quarters, feeling as though lead had filled his legs. Ignoring his fatigue and the disarray of his attire, he collapsed onto his bed, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. The sleep of youth. A middle-aged man, observing the slumbering Wenjie, softly sighed in reflection, before carefully approaching and tenderly covering him with a nearby blanket. In the middle of the night, Wenjie was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. Blinking groggily, he sat up in bed, rubbed his head, and cautiously made his way outside, careful not to disturb the others. After attending to his needs, he stealthily returned to his room. Just as he was about to lie down and continue sleeping, a sudden realization struck him, halting his movements. He slowly lifted his shirt, exposing his chest to examine the wound that had yet to fully heal. Though several days had passed, it still throbbed with a faint pain. He extended his hands, scrutinizing the injury in the dim light, seeking any signs of change. Ever since he had received the mysterious white light, he had lacked the time to delve into its mysteries. Now, at last, he found himself with an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and replayed the cultivation methods his master had once imparted to him. Gradually, his breathing became steady and calm, and he sank into a transcendent state, unwittingly entering a meditative trance. This was a dream that had once seemed so distant to him. After nearly a decade of following his master, he had been unable to cultivate due to blockages in his meridians, despite his relentless efforts. Throughout those 10 years, his master had exhausted every means to help him clear these blockages, scoured for rare herbs, and tried countless remedies, yet to no avail. Now, however, it seemed as though the gears of fate were beginning to turn, revealing a glimmer of hope. In that dim, silent room, a faint white light began to emanate from Wenjie, soft and mysterious. Fortunately, the other servants remained deeply asleep, oblivious to this extraordinary phenomenon. The room remained shrouded in darkness, save for the delicate white glow that flickered and danced amidst the shadows. Chapter 5. Discovery of Infidelity as Dawn Broke. Slender rays of light struggled to penetrate the grimy paper covering the dilapidated window, casting mottled shadows in the dimly lit room, heralding the arrival of a new day. Wenjie stirred from his slumber, slowly opening his eyes. Initially bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze upon his hands. He clenched his fists, then released them, and once again formed tight fists. An unprecedented sense of strength surged from his palms throughout his entire being, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sensation. To his astonishment, the excruciating pain that had once gripped his chest had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. His heart began to race uncontrollably, and an exhilarating thought burgeoned in his mind. Could it be that he was finally able to cultivate? This joy washed over him like a tidal wave, engulfing him entirely, and the excitement radiated from his face, impossible to suppress. At that moment, the servants in the house began to awaken one by one. "Hey, little brother. You're up quite early today," remarked a middle-aged man beside him, rubbing his sleepy eyes, a hint of surprise in his voice. Wenjie, feeling unusually cheerful, responded with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, I owe it to going to bed early last night." He joined the others in heading to the dining hall for breakfast. Observing the unappetizing food before him, he found his aversion surprisingly diminished compared to the previous day, no longer caring as much about it. However, the pleasant atmosphere was short-lived as the detestable Commander Pang made his appearance. He strode into the dining hall with his characteristic arrogance and disdain, his gaze landing on Wenjie, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he exclaimed, "TSK, enjoying your meal so heartily? Truly a disgrace." Wenjie's anger flared at these words, and without a second thought, he retorted fearlessly, "And what are you here to?" But before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man quickly interrupted him. He rose swiftly, bowing deeply to Commander Pang, his demeanor profoundly submissive. His voice trembling as he said, "Commander Pang, please forgive this young man. He is ignorant. I apologize on his behalf." With a sharp crack, Commander Pang struck the man's face, the sound echoing through the dining hall. "What do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak?" he bellowed fiercely. Wenjie stood frozen, shock and fury flooding his eyes, instinctively lunging forward as he shouted, "You're asking for death." Yet, just as he took a step, he was tightly restrained by several quick-witted servants. "Calm down, little brother. Don't be impulsive. Pull him away," they urged, and amidst their collective efforts, Wenjie was forcibly dragged away. "Let go of me. I want to kill him," Wenjie shouted in rage. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, still clutching his stinging face, slowly rose, continuing to apologize in a subdued tone to Commander Pang. However, Pang dismissed him with a contemptuous spit, sneering, "Trash is trash." The man nodded awkwardly, following suit. Soon, under the persuasion of those around him, Wen Jie managed to regain some composure. The middle-aged man approached Wen Jie, forcing a smile as he said, "I apologize for the embarrassment." Wen Jie, gazing at the man in Oppo's red, palm-marked face, felt a surge of indignation and demanded, "Why? Why not resist?" The man, looking at Wen Jie's youthful yet defiant expression, sighed and shook his head. "You are still young. There are many things you don't understand. There are matters in this world that cannot be approached with childishness. One day, you will comprehend." Fuming, Wen Jie turned his head away, unwilling to meet the man's gaze. The middle-aged man, observing his demeanor, spoke softly, "You are a good child. Do not let my suffering be in vain." At these words, Wen Jie's body stiffened, turning to watch the departing figure of the man, his emotions tumultuous, ultimately leading him to calm down entirely. He took a deep breath, slowly unclenching his fists, and followed the others into the kitchen to begin his tasks. Hours passed quietly as Wen Jie diligently worked with his head bowed, and before he knew it, it was lunchtime again. His mood had considerably lightened, and his escapade of pilfering food resumed. The kitchen was filled with an array of delectable dishes crafted from fresh ingredients, and Wen Jie savored each delicacy, his expression reflecting the sheer delight of experiencing the world's finest feast. Just as he finished a dish, satisfiedly licking his lips, he turned to find a diminutive servant observing him quietly. Instantly, Wen Jie felt awkward, his toes nearly digging into the ground, his face ablaze with embarrassment. Yet, the small servant merely shook his head slowly at Wen Jie. Understanding the unspoken message, Wen Jie resumed eating. Once he had his fill, Wen Jie contentedly patted his round belly, a picture of satisfaction. After a while, he returned to the servants' dining hall. He pretended to eat a few bites of the unpalatable meal, seizing the opportunity to discreetly dispose of it when no one was watching. The middle-aged man, noticing his actions, couldn't help but sigh. "Even if it doesn't taste good, you cannot skip a meal. You're still growing. Even if you're upset with me, you must eat." Wen Jie, feeling embarrassed, quickly explained, "No, uncle, I'm not hungry. You eat. Don't worry about me." The man looked at him quizzically, concern evident in his eyes, before shaking his head and returning to his meal. After lunch, it was time to work again, and Wen Jie resignedly continued his chores. As he washed the vegetables, he contemplated his plans. He intended to stay here for a few months, save enough money, and venture out to start a small business to sustain himself. Of course, two significant matters occupied his thoughts: to test whether he could indeed cultivate, and to exact vengeance for his master. At this juncture, a determined and fierce glint flickered in Wen Jie's eyes. Suddenly, the kitchen door burst open with a loud bang, and a group of heavily armored guards stormed in, led by none other than Commander Pang. His piercing gaze swept across each servant in the kitchen like a hawk surveying its prey, before he bellowed, "You insolent dogs! How dare you steal from the master's table? Seize them all!" Wen Jie's heart sank at these words, realizing the gravity of the situation. One of the servants, trembling with fear, stammered, "Commander Pang, you must be mistaken. We would never dare." Without a moment's hesitation, Pang delivered a brutal kick, shouting, "What are you, still pretending to be foolish?" He then waved his hand, commanding, "Take them to the master's quarters." The guards complied, swiftly producing ropes to bind the servants in the kitchen, leading them toward the master's residence. Among them, Commander Pang cast a deliberate glance at Wen Jie, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. After a considerable time, they arrived before an opulent house. The exterior walls were crafted from pristine white marble, glistening in the sunlight, the intricate patterns on the surface distinctly visible, adorned with exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs, each line fluid and lifelike, as if poised to soar into the sky. Beneath the eaves, delicate glass lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, producing a melodious chime. Wen Jie looked up at the grandeur of the house, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Commander Pang stepped forward with deference, addressing the dining master and his companions. "Master, we have brought all those involved from the kitchen." The middle-aged man seated in the principal position leisurely sipped his soup, slowly shaking his head as if savoring its flavor. Then, with a languid tone, he remarked, "What a delightful soup. I wonder who among you had the privilege of tasting it before me." Upon hearing these words, several servants trembled uncontrollably, their faces etched with fear. Commander Pang turned around, his expression one of stern authority, addressing the frightened servants. "Humph, audacious wretches. To dare steal from your master's provisions is a crime beyond forgiveness. I grant you 10 breaths to confess voluntarily. Otherwise, it will be assumed that all of you are complicit in this theft." At this declaration, some of the more timid servants immediately fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing before the middle-aged man. "My lord, you are most discerning, I assure you. This is not my doing. I implore you to uncover the truth and restore my honor." The pleas of the crowd echoed in unison. Beside the middle-aged man, a sweet-faced young lady gazed at Wen Jie, her expression filled with curiosity as she wondered why he too had been brought to this place. Chapter 6. Punishment. The sun blazed high in the sky, its relentless rays pouring down upon the back courtyard of the Pang estate. Commander Pang stood tall upon the steps, his posture rigid, sharp gaze slicing through the throng of trembling servants before him. His voice, laced with frigid disdain, resonated ominously. 10, 9, 8. Each numeral struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. The servants bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe, beads of anxious sweat trickling down their foreheads, cascading down their cheeks, and dampening the ground beneath their feet. Among the crowd, several servants repeatedly prostrated themselves in desperate pleas for mercy, their foreheads thudding against the stone floor, a dull echo accompanying their cries. "My lord, I truly lack the courage to steal a bite. Please, my lord, grant me your insight and restore my innocence," their voices trembling with fear. Beside the middle-aged man, a seemingly benevolent woman bore no trace of kindness upon her face. Slowly, she spoke, her tone icy. "Since no one is willing to confess, let us administer punishment collectively." The words detonated like thunder, igniting chaos among the crowd. Some widened their eyes in terror, others gasped audibly, while many trembled more violently. Wenjie stood amidst the turmoil, observing the tense scene unfolding before him, his feet instinctively shifting forward. This subtle motion did not escape Commander Pang's keen eye, which darted toward him with the swiftness of a hawk. The young girl also noted this, curiosity flickering in her lively gaze. The maid behind her peered out, her attention following Wenjie's movements. Just as Wenjie prepared to step forward, a rough, strong hand grasped him. Turning, he beheld a short, middle-aged man, the very individual who had caught him in the act of pilfering. The man's face was etched with urgency as he leaned closer to Wenjie, whispering with palpable haste, "You have a promising future ahead. Live well." With that, he forcefully freed himself from Wenjie's grip and strode forward, standing tall in the face of authority, proclaiming loudly, "It was I who stole." Wenjie was struck with astonishment, realizing that this typically meek and subservient man now stood with an uncharacteristic firmness, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented resolve. Commander Pang regarded the diminutive man, casting a meaningful glance at Wenjie, instantly comprehending. The middle-aged man was taking the blame for Wenjie. With a derisive snort, Commander Pang coldly inquired, "I shall grant you one last opportunity. Speak honestly, who is the true thief?" The short man, seemingly undeterred by the commander's threat, met his gaze unwaveringly, declaring, "It was indeed I who stole." Commander Pang's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Just as he was about to act, he was interrupted by the Lord's raised hand. "You claim responsibility for the theft, but are you aware of the consequences?" The Lord's voice was deep and authoritative. "Indeed." The short man replied succinctly, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. "Very well," the Lord retorted, a cold laugh escaping him as he repeated the word thrice. The lady beside him darkened in countenance. How dare this diminutive man display such insolence before so many? Unable to restrain herself, she commanded icily, "Commander Pang." "Madam, your orders?" Commander Pang responded with immediate respect. "Break this servant's legs and cast him out." Her voice bore no warmth. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Commander Pang's mouth, a trace of satisfaction evident, as he acquiesced. "As you wish, madam." Wenjie felt his legs weaken, a surge of guilt and courage swelling within him. He hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Wait." Commander Pang turned to him, a wicked smile gracing his face as he asked, "What more do you wish to say?" "It was I who stole. Release him." Wenjie's voice rang out, echoing through the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Commander Pang felt a surge of delight. He had been searching for a reason to deal with Wenjie. All eyes converged upon Wenjie, and for a moment, the courtyard fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the sound of labored breaths. The short man, anxious, interjected, "You need not bear this burden for me. Though I have lived humbly, I am a man of accountability." Wenjie stared in astonishment at him, taken aback by the man's grateful smile and gentle head shake. A profound sorrow enveloped Wenjie, a bittersweet sensation coursing through him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Commander Pang, intent on seizing the opportunity to apprehend Wenjie as well, was suddenly interrupted by the girl's melodious voice, akin to a lark in spring. "In that case, Commander Pang, why do you not promptly take this thief away for punishment?" Startled, Commander Pang gazed at the young lady in confusion, unable to fathom her concern for this insignificant figure. A deep-seated reluctance gripped him, and he lowered his head, remaining silent. "Is there something troubling you, Commander Pang?" The girl's dulcet voice carried a hint of displeasure. Reluctantly suppressing his emotions, Commander Pang bowed respectfully. "Yes, Mississippi." With a lingering glare directed at Wenjie, he begrudgingly led the diminutive man away. Wenjie's gaze followed their departing figures, his heart weighed down as if by a heavy stone. The lady's icy gaze swept over the remaining servants, her voice as frigid as a winter gale. "None of you noticed his vile behavior? You shall each forfeit half a year's wages and receive 10 lashes. A faint gasp escaped from the girl behind her, yet in the oppressive atmosphere, no one paid heed to the soft sound. A flicker of hesitation crossed the girl's face, her teeth biting into her lip, but ultimately, she remained silent. The pack of servants was dragged away by the fierce-looking guards. When the heavy board struck Wen Jie's backside, he snapped back to reality. Unlike the others, he uttered no anguished cries but gritted his teeth, raising his gaze toward the horizon. In that moment, his eyes reflected a complex blend of emotions, rage, defiance, and a resolute determination. Wen Jie lay upon his bed, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. The spark that once illuminated his eyes had dimmed, replaced by an overwhelming sense of resentment and fury, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm betraying his inner turmoil. That night, with the aid of his uncle, Wen Jie endured the pain to apply a cheap ointment to his wounds and gradually succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, he jolted awake from a nightmare, his face drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He cautiously surveyed the slumbering figures around him, then, suppressing the pain in his rear, propped himself against the wall. After a while, as if struck by a sudden realization, he slowly settled into a cross-legged position and closed his eyes. Moonlight streamed like liquid silver through the tattered window, casting a luminous glow upon Wen Jie. A few gaps in the roof allowed silvery beams of light to filter through, resembling delicate threads of silver. Occasionally, a droplet of water fell from the holes, echoing in the silence of the night. As Wen Jie's breathing steadied, a gentle white light enveloped him, flickering in the dim room. Upon completing this extraordinary meditation, Wen Jie awoke to discover the pain in his backside had significantly diminished. Could it be the white light? He pondered, gazing at his hands, murmuring softly, "Is this truly cultivation? It seems no different from yesterday." He lifted his gaze to the light streaming in from the window, his thoughts drifting back to the short man, wondering how he fared now. Suddenly, his gaze transformed into something profoundly terrifying, as if two dark flames were igniting within his eyes. His pupils contracted to a pinprick, exuding an icy ferocity that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor of fearfulness when pursued. At that moment, a voice interrupted from beside him. "You're up quite early today." Wen Jie jolted, and his expression instantly reverted to its former state. Once again, he found himself consuming that unpalatable breakfast. The elder, observing Wen Jie's demeanor, sensed something was amiss, as he appeared burdened with unspoken worries. Unable to restrain himself, the elder offered a word of comfort. "Just be more cautious in the future. Consider this a lesson learned." Wen Jie managed a wry smile, but chose not to respond, silently swallowing the dry morsels in his mouth. To his surprise, the detestable Captain Pang had not sought him out today, leaving him to meander through yet another laborious day, devoid of vigor. Chapter 7. The Uncle in Peril at Noon. The scorching sun poured down upon the earth, enveloping the entire world in a blinding heat. In the kitchen, an array of delectable dishes emitted tantalizing aromas. However, Wen Jie found himself devoid of any desire to indulge. The plight of that diminutive man involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and the thought that his actions might bring harm to others filled him with guilt. Quietly, Wen Jie followed the other servants to the dining hall, where the air was thick with a mix of food and sweat. The dishes on the table appeared dull in color and emitted an unappetizing scent. Yet Wen Jie consumed them with fervor. Perhaps due to the events that had transpired earlier, his mentality had undergone a subtle transformation. As he focused intently on his meal, a figure suddenly rushed into the dining hall, panic written all over his face, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, his clothes clinging to him. He gasped for breath and shouted, "Quick, come quickly. Old Wu has been kicked and is gravely injured." Upon hearing this, Wen Jie lifted his head. Confusion etched on his features. At that moment, someone beside him tapped his shoulder and remarked, "Young brother, Aron and Apos. To you going to check? Old Wu has been quite helpful to you." Wen Jie stared at the person, struggling to recall who Old Wu was. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He shuddered and dropped his chopsticks to the ground with a clatter. Without a moment in Apos' hesitation, he dashed out of the dining hall, elbowing past others, hurrying towards where the uncle worked. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his heart was filled with an overwhelming dread, fearing the worst for the uncle. Soon, Wen Jie spotted a crowd. He squeezed through the throng of onlookers until he finally laid eyes on the uncle. Blood covered the uncle and Apos' face, dried stains forming dark red scabs that were horrifying to behold. His hand was crudely bandaged, yet blood still seeped through, and he lay weakly in someone and Apos' arms. Surrounded by a sea of faces, Wen Jie and Apos' heart lurched. His eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed to the uncle and Apos' side, kneeling beside him and tremblingly asked, "Uncle, are you all right?" With great difficulty, the uncle turned his head to look at Wen Jie, managing a faint smile as he whispered, "I and Apos am fine." Tears welled in Wen Jie's eyes as he cried out, "Yes, yes. Quickly, bring some medicine." At that moment, someone responded helplessly, "There is no medicine left. It and Apos' all been used up, but Old Wu has lost too much blood." Hearing this, Wen Jie felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of despair. Suddenly, he raised his head, determination igniting in his gaze, and sprinted towards the opulent residence. The servants behind him looked on in confusion, unsure of his intent. Wen Jie reached the grand house where the master had stayed the previous day and fell to his knees, voice choked with emotion as he cried, Master, madam, please grant me some hemostatic medicine. I, Wenjie, shall repay this debt with my life. His voice broke as he spoke. However, he knelt there for what felt like an eternity without receiving any response. He glanced up at the house and saw several figures leisurely dining at a distant table. Wenjie shouted once more, I implore you, master, madam, grant me some hemostatic medicine. I, Wenjie, shall surely repay you. Yet again, silence reigned, as if his pleas had vanished into the void. The diners continued to enjoy their sumptuous meal, seemingly oblivious to his cries. At that moment, two guards nearby snickered, one mocking, a mere servant wishes to beg the master for medicine? Your life is hardly worth repaying. The other chimed in, indeed, you ought to know your place. Their derisive laughter pierced Wenjie's ears like daggers, inflicting deep wounds upon his heart. Unbeknownst to him, Wenjie began to walk back, head bowed, his gaze hollow and filled with disappointment, as if his very soul had been drained. Just as he turned away, he heard a scornful voice from the dining table. A servant talking about repayment? What a grand joke. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in fine attire spoke up, Exine and Apos. Is this the boy you rescued? The young girl gazed at Wenjie's retreating figure, disappointment evident in her eyes, replying, Yes, father, I thought he. The man interrupted, Enough, let Apos eat. I must say, today Apos' dishes are quite delectable. It seems these servants could use a good lesson. As Wenjie walked away, tears streamed down his face. Unable to suppress his sobs, filled with self-loathing for his impotence when the uncle needed help the most. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward him, an ordinary-looking maid in a clean dress. She was Miue, who approached Wenjie and, upon seeing his tear-streaked face and despondent demeanor, felt a pang of empathy in her heart. Wenjie sensed her presence and looked up, meeting Miue's gaze. She quickly grasped his hand, placing 2 vials into his palm. Wenjie stared in disbelief at the vials of medicine. Miue, both worried and embarrassed, said, I only have this much. Feeling a wave of familiarity wash over him, Wenjie gazed at her face. Miue urged him, Hurry, go treat him. Realizing the urgency, Wenjie turned and dashed toward the uncle, not pausing to express his gratitude. Miue watched him depart, her face slightly flushed, feeling shy under his gaze. She hurried back, knowing she had made an excuse to come out and couldn't afford to be discovered. Clutching the vials tightly, Wenjie ran with all his might, sweat soaking his clothes. He returned. The crowd turned to him as Wenjie quickly crouched down, opening the vials and carefully applying the powder to the uncle and Apos' face. The uncle, witnessing Wenjie's anxious yet earnest demeanor, couldn't help but smile faintly, whispering, Young brother, I still do not know your name. Can you tell me? Wenjie seemed not to hear him, fully engrossed in applying the hemostatic powder. At that moment, the uncle and Apos' complexion was ashen, devoid of color. His lips tinged with a bluish hue, as if all vitality had been drained from him. After a while, the uncle was lifted back onto the bed, and Wenjie finally exhaled a sigh of relief as he stepped out of the room. Several people were tending to the uncle, allowing Wenjie a moment of respite. He sat weakly on the ground outside, gazing up at the sky. It was afternoon, and the once azure sky was gradually replaced by a dull yellow hue. The sun obscured by heavy clouds, casting a faint light. In the distance, the clouds loomed thick and oppressive, draped in a somber palette. Unbeknownst to him, the day darkened. The sun slowly setting, the horizon stained a dark red, reminiscent of blood. Finally, the night descended like a vast black satin sheet, enveloping the sky, with faint stars flickering in the darkness. At that moment, Wenjie heard a frantic voice from within the room. Come quickly. Old Wu seems to have passed away. Wenjie jolted, his heart racing, his legs weak, nearly unable to stand. Chapter 8. Fury unleashed. Wenjie trudged heavily, step by step, towards his dormitory. What was typically a fleeting journey now felt like an endless, arduous trek. The once confined space of his dormitory seemed to stretch further away. Before he even crossed the threshold, the heart-wrenching sounds of weeping pierced his ears, each sob like a sharp blade driving deep into his heart. As he stepped through the door, he was engulfed by the sorrowful atmosphere, tears cascading uncontrollably from his eyes. He staggered to the bedside, grasping the cold hands of his uncle, his fingertips trembling slightly. Memories of his uncle's heartfelt reassurances from that very morning flooded his mind, but now, they were separated by the veil of death. He stifled his cries, a muffled sob escaping his chest. Around him, the servants wept, their voices choked with grief as they recounted the events. I only meant to cover old Wu with a blanket, but when I touched his hand, it was already cold. Another servant lamented, Old Wu, such a good person, why did you have to leave us so soon? Others wiped their tears and trembled as they consoled one another. Enough, everyone. Do not cry. At least old Wu departed peacefully and quietly. Yet, as soon as the words were uttered, another wave of wailing erupted, and Wenjie could no longer contain his anguish. Joining the chorus of sorrow that echoed within the small confines of the dormitory, filled with grief and reluctance, dozens gathered around a freshly dug grave, kneeling in unison. The inscription, "The Grave of Wu Xian Ku," glimmered ominously in the dim light. They were enveloped in profound sorrow, the cries blending into a haunting symphony of loss and longing for his uncle. Hours passed before they finally dragged their weary, heartbroken bodies back to rest. Glancing back frequently at the site, once everyone had departed, only Wen Jie remained, kneeling silently, the moonlight casting a solitary, sorrowful silhouette upon him. A passerby, noticing him, paused and gently urged, "Young brother, take care of yourself. Go back and rest. We must work in the morning." With a sigh, he slowly walked away. At that moment, no one noticed when Jie's gaze transformed into something unfamiliar and terrifying, devoid of tears, filled instead with an unquenchable resentment, fixated upon the grave. The night was thick and impenetrable, akin to a bottomless pool of stagnant water. The silence was oppressive, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects, amplifying the stillness. When Jie remained at the grave, surrounded by flickering, low-quality candles, their feeble flames swaying in the night breeze, on the brink of being extinguished by the darkness. The dim light illuminated his pallid face, revealing sunken eyes and an expression void of warmth. After an indeterminate period, when Jie slowly rose, his movements stiff and puppet-like. Having witnessed the downfall of a diminutive man the previous day and his uncle and Apos, as passing today, he felt as though all vitality had been stripped away, leaving him cold and resolute. He ambled back to the dormitory, gazing at the tightly shut, dilapidated wooden door, pausing momentarily as a complex emotion flickered in his eyes, part nostalgia, part farewell. Then, he turned and headed towards the kitchen. Pushing open the kitchen door, when Jie's gaze locked onto the knife rack, and without hesitation, he advanced toward his objective. He meticulously selected from the array of blades, first grasping the sharpest cleaver, its edge glinting ominously in the dim light. Then picking up a small knife, concealing it in a discreet pocket for easy access. With the cleaver in hand, he walked steadily out of the kitchen. As he proceeded, when Jie carefully evaded the patrolling guards, each step taken in silence, his resolve directed towards Commander Pang's quarters. He had learned that it was Commander Pang's brutal kick that had sent his uncle crashing into the metal cargo, leading to his untimely demise from excessive blood loss. The mere thought ignited a furious fire within Wen Jie, a hatred threatening to consume him. If not for Commander Pang, his uncle would still be alive. This thought spiraled in his mind, urging him to hasten his pace. Finally, when Jie arrived outside Commander Pang's room, before he could approach the door, the sounds of raucous revelry erupted from within. Loud cheers, drunken banter, and bursts of laughter created a cacophony. Commander Pang's voice boomed, "Come on, down this drink." The noise hardened Wen Jie's expression, the flames of hatred intensifying in his eyes. He waited patiently outside, biding his time until the clamor subsided slightly. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pushed the door open, concealing the cleaver behind him, stepping into the room with measured steps before gently closing the door behind him. "Who are you?" One of the guards, surprised by Wen Jie's sudden appearance, questioned with a frown, rising cautiously to intercept him. Commander Pang turned, his face contorted with irritation as he barked, "What are you doing here? This ISN and Apos, TA place for you." A faint smile curled on Wen Jie's lips, a sinister grin forming as he replied, "What place is off limits to me?" He then erupted into laughter, a sound laced with mockery and madness. Abruptly, he sobered, glaring fiercely at the guard before roaring, "Why can't I be here?" Before the words faded, the cleaver, like a bolt of black lightning, thrust into the guard's body. When Jie yanked it free, blood sprang forth. The guard emitted a strangled grunt, eyes wide in shock, hands reflexively clutching his chest as his body staggered backward. Commander Pang, who had been ready to shout, froze at the gruesome sight, his throat constricting as fright gripped him. Wen Jie nonchalantly wiped the blood from the cleaver, advancing slowly towards Commander Pang. It was only then that the commander snapped to his senses, realizing the peril he faced, scrambling to reach for a weapon. But Wen Jie was quicker. He lunged forward, seizing Commander Pang by the hair. "Ah, you dare touch me?" the commander shrieked. Sounding like a slaughtered pig, Wen Jie scoffed, flinging him to the ground, taunting, "Oh, am I not allowed to touch you?" With that, he raised the cleaver high and brought it down mercilessly towards Commander Pang and Apos' foot. The commander attempted to evade, but was a fraction too late. The cleaver struck, not severing but drawing forth a torrent of blood, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the agony. His cries echoed in the room. Yet Wen Jie showed no signs of stopping. He intended for Commander Pang to suffer the utmost torment before his end. Grasping the commander's throat, Wen Jie heard him plead in terror, "Let me go. I promise I will never bully you again." His voice quivered with fear and despair. Wen Jie replied with a chilling smile, "Oh, did you ever spare my uncle?" "No, that is not true. I never meant to harm him. It was an accident. It had nothing to do with me." Commander Pang trembled, desperately defending himself. "So it was still my uncle's fault then?" Wen Jie laughed in rage, seizing the opportunity to silence the commander's excuses, swiftly severing his right hand. The commander's shrieks grew even more harrowing as Wen Jie, relentless, swung the cleaver again, severing the other hand. Blood splattered across the room, and Commander Pang lay amidst a pool of his own blood, writhing in pain, his screams rising and falling like a tragic symphony. Moments later, as he bled profusely, he gradually lost strength, even the ability to scream. His eyes filled only with profound despair. Wenjie cast a cold glance at him, then turned on his heel and strode out of the house. Upon stepping outside, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. The area was ablaze with light, and a group of armored guards brandished long spears, encircling him tightly, their spearheads glinting ominously in the illumination. At that moment, the guards parted to reveal the master, the mistress, the young lady, and two maids who had all arrived. The disdain and arrogance that once marred their faces had been replaced by profound silence and unending fear. The young lady and the two maids trembled at the sight of the bloodied blade in Wenjie and Appo's hand, particularly the maid named Miao Yu, who regarded him as if he were an entirely different person. It was then that the master finally summoned the courage to speak. "You." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a flicker of resolve flashed in Wenjie's eyes, and he hurled the bloodied blade with the swiftness of a released arrow. With a dull thud, the knife embedded itself in the mistress's chest. The master was instantly spattered with blood, slowly turning his head in disbelief. At that moment, the mistress collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her wound, staining her exquisite garments. Seeing this, the young lady rushed forward in desperation to support the mistress, her hands frantically attempting to stem the flow of blood erupting from the wound, but all her efforts proved futile. "Mistress! Mistress!" the master cried out in anguish. Kneeling on the ground, clutching his wife's hand tightly, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Quick, seize that villain!" Only then did the guards awaken from their stupor, hastily pursuing Wenjie. Unbeknownst to them, having cast aside the knife, Wenjie had already turned and fled swiftly into the night, effortlessly weaving through the darkness, leaving the guards unable to catch up. Chapter 9. The escaped two maids cowered in a corner, trembling as they listened to their master's heart-wrenching cries and the young lady's anguished sobs. Their minds blank, they were utterly at a loss. After some time, Miao Yu suddenly snapped back to reality. She seized the panicked Xiang Yu by the arm and urged, "Xiang Yu, hurry and fetch the doctor. I will get the medicine." Her voice quivered with urgency. "Oh, okay," Xiang Yu replied frantically, her eyes wide with fear. After regaining her composure, she dashed towards the physician's quarters, her steps faltering as she nearly stumbled. Miao Yu took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, and hastened toward the mistress's chamber, her skirt swaying violently with her movements. Meanwhile, Wenjie sprinted wildly, seeking refuge in a spacious room. He gasped for air, his chest heaving, clutching a small knife tightly in his hand. Having only been there for a few days, he was unfamiliar with the layout and had no idea where to escape. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sound of his rapid breathing echoing in the vacant room. After a moment, hurried footsteps approached from afar, growing ever closer. Wenjie tensed instantly, his heart racing. He gripped the knife tighter, warily watching the doorway, crouching slightly in a stance ready to strike. With a sudden crash, the door swung open, and Miao Yu rushed inside. She dashed to a cabinet, quickly crouching down to retrieve a box from its depths. Just as she lifted the box and prepared to turn and run to the mistress to staunch the bleeding, she looked up and was startled by the sight of a familiar figure. A sharp knife was pressed against her throat, the icy touch causing her to shudder. "Don't move," Wenjie's deep, indifferent voice whispered in her ear. "Ah, you." Miao Yue's eyes widened in fear as she gazed at Wenjie, her body trembling uncontrollably. He circled behind her, leaning in slightly to coldly command, "Take me to the exit." Miao Yue felt the knife tighten against her neck, a sharp pain shooting through her. Her voice quivered in response. "I will take you there." Thus, Wenjie held Miao Yue, who clutched the box, and cautiously they made their way toward the exit, guided by the silvery moonlight. Each step was taken with the utmost care, fearful of making any noise. As they passed a dark corner, Wenjie suddenly heard faint footsteps ahead. His heart raced, and instinctively, he pulled Miao Yue close, covering her mouth with his hand. Miao Yue, startled by the sudden action, struggled and emitted muffled cries of fear. "Don't scream. Do you wish to die?" Wenjie warned in a hushed tone, his breath brushing against her ear. At his words, Miao Yue froze, ceasing her struggles and gradually calming down. Wenjie slowly released his hand from her mouth and cautiously peered outside, where guards were searching for him. When he turned back, their eyes met. Only a box's width separating them. Wenjie noticed the lingering terror in Miao Yue's expression, while she, for some reason, felt her face flush and lowered her gaze, her long lashes quivering nervously. Wenjie, not thinking much of it in that moment, seized the opportunity and urged Miao Yue to keep moving forward. Soon, they crouched behind a wall. Through a crack, Wenjie observed the large door ahead, where 7 guards stood watchfully, their long spears gripped tightly, scanning the surroundings. "Are you certain this is the exit?" Wenjie inquired earnestly, turning to Miao Yue. I am certain. I've lived here for 10 years. I can't be mistaken. Beyond this door lies Tianqiate Road. And if you head east, you will find the nearest city gate," Miao Yue whispered, her voice trembling yet imbued with determination. After a moment, Miao Yue seemed to recall something. adding urgently, "You must leave before dawn. Otherwise, once the master reports to the authorities, the city will likely be sealed, and then you." Wenjie stared at her in surprise. Miaoyue, feeling his gaze, shyly lowered her head, a blush coloring her cheeks. Understanding that waiting was not an option, Wenjie prepared to stand and charge out when suddenly, a small hand grasped his wrist. "Are you just going to go out like this? They will kill you," Miaoyue exclaimed. Her eyes filled with concern. Wenjie, touched by her anxious demeanor, felt warmth swell within him. "Thank you," he said earnestly. With that, he resolutely rose to his feet and strode toward the guards. "Who goes there?" One guard shouted, noticing Wenjie first. "It's him. Surround him," the others quickly echoed, raising their spears and advancing toward Wenjie. Gripping the knife tightly, Wenjie charged forward without hesitation. "Be careful." Miaoyue inadvertently stood up, instinctively warning him. As Wenjie reached the guards, he suddenly crouched low, swiftly slashing horizontally with his knife. Two cries of agony erupted as he inflicted wounds upon the guards' feet, causing them to recoil in pain. Seizing the moment, Wenjie quickly rose, grasping the fallen guard's body to shield himself from the advancing spears. With a swift motion, he plunged the knife deep into the guard's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The remaining 5 guards roared in anger, thrusting their spears fiercely at Wenjie. He deftly maneuvered, using the corpse as a shield against their attacks. "Dahu!" One guard cried out in anguish at the sight of his fallen comrade. Taking advantage of their distraction, Wenjie sheathed his knife and swiftly snatched the spear from the deceased guard's hand. With a powerful thrust, he plunged it into the chest of the grieving guard, who gasped in disbelief, eyes widening as he murmured his fallen comrade's name before sinking to his knees. Wenjie darted left and right, evading strikes, but in the heat of battle, one spear managed to pierce his leg. A triumphant guard shouted as he drove the spear deeper. Gritting his teeth, Wenjie clamped his legs around the weapon, sweat beading on his forehead. With a fierce roar, he summoned all his strength to push aside the 4 spears pressing against him, then swung his spear, narrowly grazing the eyes of the guard who had injured him. The guard screamed in agony, clutching his face as he writhed on the ground. Despite the excruciating pain in his leg, Wenjie retreated quickly. The remaining 4 guards, forming a tense semicircle, kept their spears trained on him, hesitant to advance. Breathing heavily, Wenjie glared at them, slowly raising his spear. In that moment, he seemed transformed. His eyes filled with resolve and ferocity, the spear in his hand appearing almost alive under his command. With a fierce shout, he lunged forward, and the 4 guards raised their spears in response. Just as their spear points were about to reach him, Wenjie leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight to drive his spear into the chest of one guard. "Ah!" the guard gasped, collapsing to the ground. As Wenjie landed, he swiftly positioned his spear, blocking 2 others that aimed for him. Yet, amidst the chaos, there was a guard who disregarded the rules of combat. Seizing a fleeting moment when Wenjie was occupied, he suddenly swung his long spear horizontally. Wenjie was caught off guard. His clothing was torn, and blood seeped out almost instantaneously. With a determined push, Wenjie deflected the 2 spears above him, swiftly turning his body to seize one of the attacking spears. In the eyes of the startled guard, he plunged the weapon brutally into the man's abdomen, then quickly drew it back, blood splattering in the air. The 2 guards behind, intending to capitalize on the moment, were taken aback by Wenjie's fierce counterattack. In their panic, they received a cut to their feet from Wenjie's spear. Gritting their teeth against the pain, they gazed at him in terror. At this juncture, only 2 foes remained, and Wenjie felt a significant alleviation of pressure. He wielded the spear before him, swinging it rapidly from side to side, producing a whistling sound that intimidated the remaining guards. Exchanging glances, the 2 guards mustered their courage and charged forward together, weapons drawn. With a cold glint in his eyes, Wenjie abruptly halted his spear dance, spinning swiftly as he horizontally swept the spear while simultaneously crouching. This move was devastating. It sent both guards flying. Seizing the moment, Wenjie thrust forward, the long spear piercing through both guards, blood gushing forth and trickling down the shaft. In the distance, Miaoyue, caught in a tense fervor, had unknowingly drawn closer to Wenjie. Suddenly, she gasped, "Be careful." The guard, whose eye had been injured, had somehow managed to rise again, brandishing his spear, preparing to launch a stealthy attack on Wenjie. Uncertain of where her courage stemmed from, Miaoyue charged forward, clutching a box, and struck fiercely at the guard. The guard, caught off balance by this unexpected assault, fell to the ground. Hearing Miaoyue's warning, Wenjie reacted swiftly, decisively discarding his spear. He dashed toward the fallen guard, leaping high into the air, drawing a small knife, and plunging it down with force. After a pained cry, the guard trembled and then fell silent. Wenjie withdrew the knife, rising slowly to his feet, and turned to face Miaoyue, who, clutching the box, retreated in fear. Chapter 10. The unexpected visitor. Wenjie gazed at the retreating figure of Miaoyue, his lips quivering involuntarily. Wait a moment." A voice, trembling yet resolute, halted the determined departure of Wenjie. He paused, tightening his grip on the small knife, and turned back in confusion. Miaoyue appeared flustered, her hands trembling as she gently placed a box on the ground. With a click, she unlatched the lock and cautiously revealed 3 bottles of elixirs, hastening towards Wenjie. His eyes fell upon the exquisite and intricate patterns on the bottles, which indicated that these were no ordinary potions. The red one was for staunching blood, while the blue one was for scar removal. Miao Yu spoke hurriedly, her eyes wide with tension and fear, her small face flushed from the emotional turmoil. After speaking, she seemed unable to linger any longer, abruptly turning and staggering away with the box. Wen Jie extended his hand, his fingertips trembling as he accepted the 3 bottles. Watching as Miao Yu faded into the distance, his lips parted slightly, his voice as soft as the night breeze. "Thank you." He inhaled deeply, pushing open the heavy door, his figure vanishing into the thick darkness. Wen Jie sprinted towards the east. With each step, the excruciating pain surged through him like a tide. As if sharp steel needles were piercing his very marrow, blood gushed from his chest, quickly soaking his garments, the crimson stains starkly vivid under the moonlight. Clutching his wound tightly, each breath was accompanied by agonizing pangs in his chest. Yet, he gritted his teeth, driven by indomitable will, and swiftly reached the city wall. Looking up, he observed several guards standing idly at the open city gate, showing no signs of closing it. A sigh of relief washed over him. It seemed the news of his pursuit had yet to reach this place. He quickly concealed himself in a shadowy corner of a nearby house. Deftly opening the red potion bottle, he poured the ointment into his palm. Its faint medicinal aroma was warm to the touch. Enduring the pain, he spread the ointment evenly over his leg and chest wounds. As the ointment made contact, a fiery sting erupted. Wen Jie clenched his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, and splattering onto the dusty ground. Soon, the bleeding ceased, but his clothes had already turned a dark crimson. Wen Jie remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings until he spotted a yard nearby with clothes hanging out to dry. He crouched slightly, leaping gracefully over the courtyard wall. Once on the ground, he crept among the garments, his fingers brushing against each one, finally selecting a dry piece to wear. He hung his blood-stained clothing on the drying rack, a simple gesture. After tidying up, Wen Jie took a deep breath, straightened his back, and endeavored to walk steadily and normally, step by step, slowly approaching the city gate. As he passed by the guards, they merely glanced at him lazily before shifting their attention elsewhere. Wen Jie feigned calmness, maintaining a steady pace until he was out of their sight. Then, he bolted towards the outside of the city. Before long, he arrived at a mountain. The moonlight poured gently through the forest, illuminating his path. He was ravenous, praying silently that something edible could be found on the mountain. Wen Jie softened his footsteps, treading cautiously, fearful of disturbing the creatures of the woods. Before long, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. Instantly alert, he discerned the sound of a rabbit. His heart leaped with joy, and he stealthily moved towards the sound like a lurking leopard. Not far away, a gray rabbit was blissfully nibbling on the grass, occasionally emitting contented crunching sounds. Seeing the plump rabbit, Wen Jie felt his mouth water. His throat involuntarily swallowed, and he crept closer, each step taken with utmost care to avoid making any noise. When he was near enough, he lunged forward like a bolt of black lightning slicing through the night sky. The rabbit sensed danger, its ears perked up. But before it could flee, Wen Jie swiftly captured its foot. The rabbit struggled desperately, its legs flailing in the air and squeaking in protest. Wen Jie quickly drew his knife, skillfully dispatching the rabbit in a few deft motions. He then gathered some dry twigs and produced a fire starter from his pocket. Fortunately, his experience in the kitchen led him to always carry such tools. Otherwise, igniting a fire in the wilderness would have posed a significant challenge. Before long, the flames danced upon the twigs, crackling merrily. The aroma of roasted rabbit wafted through the air, filling Wen Jie's nostrils. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Though he refrained from eating right away, he was no stranger to survival in the wild, having traveled extensively with his restless master, making him quite familiar with such matters. After a while, his stomach growled with hunger. Finally, Wen Jie grasped the roasted rabbit, greedily inhaling the enticing fragrance before devouring it voraciously. Half an hour later, he gathered some dry leaves, carefully laying them on the ground, and picked several broad, unidentified leaves to use as a blanket. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the night sky. The heavens appeared as a vast expanse of black satin, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Each star sparkled like fragmented diamonds, casting a cool glimmer against the deep blue backdrop. Together with the radiant moon, they wove a dreamlike tapestry. In the tranquility of the forest, Wen Jie slowly drifted into slumber, a hint of relaxation finally gracing his weary face. The following morning, as dawn broke, the sky brightened with the first light of day. The sun began its ascent in the east, initially revealing a faint glow, reminiscent of a shy maiden, partially veiled. Gradually, the brilliance intensified, painting the clouds in vibrant shades of orange and red, as if draping the earth in a golden velvet blanket. Wen Jie woke early, invigorated and eager, setting forth with purpose. Uncertain of his whereabouts and lacking a map, he relied solely on his instincts, journeying eastward. He picked up a straight stick as a makeshift cane. Walking with conviction, tireless in his stride, murmuring to himself, as long as I keep moving, they surely won't catch up. After all, they are not cultivators. He then resolved inwardly, I must find a place, earn some money, and see if I can cultivate. Only then will I have the strength to avenge my master. By midday, when Jie had traveled quite a distance, his legs feeling as heavy as lead, he plucked some wild fruits from the roadside to stave off hunger. But their taste was unbearable, sour and astringent. The moment he tasted them, he grimaced, his face contorted in distaste. However, hunger compelled him to force them down. He lay on the ground for a moment, applying the ointment from the blue bottle to his wounds. The ointment was cool and soothing, sending a tingling sensation through his injuries. After treating his wounds, he continued on his journey, perhaps due to the earlier flash of white light. His strength and endurance had significantly increased compared to the days when he was pursued by the Huangquan sect. Under the cover of night, when Jie found solace beside a gently flowing river, the moonlight cascaded onto the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle reminiscent of countless tiny silver coins dancing in the night. With his bare arms exposed, he sat by the riverbank, elegantly roasting fish, while his garments hung on a nearby branch, airing out and drying. The efficacy of the esteemed medicinal fruit was indeed remarkable. His wounds had nearly healed, a fact that left him somewhat astonished. While fishing, he took the liberty of immersing himself in the river for a refreshing bath, the cool water washing away his fatigue, eliciting sighs of contentment. As he savored his meal, the distant sound of galloping hooves pierced the tranquility of the night. Two magnificent steeds raced towards him with breathtaking speed, their robust forms exhibiting fluid muscle contours. Under the moon and Apos' glow, their coats shimmered with a satin-like luster. Each stride seemed infused with an invisible force, exuding an extraordinary presence that indicated they were no ordinary horses. Upon their backs sat two women, clad in flowing white dresses, their faces veiled in delicate gauze that fluttered gently in the night breeze, enhancing their air of mystery. Merely gazing into their bright, captivating eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, one could easily surmise that these two were stunningly beautiful. "Ah, rogue!" exclaimed the woman on the left, her voice as melodious and enchanting as a nightingale's song, shattering the stillness of the night. When Jie froze momentarily, a piece of fish still in his mouth, instinctively turning to inquire in confusion, "Where is the rogue?" The two women dismounted with a graceful elegance, akin to celestial beings descending to earth. The woman on the left placed her hands on her hips, tapping her foot on the ground, her voice tinged with playful shyness. "I'm speaking to you. Hurry and put on your clothes." When Jie had never encountered such a delightful voice before, momentarily lost in a daze. Just then, a swift sound pierced the air as a sword sheath appeared at his throat, its blade glinting ominously, the chill of danger enveloping him. Unbeknownst to him, the woman on the right had silently approached from behind. Startled, when Jie called out, "Sister," yet the blade pressed closer against his neck, its icy touch sending shivers down his spine. He hastily raised his hands, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "What do you wish from me, ladies?" It was not that he lacked the desire to resist. Rather, he recognized that both women were practitioners of formidable skills, rendering him powerless before them. Though he had been unable to cultivate in the past, the years had sharpened his perceptive abilities, allowing him to discern their extraordinary nature. A cold voice emerged from behind, commanding, "Put on your clothes." When Jie reached for his garments, but they were just out of reach. At that moment, his clothes, which had been drying, suddenly flew toward his face with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. As he cleared the fabric from his face, a cautious expression took hold, and he silently steeled himself. With a forced smile, he said, "My clothes are still damp, ladies." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp sting at his neck, as if something keen had grazed him. "No, no, no, I will wear them," he hurriedly exclaimed, donning the wet fabric that clung uncomfortably to him, cold and unpleasant. Yet, he dared not voice a single complaint, enduring the discomfort in silence. Chapter 11. A night together. When Jie raised his hand to tug at the clothing that clung tightly to his body, expending considerable effort to adjust into a slightly more comfortable position. Under the watchful gaze of the two women, he reached for the red medicine bottle. Slowly and painfully, he applied the ointment to the wound on his neck, the stinging sensation causing him to involuntarily gasp. This prompted a soft giggle from the nearby girl. Irritated, he turned his head sharply, glaring at her. The girl, seemingly taken aback, flushed a deep crimson, hastily averting her gaze. She nervously tugged at the hem of her garment, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. One Jie shifted closer to the fire, where the dry wood crackled and popped. He extended his hand to retrieve a roasted fish, bringing it to his nose to savor its aroma, nodding in satisfaction at the perfect cooking. Then, lifting the fish to his eyes, the flickering flames illuminated his focused expression. Under the scrutiny of the two women, he took a bite. The flesh tore easily between his teeth, producing a crisp sound, and the succulent juices burst forth, filling his mouth. He could distinctly feel two intense gazes fixated on the fish in his hand, yet he feigned ignorance, thinking to himself, "Who bullied me earlier? Now you covet my meal? Not a chance." One Jie relished the fish, chewing heartily and savoring its delightful flavor, while the two women across from him could only nibble on their dry rations. The girl with the melodious voice watched him intently, her eyes wide with longing as she swallowed nervously. After a moment, unable to suppress her desire any longer, she leaned towards the other woman and whispered, "Sister, I want to eat fish too." Her voice was as sweet as spring honey, exuding an innate charm and a hint of playfulness that softened the heart of anyone who heard it. The aloof woman appeared oblivious, continuing to eat her dry food with a poised demeanor that radiated a cool elegance. To Wenjie's astonishment, even as she ate, her veil remained perfectly in place, showing no sign of lifting. He could only catch a glimpse of it trembling slightly with her movements. "Sister, I really want to eat. This time." The younger girl raised her voice, her tone dripping with endearment. The soft lilt of her voice was irresistible, stirring a desire within Wenjie to offer her a piece of fish. However, he maintained his composure, suppressing his emotions and pretending to focus intently on his meal. Though inside, he felt a restless agitation. The aloof woman could no longer pretend not to hear. Her icy gaze shifted to the two remaining fish by the fire. With a subtle movement of her slender, porcelain-like hand, an invisible force seemed to stir in the air, drawing the fish toward her with a swift motion. Wenjie erupted in fury, shouting, "How can you do this?" The cold woman turned her head with indifference, her glance piercing through him like a chilling wind on a winter night. In an instant, he felt as though a heavy weight had struck his chest, causing him to double over in pain, clutching his heart. "Ah!" he cried out, his voice echoing in the still night. "Robbers, not only do you steal my fish, but you also harm me. Is there no justice?" After what felt like an eternity, the pain gradually subsided, and the aloof woman seemed taken aback by her own actions. Momentarily dazed, her raised hand faltered, perhaps realizing the excessiveness of her behavior. Then, a frigid voice broke the silence. "Turn around, do not look." Wenjie, filled with reluctance and helplessness, could only obey her commanding tone. He slowly turned away, facing the tranquil river, lost in thought. The water reflected the flickering light from the fire, mirroring his chaotic emotions. Meanwhile, the sweet girl lifted the two roasted fish to her nose, inhaling deeply, then exclaimed, "So fragrant! Sister, here." Her eyes sparkled with delight as she offered one to her sister. She then gently removed her veil, revealing a pair of large, sparkling eyes, clear and bright as a pristine lake. When she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, revealing deep dimples that radiated sweetness and charm. Her lips curled playfully, evoking warmth in anyone who gazed upon her. She took a bite of the roasted fish, her lips smudged with oil, enhancing her vivaciousness. Observing her sister's contentment, the aloof woman's expression softened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she too lifted her hand and removed her veil. Her face was strikingly beautiful and cold, her skin as pale as snow, exuding an innate nobility akin to a plum blossom blooming in the frost, exquisite and solitary. Her eyes, like stars on a wintry night, were deep and frigid, emanating an aura of aloofness that kept others at bay. With a delicate mouth, she took a hesitant bite of the fish, savoring it slowly. As the exquisite flavor enveloped her senses, her eyes widened in surprise, as if enchanted by this new delight. Gradually, she began to eat, each bite measured and graceful, embodying an air of quiet elegance. The sweet girl soon discarded the fish bones on the ground, licking her fingers for any remnants of oil. Her eyes darting to the fire. Noticing the absence of fish, she turned to her sister with a mischievous grin. "Sister." The aloof woman instantly understood her intent. A flicker of reluctance in her gaze, yet she handed over the half-eaten fish. The sweet girl beamed with joy, thanking her sister warmly, and happily resumed eating, her satisfaction evident in her smile. Meanwhile, the aloof woman silently donned her veil again, her deep-set eyes fixed on Wenjie, as if lost in contemplation. The night deepened, enveloping the surroundings in a serene stillness. By the riverbank, a gentle breeze stirred the water, creating ripples that glimmered like countless shards of silver. The fire crackled, casting warm light around, while Wenjie leaned against a stone, a soft white glow emanating from him. A shimmering array of symbols surrounded the two women, flickering intermittently, isolating them from the outside world. Time slowly passed in silence, and when Wenjie awoke again, the first light of dawn painted the horizon. The sun rose steadily above the horizon, casting golden rays upon the earth, gilding the world in a warm glow. Sensing his strength unchanged, he felt a twinge of disappointment and sighed resignedly, glancing at the array around the two women, which seemed to prevent any prying eyes. His anger flared once more, and he shouted, "What is the meaning of this? Do you doubt my character? What do you take me for?" Wenjie, filled with indignation, arrived at the riverbank, where the water was crystal clear, allowing glimpses of fish joyfully swimming beneath the surface. He rolled up his pant legs and stepped into the frigid water, causing small splashes to erupt around him. Leaning down, he fixed his gaze intently on the fish, his hands gradually spreading apart as he cautiously approached. After much effort, he finally managed to catch two fish, which flailed and leaped in his grasp, scattering glistening droplets of water. "Humph, this time I shall only catch two fish. Let us see how you can snatch them from me now." he muttered triumphantly, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Upon returning to his original spot, he set the fish aside and searched for some firewood, eventually locating a large, verdant leaf. The leaf was broad and lush, its veins distinctly visible. Wen Jie skillfully cleaned the fish and carefully wrapped them in the leaf. He then gently placed the package in the center of the fire, patiently awaiting the emergence of a delectable feast. After half an hour, the formation across the way quietly dissipated, revealing the figures of two young women. Just as Wen Jie reached out to retrieve the wrapped fish, he lifted his gaze and noticed them watching him. His movements froze instantly, and he hastily withdrew his hand. The sweet girl regarded him with a puzzled expression, tilting her head slightly to one side. Her gaze then shifted to the fire. "Oh, what is this?" Just as she spoke, the package from the fire seemed to be drawn towards her by an unseen force, soaring through the air. "Hey, that's mine," Wen Jie exclaimed anxiously, his voice slightly pitched. "What's the rush? I'm not going to eat yours. I just want to take a look," the sweet girl teased, sticking her tongue out playfully. With that, she placed the package on a nearby rock, gently and slowly unwrapping it, her fingers deftly peeling back the leaf. "No!" Wen Jie shouted in desperation, making a move to stop her. The aloof woman shot him a cold glance, and he felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, rendering him obedient. As the sweet girl continued her actions, the contents of the package were revealed. "Wow, it's fish!" The sweet girl squealed with excitement, her voice echoing through the air, unable to resist taking a bite of the fish meat. "Didn't you say you wouldn't eat it?" Wen Jie replied, utterly speechless. While he anxiously observed, the sweet girl had already devoured several bites, relishing the taste with a radiant smile of satisfaction on her face. It's delicious, sister. You must come and try some." As she spoke, the sweet girl turned around, oblivious to the fact that her veil had fallen to the side. Wen Jie had been seething just moments before, but upon seeing the sweet girl's true appearance, he was struck dumb, his eyes widening in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 12. The Sale of Venison at Jielong City. Wen Jie's gaze seemed transfixed, fixated on the enchanting beauty of the sweet young maiden before him. When she smiled, delicate dimples graced her cheeks, reminiscent of a clear spring, causing him to lose himself entirely. Unbeknownst to him, a cold and aloof woman, who had been standing quietly beside the sweet maiden, had now stealthily appeared behind him like a specter. "Have you seen enough?" A voice as frigid as ice pierced his reverie, abruptly awakening Wen Jie from his stupor. "No," he replied instinctively, but the moment the words escaped his lips, he shuddered inwardly, realizing his blunder. It was as if he had been scalded, and he hastily raised his hands, stammering, "I didn't look." He then lowered his head in a flurry, wishing he could bury himself in the ground. The sweet maiden, now acutely aware that Wen Jie had gazed upon her, felt her cheeks flush a rosy hue, akin to the evening glow. Shyly, she turned her back to him, yet her hand, still clutching a roasted fish, remained reluctant to let go. As she continued to nibble daintily, Wen Jie, fraught with anxiety, felt at a loss as to where to place his hands and feet. The wound on his neck seemed to throb in sympathy with his embarrassment. Cautiously, he inched away, attempting to distance himself from the aloof woman. Observing Wen Jie's cowardly demeanor, the aloof woman felt a twinge of reluctance to punish him, yet the urge to assert her authority lingered. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Consider the fish as compensation." With that, she stepped closer to the sweet maiden. "Ah, sister, you must try it. It's just as delicious as the roasted fish from last night," the sweet maiden exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The aloof woman cast a dispassionate glance at the fish on the leaves and softly replied, "You eat it." Then, she delicately retrieved some provisions from her pack, gracefully lifting her veil just enough to partake in her meal. The sweet maiden, undeterred, took several more bites and urged, "Sister, won't you give it a try? It's far tastier than the provisions." She held out some fish meat toward her sister's lips. "No need." The aloof woman slightly turned her head in rejection. "Ah, sister, please just try a little." The sweet maiden began to pout, gently swaying the aloof woman's arm, ultimately unable to resist. The aloof woman parted her lips just enough to accept a morsel. In that fleeting moment, the veil was lifted halfway, revealing her exquisitely sculpted lips. A sudden sound of swallowing shattered the tranquility, prompting both maidens to turn in unison towards Wen Jie. "Oh, I'm so hungry," Wen Jie exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment before he turned and fled, abandoning the fish. After all, in his mind, his own life took precedence. Wen Jie ran wildly, losing track of time, feeling as though his legs were weighed down with lead, until he finally stopped, panting heavily. He gazed at the expansive, smooth official road before him, lost in thought for a moment before he sighed in resignation. "Well then, onward I go." Meanwhile, by the riverbank, the aloof woman adjusted her veil, unaware that it had acquired a smudge of grease. It's been quite some time. Where did he run off to?" she mused. "Forget him, let us go." She resumed her icy demeanor. "Oh, but the fish he made was truly delectable," the sweet maiden murmured softly. "Indeed," the aloof woman replied lightly. And then both maidens mounted their dashing steeds, the sound of hooves echoing as they gradually disappeared from view. Wen Jie continued along the official road, heading eastward. his stomach growling from hunger since he had skipped breakfast. He could only suppress his appetite, foraging for some sour, unpalatable wild fruits along the roadside to stave off his hunger. Thus, he ambled forth, unaware of the time passing, until noon arrived. At this juncture, the sun hung high in the sky, casting an unrelenting glare upon the earth. The trees flanking the official road drooped under the heat, their leaves languid. Occasionally, a few cicadas emitted weak calls from the branches, adding to the oppressive heat. When Jia ventured into a dense forest, intent on hunting for prey, he tread cautiously, his eyes scanning for signs of life. After 2 hours, drenched in sweat and with his clothes torn by branches, he finally spotted a deer. After a challenging struggle, when Jia succeeded in slaying the creature, he promptly gathered materials to start a fire and began roasting the venison. Soon, the air was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Starved, when Jia hardly cared whether the meat was thoroughly cooked, he seized a piece and devoured it ravenously. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and red, he finally beheld a magnificent city before him. This city was grander than the famed Tianqi city he had heard of, with towering walls stretching for miles, marked by the passage of time. The city gates, towering over 2 men, were crafted from solid wood, adorned with massive copper studs that glimmered in the fading sunlight. At the city entrance, throngs of people bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. When Jia entered the city of Jielong, carrying the venison wrapped in leaves, along the way, many cast curious glances in his direction. Once inside, when Jia scanned the surroundings, eager to find a large restaurant to sell the venison for some coin. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a quaint establishment named Zui Stinlu. Its exterior exuded an antique charm, with intricately carved wooden doors and windows, and 2 large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, evoking an air of elegance. Nodding to himself, he muttered, "This will do," and marched boldly inside with the venison. Upon entering, Wen Jia was taken aback by the exquisite decor. The spacious hall was bright and airy, the floor laid with smooth marble, while ink-wash paintings adorned the walls. The tables and chairs, crafted from fine wood, were arranged neatly, each corner embellished with delicate carvings that spoke of refined taste. As Wen Jia marveled at the establishment's interior, a young and beautiful waitress approached with a graceful stride. Her face beamed with a sweet smile as she inquired, "Young master, how may I assist you?" As she spoke, her gaze occasionally drifted toward the package Wen Jia carried. Do you accept venison here?" Wen Jia turned to the waitress, his tone laced with anticipation. "Venison?" The waitress glanced at the bundle on his shoulder, seemingly understanding. "I'll need to check with our supervisor. Would that be convenient for you?" she asked politely. "Sure, I'll wait here," Wen Jia replied. The waitress smiled and bowed slightly before bringing him a cup of tea. "Please wait a moment." Wen Jia took a sip of the tea, savoring its subtle sweetness, which was immensely refreshing. Before long, the waitress returned, accompanied by a kindly-looking elder. The elder, with a warm smile, extended his hand and said, "You must be the young master looking to sell venison." Wen Jia quickly rose, grasping the elder's hand respectfully. "Thank you for taking the time to come here, esteemed supervisor." The elder waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all, and said, "Please, follow me." Wen Jia crouched down carefully, unwrapping the leaves concealing the venison, revealing the tender meat within. "What is this? A cicadeer?" The elder expressed mild surprise, then crouched down to examine it closely. Observing the expression of the elderly man, Wen Jia inquired with curiosity, "What distinguishes this spotted deer?" The old man, while meticulously examining the venison, patiently responded to Wen Jia's question. "This spotted deer, you see, runs faster than the ordinary deer, making it more challenging to capture. However, this very trait renders its meat more tender and delectable. Thus its price is somewhat higher than that of regular deer." Upon hearing this, Wen Jia experienced a moment of enlightenment, secretly rejoicing in his fortunate circumstances. At that juncture, the old man abruptly asked, "Why does it have one leg missing?" Upon hearing this, Wen Jia awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly replied, I was simply too hungry this afternoon, and so I ended up eating it." Witnessing Wen Jia's naive demeanor, the old man erupted into hearty laughter, while the young lady beside him covered her mouth, her eyes narrowing into slits from laughter. Chapter 13. The Spirit Awakening Pill. With a heart filled with trepidation and anticipation, Wen Jia cautiously followed the elder and the service attendant towards the checkout counter. The kindly elder approached, meticulously examining the venison while methodically stating, "I conducted a brief inspection earlier. Aside from the missing leg, everything else seems satisfactory and remarkably fresh." The elder stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes slightly, as if weighing the price in his mind. After a moment, he spoke, "For an ordinary deer, our Xian Lu typically pays around 48 taels. For a Sika deer, it is usually double that. How about this, young sir? 100 taels, as a gesture of our collaboration." Upon hearing this price, Wen Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw as incredulity washed over his face. He had only hoped to exchange it for a modest sum, never anticipating such a high value. Stammering, he replied, "This, esteemed supervisor, how could I possibly accept such a sum?" The elder laughed heartily, teasing, "What is there to be embarrassed about? As long as you have a thick skin, it's all permissible." Wen Jie joined him, feeling a mix of awkwardness and joy. After the transaction, Wen Jie stepped out of Zhe Xianlu with a silver note in hand, his steps light and buoyant. Given the substantial amount of 100 taels, the considerate elder had exchanged it for a single note. As sunlight poured over him, Wen Jie felt an instant surge of hope for his future. As dusk approached, the setting sun cast a warm orange hue over the entirety of Jielong City. Wen Jie understood that securing a place to stay was of utmost priority. He inquired around and, under the guidance of a local landlord, arrived at a somewhat secluded courtyard. Standing at the entrance, he scrutinized the place that would soon become his temporary abode. The courtyard was modest, bordered by weathered walls adorned with verdant vines, while a few nameless wildflowers peeked from the corners, exuding a gentle fragrance. In the center stood a robust locust tree, its lush foliage casting a refreshing shade. A slightly weathered house occupied the middle of the courtyard, its roof tiles arranged in a quaint manner, glimmering with an antique glow under the setting sun. After some haggling, Wen Jie rented the courtyard for 20 taels of silver per year. As night fell and stars began to twinkle, he spent an additional 3 taels on basic necessities. Subsequently, he kindled a fire in the courtyard. The flames blazed brightly, illuminating every corner and casting a warm glow on Wen Jie's face, flickering in and out. He set a pot over the fire, cooking a simple meal of meat and vegetables, with rice as the staple. The flames crackled beneath the pot, releasing an enticing aroma that gradually filled the air. Wen Jie sat nearby, patiently awaiting his meal to finish. This was his first meal in Jielong City. Though simple and unpretentious, it brought him an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. He scooped a bowl of rice, picked up a piece of meat, and chewed slowly, feeling as though he had truly begun to integrate into this unfamiliar city. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Wen Jie's face. He awoke leisurely by midday, stretching luxuriously and yawning. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. After a light breakfast, he set out with renewed vigor. Wen Jie had a clear plan in mind, to earn some money first, and then embark on his path of cultivation. With 76 taels still in his possession, he felt no urgency to make money, so he intended to gather information on cultivation methods first. 2 hours later, he returned with a wealth of knowledge. He discovered that within this seemingly ordinary Jielong City, traces of cultivators were subtly concealed. However, in the eyes of true immortals, these cultivators were merely insignificant as ants. Wen Jie also learned that most cultivators held a ceremony akin to an awakening ritual around the age of 6 to commence their cultivation journey. At that moment, a memory surged in his mind of when his master had picked him up. Back then, his master had often performed various peculiar spells before him, each time sighing in exasperation afterward. Now, when Jie finally glimpsed hope, his excitement swelling within him like a flood that could not be restrained. However, he also heard that if one missed the optimal age of 6, one would need to purchase a pill known as the Spirit Awakening Pill to facilitate the awakening. Presently, he was en route to a place called the Alchemy Tower, intending to procure the Spirit Awakening Pill. He had also heard that cultivators could be found within the Alchemy Tower, suggesting that the Spirit Awakening Pill was meticulously crafted by those practitioners. Before long, when Jie arrived at the Alchemy Tower, the structure loomed into the clouds, built from ancient blue bricks that had weathered the test of time, exuding an air of mystery and grandeur. The tower and Appo's peak seemed to pierce the heavens, as if aspiring to connect with the sky. Above the entrance hung an antiquated plaque inscribed with 3 powerful characters, Alchemy Tower. Wen Jie gazed up in awe at the imposing edifice, standing there for an extended period. Though his master was of noble stature, he preferred a leisurely lifestyle, leading to Wen Jie rarely encountering such magnificent architecture. Just then, a derisive voice cut through the air. Humph, what a bumpkin. Turning around, Wen Jie saw a young man clad in luxurious white attire, strutting confidently with his nose held high. Accompanying him were 2 similarly dressed youths, deliberately lagging a step behind, their demeanor reeking of sycophancy. Ignoring them, Wen Jie took a deep breath and strode directly towards the Alchemy Tower. The mocking voices trailed behind him, but he remained undeterred, focused solely on acquiring the Spirit Awakening Pill. Upon entering the Alchemy Tower, Wen Jie was captivated by the simple yet classic decor. Ancient scrolls depicting alchemical scenes adorned the walls, and the floor was laid with smooth stone slabs. In the center of the hall stood several wooden tables and chairs, exuding an air of simplicity and solemnity. Wen Jie approached a man clad in a white bagua robe, sharp-featured, and politely inquired, "Excuse me, where can I purchase the Spirit Awakening Pill?" The man cast a disdainful glance at Wen Jie, a flicker of contempt in his eyes, and slowly replied, "How many do you need?" With that, he moved aside to open an exquisite box. Wen Jie's heart tightened, fearing the price might be exorbitant, and cautiously asked, "How much for one?" Upon hearing this, the man scrutinized Wen Jie once more, noting his shabby attire, and snorted dismissively before abruptly putting the box away. "Hey, I haven't made a purchase yet," Wen Jie exclaimed anxiously. "Purchase? You?" The man sneered. "Ha ha ha, a bumpkin like you wants to buy the Spirit Awakening Pill? Humph. Go back to your countryside." At that moment, the mocking voices echoed from behind him. Turning, Wen Jie saw the arrogant young man and his two sycophantic companions. Upon recognizing them, the man and Apos' demeanor instantly transformed. He wore a beaming smile and hurriedly approached. "Ah, it is an honor to welcome young Master Zhao. How may I assist you today?" The young man disdainfully glanced at Wen Jie, then produced a 1,000-tael silver note from his pocket, arrogantly stating, "Give me 15 spirit awakening pills, and the remaining 100 taels are yours." The man hastily accepted the note with both hands, bowing and scraping, before swiftly retrieving the box, meticulously counting out 15 vials and packaging them with care. "Young Master Zhao, please take your spirit awakening pills." With a nonchalant grunt, the young man's companion stepped forward to accept the vials. As they strutted out of the alchemy tower, they cast one last mocking glance at Wen Jie, reveling in their triumph. The man who received 100 taels in tip wore a grin that nearly reached his ears, his face brimming with avaricious delight. "Hello, may I kindly request a spirit elixir?" Wen Jie reiterated to the man. Upon hearing Wen Jie and Apos' words, the man furrowed his brow tightly, his face a mask of impatience. Yet he reluctantly retrieved a bottle from the chest and handed it to Wen Jie. With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "Thanks to you. Young Master Zhao has been particularly generous today." Wen Jie offered him 6 10-tael silver notes, accepted the bottle, and turned to leave. Noticing that Wen Jie paid him no heed, the man felt a surge of irritation and muttered under his breath, considering the 100 taels. "I shall let it slide this time." With that, he eagerly lowered his head, delighting in the touch of the 1,000-tael silver note, his eyes glimmering with greed. Chapter 14. The fallen bag. Wen Jie strode through the bustling market, his pockets filled with silver as he meticulously selected an array of vegetables. His gaze flitted among the stalls. At times, he would pick up a handful of greens, examining the tender leaves with scrutiny. At other moments, he would weigh a piece of pork, assessing its fat-to-lean ratio. After an exhaustive selection process, he gathered enough provisions to last several days, spending a total of 5 taels of silver. Once he had arranged his purchases, he hurried back to his small courtyard. At this moment, he still had over 10 taels of silver left, but future plans were the least of his concerns. What consumed Wen Jie's thoughts was an urgent desire to begin his cultivation practice. Upon returning home, Wen Jie wasted no time catching his breath. He swiftly seated himself cross-legged on the mat within his room. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully extracted the Qi Ling Dan from his robe. The pill lay quietly in the palm of his hand, emitting a soft, gentle glow, suppressing the tumultuous excitement within. He took a deep breath and swallowed the Qi Ling Dan whole. Instantly, a warm flow radiated from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, infusing every inch of skin and every cell with warmth. Simultaneously, a layer of white light gradually enveloped him, soft and soothing, not blinding, but imparting a sense of tranquility and serenity. Wen Jie focused intently, striving to control the medicinal power of the Qi Ling Dan, attempting to guide it through his meridians. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Suddenly, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He opened his eyes wide, gasping for air, a mix of tension and anticipation gleaming in his gaze. Lowering his head, he scrutinized his hands, acutely aware of the subtle changes within. He sensed a faint difference in his meridians. Yet, when he clenched his fists to test his strength, he discovered no discernible change. In an instant, hope faded from his eyes like a burst bubble, and he murmured in disappointment, "It seems I truly cannot cultivate." His expression grew desolate, the light in his eyes dimming as he unconsciously wandered into the courtyard, collapsing onto a stone bench to rest. Time slipped away, and the glow of the setting sun was gradually swallowed by the encroaching dusk. The once bright blue sky was replaced by a deep, somber purple, while the western horizon still held a faint orange hue. The trees in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, their shadows stretching long and becoming increasingly indistinct. The birds had ceased their chirping, returning to their nests, and the entire world was slowly shrouded in tranquility. Amidst this serene ambience, Wen Jie was abruptly startled by an unusual noise emanating from beyond the courtyard. This sound, unlike the usual clamor, bore a sharp and urgent quality, hinting at something extraordinary. Alarmed, Wen Jie rose swiftly and stealthily stepped outside. Following a narrow path, he advanced cautiously, and soon enough, he stumbled upon several figures engaged in a fierce battle. The moonlight illuminated their contorted faces and flailing limbs. One individual captured Wen Jie's attention. He clutched a bag tightly in his grip. A sense of familiarity washed over Wen Jie, prompting him to ponder, why does this bag seem so familiar? At that moment, a booming voice from a middle-aged man echoed, "Put down the item, and I shall allow you to leave today." The opposing figures scoffed at this declaration, one of them retorting fiercely, "Today, it's either your death or mine. Spare me your nonsense. Brothers, charge." With that, a thunderous clash ensued, both factions lunging at one another like ferocious tigers. The powerful waves created by their strikes left Wen Jie astonished, his eyes widening in awe as he mused, "Is this the power of cultivators?" He concealed himself nearby, holding his breath as he observed the breathtaking melee. Suddenly, the situation shifted. The bag broke free from the fray and landed directly at Wen Jie's feet. Still in shock, he barely registered the fighting parties noticing him. "Ah, you have a backup." One of them shouted, "Quick, don't let that kid escape." From each side, a combatant broke away, racing towards Wen Jie like arrows loosed from a bow. Wen Jie cursed inwardly. What is this madness? Without a moment to spare, he bent down to seize the bag and bolted away. "Don't run, you brat. Hand over the Qi Ling Dan." The shouts echoed behind him. Wen Jie dodged left and right, desperately navigating through the labyrinthine alleys. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Qi Ling Dan? The image of the young Master Zhao from earlier that day flashed in his mind, and he realized, no wonder this bag looks so familiar. Could it belong to him? In the span of mere seconds, he heard a taunt from behind. "Hey, kid, why have you stopped running? Hand over the item." Two pursuers had caught up to him. Wen Jie's heart raced, and he slowly turned around, his mind racing as he devised a plan. He raised his hands, feigning fear and trembling, and in a quivering voice, he pleaded, "Please, I'm merely passing by. Take it, it's yours." Amidst their derisive gazes, Wen Jie hurled the bag with all his might. The bag arced gracefully through the air. Both pursuers leaped simultaneously. One of them, quick as lightning, snatched the bag, grinning triumphantly. Yet before he could utter a word of triumph, he was suddenly struck by a fierce kick from the side. The man grunted, blood spilling forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the other individual caught the bag, chuckling sinisterly, "Don't celebrate too soon. Who knows who will have the last laugh?" With that, he drew a sharp dagger from his waist. A cold smile etched across his face as he approached the bloodied man step by step. The injured man scrambled back, rage and fear evident in his eyes, and shouted, "You despicable!" Struggling to rise, he brandished a small cleaver, charging at the dagger-wielding assailant. The latter dodged with agility, plunging the dagger deep into the man's back. Blood gushed forth as the man pointed a trembling finger at his foe, stammering, You. The dagger-wielder's malicious smirk revealed his cruelty. Just as he savored the moment, pressing the dagger deeper into the man's back, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Before he could react, a small knife appeared against his throat, blood erupting forth in an instant. Indeed, who will have the last laugh is yet to be determined. Wen Jie declared coldly, yanking the knife free with force. He swiftly collected the bag, adjusting the positions of the two men to create the illusion of a mutual demise. Then, clutching the bag, he sprinted back to his small courtyard. Upon his return, Wen Jie's heart raced within his chest, and he endeavored to calm his exhilaration. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he feigned sleep in his bed. Lying there, he found it difficult to drift off, excitement coursing through him. Yet reason urged him to maintain his facade. After what felt like an eternity amidst the stillness, Wen Jie faintly heard the window of his room being gently pushed open. He remained motionless, pretending to be sound asleep, while the hand beneath the covers gripped the small knife tightly, dampened by sweat. A shadowy figure appeared at the bedside, observing silently for a moment before quietly closing the window and slipping away. Beside two lifeless bodies stood several individuals, among them a middle-aged man adorned in opulent attire. His expression was inscrutable, bearing an innate authority that deterred direct gazes. It seemed that every glance and every nuance of his countenance concealed myriad thoughts, eluding comprehension. At that moment, a shadow hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect, and reported, "My lord, no suspicious figures have been found." The man referred to as my lord maintained a serene demeanor, revealing neither surprise nor disappointment, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. He uttered succinctly, "Gather the troops, return to the residence." With that, he swiftly departed. After a moment's hesitation, his subordinate opened his mouth, yet ultimately suppressed the questions brewing within. After a considerable interval, reassured by the stillness outside, Wen Jie finally ceased his pretense. He slowly rose and settled onto the bed, his gaze reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. Chapter 15, The Pursuit, Part 1. Wen Jie took a deep breath and slowly settled into a cross-legged position, his hands resting naturally on his knees. His gaze fell upon the bag beside him, hesitating for a moment before cautiously reaching inside to retrieve a small vial. The bottle was adorned with peculiar engravings that shimmered faintly in the dim light. As he uncorked it, a subtle, refreshing fragrance wafted into the air. With a spirit of experimentation, he poured out a spirit-enhancing pill. The pill was smooth and glossy, glimmering softly as it lay in the palm of his hand. Wen Jie tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. In an instant, a marvelous transformation unfolded. A soft white light began to radiate from his body, reminiscent of the gentle mist of a spring morning, delicate and warm. He felt as if he were submerged in a warm spring, warmth surging through his limbs and every pore of his skin absorbing this extraordinary energy. Minutes passed, and Wen Jie slowly opened his eyes, a hint of anxiety and anticipation flickering within them as he meticulously sensed the slightest changes in his body. Suddenly, a joyful smile illuminated his face as he exclaimed, "It seems there has been a change." His voice quivered with excitement. Without hesitation, Wen Jie eagerly grabbed the vial again, popping one spirit-enhancing pill after another into his mouth. With each pill consumed, his spirits soared higher, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Upon swallowing the 14th pill, a subtle, yet palpable wave emanated from his body. causing the very air around him to tremble. After a moment, when Jie opened his eyes, filled with exhilaration and fervor, he reveled in the profound changes within him. Unable to contain his elation as he shouted, "So, this is what it means to be a cultivator?" At that moment, a soft white aura enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the darkness of the room. This aura resembled pure moonlight, serene and gentle, draping him in a sacred veil. When Jie savored the marvel of this newfound power for a while before gently closing his eyes, surrendering himself to the enchanting realm of cultivation. With the dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Jie's face. Outside, the clattering of pots and pans echoed from the neighbor's home, interspersed with soft conversations. The crowing of roosters shattered the tranquility of the night. In the midst of this lively cacophony, when Jie gradually awoke, stretching languidly and feeling a marked change within his body, his once sallow complexion, a result of malnutrition, now radiated with a healthy glow. He had grown taller, his previously frail physique now robust. Without pausing to wash up or tidy his clothes, when Jie hurriedly dashed out into the yard. Standing in the center, he inhaled deeply and began to practice his punches. Each strike cut through the air with ferocity, exuding a fierce momentum. Though still somewhat unrefined, a tangible flow of energy circulated between his punches, as if commanding the surrounding air. His movements were fluid and powerful, each technique infused with vibrant vitality that captivated onlookers. After 2 hours, when Jie was breathless and drenched in sweat, droplets cascading down his cheeks and soaking his clothes. Yet, his face was alight with uncontainable excitement as he gazed at his clenched fists, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Feeling he had taken the most significant step of his life. Returning indoors, he hastily consumed a simple meal before rushing to the bath. After cleaning up, he stood before the mirror, unable to resist admiring his rejuvenated self, a smile creeping onto his lips. It is said that cultivators can enhance their appearance through their practice. I feel as if I am on the verge of becoming a handsome man. He then reclined leisurely in a chair in the yard, contemplating methods of cultivation. Having previously resigned to the belief that he could not cultivate, he had overlooked the paths of training, and now found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He sighed, murmuring, "I wonder what stage I am at now. I must be just a beginner, right?" After a moment of reflection, Jie decided to venture out to purchase some books to gain insight into cultivation methods. "I currently possess only 10 coins. I must spend wisely," he calculated in his mind. Thus, he made his way to a stall filled with various old books, squatting down to examine them closely. Time slipped away unnoticed as Jie immersed himself in the tattered, yellowed martial arts manuals. These so-called manuals, with their rough pages and faded characters, were likely mostly fraudulent. Nonetheless, Jie gleaned some fundamental knowledge about cultivation. He learned about the classifications of cultivation realms, the first 3 being mortal body realm, spiritual vein realm, and profound Dan realm. The mortal body realm is subdivided into 9 transformations, during which corresponding light rings manifest on the body when releasing spiritual energy, indicative of the number of transformations achieved. Presently, Jie found himself at the first transformation of the mortal body realm. Unbeknownst to him, the sun gradually set, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. The distant mountains were silhouetted against the sunset, their outlines blurred in the twilight. Shops along the street began to illuminate their lanterns, the warm glow flickering in the gentle breeze. Reluctantly, Jie closed the book in his hands and returned it to the stall, embarking on his journey home. Along the way, he grabbed a quick bite, his spirits high as he resolved to dedicate himself to cultivation that night. However, upon entering his room, his smile abruptly froze. The bag containing the spirit-enhancing pills that had been on his bed was gone. All the vials vanished without a trace. Instantly alert, Jie's muscles tensed, and a flicker of anxiety and wariness crossed his eyes. Just then, several figures sprang forth from the shadows, rushing towards him like wraiths. Startled, Jie instinctively ducked, his mind racing. He then forcefully propelled himself, leaping through the window to escape. As he ran, he anxiously muttered, "Could it be that I have been discovered?" The pursuing shadows followed closely behind, and Jie exerted every ounce of strength towards the city gate. At a corner, Jie abruptly halted, his complexion paling. A dozen cloaked figures had materialized before him, garbed in black attire with their faces concealed by masks, revealing only their cold, piercing eyes. The leader stepped forward, his voice deep and menacing. "Kid, come with us without resistance." Jie scanned his surroundings, searching for an escape route. The pursuing figures closed in behind him, completely blocking his retreat. Realizing there was no way to evade capture, Jie steeled himself and decided to strike first. A wave of white energy emanated from him, manifesting into a shimmering aura surrounding his form. The leader of the black-clad figures gasped at the sight. A cultivator? In that instant, Jie surged forward like a cheetah, brandishing a gleaming dagger that swiftly dispatched several of the black-clad assailants, the blade stained with their blood. At this moment, Jie's demeanor transformed, becoming cold and ruthless as he gripped the bloody dagger tightly. "I am a cultivator. Everyone, attack without holding back," the leader shouted, releasing his own aura and leading the charge. Seeing their leader advance, the remaining figures rallied around him, launching their assault. Wen Jie engaged the leader in combat, their fists colliding with a resounding thud, each strike echoing through the night. The dagger in Wen Jie's hand glimmered with a chilling light, posing a significant threat to the commander. Gradually, blood began to seep from the commander's body, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Yet, this fleeting fear was swiftly suppressed, replaced by an overwhelming fury. He seized the large blade handed to him by his subordinate, wielding it with a fierce precision that forced Wen Jie to retreat repeatedly. Chapter 16. The kind farmer couple. Wen Jie gripped the small knife tightly, its blade glimmering coldly in the sunlight, though it appeared somewhat fragile. Opposite him stood the enemy commander, raising a hefty broadsword high above, its sheer weight emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. With a thunderous roar, the sword descended upon Wen Jie, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, akin to Mount Tai crashing down. Wen Jie hastily raised his knife to defend himself. The clash resonated like the tolling of a great bell, reverberating painfully in his ears. The tremendous force surged through his arm, rendering his hand numb and splitting his palm, blood seeping out slowly. He could hardly withstand this onslaught, his feet carving shallow grooves into the ground as he retreated repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, another ferocious strike followed. As Wen Jie stabilized himself, the broadsword swooped down once more. With all his might, he attempted to block it but felt his weapon lighten suddenly, with a sharp crack. The small knife ultimately succumbed to the pressure and broke. Wen Jie let out a defiant roar, teetering on the brink of life and death. He swiftly hurled the broken blade like a dagger towards the advancing commander. Caught off guard, the commander was struck directly in the chest. His eyes widened in shock and fury as he instinctively pressed his hands against the wound, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Gazing at Wen Jie, who was turning to flee, he shouted hoarsely, "Don't mind me, pursue him." His subordinates, jolted from their stupor, immediately surged in the direction Wen Jie had fled. At this moment, Wen Jie was drawing ever closer to the city gate. He thought little of it. Survival was paramount. A fierce internal struggle ensued within him. Yet the instinct to live ultimately prevailed. As a cultivator now, his physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary men, making it no simple task for his pursuers to catch up. With swift steps, Wen Jie raced towards the outskirts of the city. Just when he believed he was safe and his taut nerves began to relax, a faint yet distinct sound of footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Wen Jie shivered involuntarily. He had meticulously scanned the area moments before and found it devoid of others. The emergence of these footsteps indicated that the newcomer was an unfathomably powerful opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Jie took off at a sprint. Behind him, a middle-aged man, sword slung across his back, observed Wen Jie's frantic escape with a slight smirk of disdain. Not bad on the reflexes, but it's of no use against absolute power, he muttered to himself. As soon as the words left his lips, he took a light step, covering several paces in an instant, and leaped high before landing directly in front of Wen Jie. Wen Jie skidded to a halt, his body tensed and poised for defense. The middle-aged man shook his head slowly, a sneer forming on his lips. "Do not struggle in vain, surrender quietly." Suddenly, a luminous aura enveloped Wen Jie, gentle yet resolute, clenching his fists tightly. His gaze radiated fearless valor as he charged at the middle-aged man. Observing this, the middle-aged man remained unruffled, extending a single hand to block. Wen Jie's fists, infused with fierce energy, whooshed through the air, each strike resonating like thunder. Yet, this seemingly ferocious assault was effortlessly deflected by the middle-aged man with a single hand. For several minutes, Wen Jie unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, each one met with steady resistance from his opponent. With a furious roar, Wen Jie summoned every ounce of strength for a final strike. The middle-aged man extended his palm, firmly absorbing the blow, yet the force was unexpectedly powerful, causing him to slide back several steps before regaining his footing. A flicker of seriousness crossed the middle-aged man's face. The white light emanating from Wen Jie had caused him some degree of harm. If one were to scrutinize his hand, they would notice a slight tremor in his fingers. No longer holding back, the middle-aged man slowly drew his sword. As the blade emerged from its scabbard, it emitted a soft hum, glimmering with a chilling light. Simultaneously, 5 blue circles of energy ignited around him, each adorned with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of immense power. The cycle of the mundane had reached its 5th turn. Wen Jie regarded the unfolding scene with a grave expression, murmuring to himself, while once more assuming a combat stance. The middle-aged man advanced toward Wen Jie, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Instinctively, Wen Jie retreated, as an invisible sword energy surged toward him, slicing through the air like a razor-sharp blade. Instantly, numerous minute wounds appeared on Wen Jie's body, blood seeping forth and staining his garments. Yet, gritting his teeth, he refused to yield, continuing to resist fiercely. Suddenly, a milky white spiritual energy radiated from Wen Jie, distinct from his original white energy, imbued with a mysterious and potent essence. The middle-aged man regarded this energy with a hint of wariness. Undeterred by his injuries, Wen Jie charged once more at the middle-aged man, fists flying as they became enmeshed in a fierce melee. As the battle raged on, blood splattered from Wen Jie's fists, dyeing the middle-aged man's sword crimson. The middle-aged man grew increasingly astonished. His sword seemed to lose its previous finesse, the once lethal assault now being countered by Wen Jie's relentless strikes. "You are merely a being of the mundane realm. How can you possess such strength? He could not help but inquire. Wenjie, however, remained oblivious, resembling a tireless automaton, driven solely by the instinct to strike. The sound of their fierce clashes resonated as the middle-aged man found himself pushed back under Wenjie's relentless onslaught, his hands beginning to tremble slightly. Wenjie's fists were bloodied and mangled, yet he appeared impervious to pain, charging at the middle-aged man once more. Seeing this, the middle-aged man unleashed his full cultivation without reserve, the brilliance of his sword intensifying. He shouted vigorously, thrusting the sword forward before bringing it down with immense force. Wenjie barely managed to bring his hands together in a desperate attempt to block the oncoming sword energy. With a resounding thud, Wenjie was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Seizing the moment, the middle-aged man pressed the attack, raising his sword high to deliver a fatal blow. Wenjie, gritting his teeth against the pain, rolled swiftly on the ground to evade. With swift, successive strikes, the middle-aged man unleashed a flurry of attacks, while Wenjie ducked and weaved, narrowly avoiding each blow. Frustrated and embarrassed, the middle-aged man's earlier composure shattered. His sword whirled once more, the blue energy surging forth like flames. Each blade of energy carried formidable power, carving deep trenches into the earth. Wenjie rolled and dodged as best as he could, yet was still struck by several waves of sword energy. His chest garments rapidly soaked in blood. The middle-aged man raised his sword high, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. In that critical moment, Wenjie seized the opportunity, channeling all his spiritual energy into his right hand. He leaped into the air, and as the middle-aged man gathered his strength, Wenjie's finger shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed at the commander's neck. With a splatter, blood sprayed forth, and the middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. His sword clattered to the ground as he clutched his throat, slowly collapsing backward. Wenjie, having expended all his energy, fell to the earth with a thud, gasping for breath. Blood flowed rhythmically from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. After a moment's respite, Wenjie slowly rose, rummaging through his clothing to retrieve a red vial. His hands trembled as he haphazardly smeared the hemostatic powder onto his wounds. Subsequently, he staggered away into the distance. Before long, the figures clad in black finally caught up with him. Upon witnessing the bloodstains at the scene, they immediately grasped that a fierce battle had transpired. However, when their eyes fell upon the lifeless body of the middle-aged man on the ground, they were momentarily struck with fear, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Driven by an indomitable will, Wenjie pressed on, though he could not discern for how long. Ultimately, he could no longer endure. Darkness enveloped his vision, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, motionless. The following afternoon, the forest lay tranquil and serene. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, accompanied by the occasional clear chirp of birds. The air was infused with the earthy scent of soil mingled with fresh grass, a fragrance unique to the woodland. A pair of middle-aged farmers, having completed their labor, hoisted their tools and prepared to return home. As they walked, the farmer wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder, muttering, "Ah, what a tiring day." Suddenly, his steps halted, and pointing at the grass by the roadside, he exclaimed in terror, "There's someone." The farmer's wife followed his gaze and slowly approached. "Should we report this?" she suggested. The farmer, glancing at Wenjie lying on the ground, frowned and replied, "He looks gravely injured. If we report it, it may be too late." The farmer's wife crouched down, turned Wenjie over, and checked for signs of breath. "He is still alive. Quick, lend a hand." Seeing his wife standing there motionless, the farmer felt a surge of frustration. In exasperation, she shouted, "You fool! What are you waiting for? I never realized how cowardly you could be." Upon hearing her words, the farmer felt a twinge of annoyance, snorted softly, and then bent down to carry Wenjie on his back, determined to demonstrate his masculinity to his wife. Chapter 17. The eve the farmer hurried home, carrying Wenjie on his back. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking his clothes, yet he showed no intention of pausing. Upon arriving home, the farmer and Apo's wife anxiously awaited at the door. She hurried to assist him in placing Wenjie onto the bed inside. Then, she carefully adjusted Wenjie and Apo's crumpled garments and fetched a basin of clean water, tenderly wiping the blood and dirt from his body. Under the eager gaze and urging of his wife, the farmer, with a helpless expression, slowly retrieved his new clothes from the cupboard, reluctantly dressing Wenjie. Thus, Wenjie was fortuitously rescued by this kind-hearted farming couple. However, for several days, he remained in a deep unconsciousness, as if ensnared in an endless slumber. During this time, the farmer and Apo's wife was consumed with anxiety, fearing for Wenjie and Apo's well-being. In her distress, she promptly summoned the village doctor. The doctor examined Wenjie carefully, checking his pulse and peering into his eyelids. He then spoke in a calm manner, reassuring her that there was nothing serious. He had merely lost too much blood and would awaken after a good rest. This news eased the farmer's wife's worries slightly. On the fourth afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Wenjie's face. His eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. The farmer's wife was busy nearby and caught sight of Wenjie awakening, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Child, you are finally awake," she exclaimed. Rushing into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal for him, she skillfully killed a chicken, handling it with practiced ease, and hurried to the market to select the freshest vegetables. Before long, a table laden with delicious dishes was set before them. As they dined, the woman beamed with joy, frequently serving Wenjie with food. "Come, child, eat more meat," she urged. Startled by her generosity, Wenjie quickly waved his hands. No, I can serve myself." Observing his wife and Appo's delight, the farmer chuckled and said to Wenjie, "Hey, young man, you must stay here for a while longer. It brings my wife such joy." Wenjie smiled foolishly, overwhelmed with emotion, momentarily at a loss for words. Under their warm hospitality, Wenjie finished the comforting meal. Back in the temporary room, he lay on the bed, his mind racing. He calculated that given his precarious situation, this place could not be far from Jielong City. If his pursuers continued their chase, it would not be long before they discovered him here. It seemed he could not linger. Sighing, he contemplated his future plans and unknowingly drifted into slumber. Night fell, enveloping the village in a veil of tranquility. The moonlight flowed like water, spilling over the scattered rooftops and casting ethereal shadows. Occasionally, the distant sound of barking dogs pierced the stillness of the night. Flickering lights from a few households twinkled in the distance, warm yet faint. Wenjie was awakened from his dreams and sleepily followed the call to the dining table. As he ate, he keenly sensed the woman's troubled demeanor and asked with concern, "Auntie, what is wrong?" However, she seemed lost in her own world, not hearing his words, and continued to eat in silence. At that moment, the farmer sighed and said, "Did you not hear? News just arrived that the immortal sect is recruiting new disciples." "Recruiting disciples?" Wenjie inquired, puzzled. The farmer explained slowly, "The sect is called Luyun Pavilion, and they recruit new disciples once every 5 years. 5 years ago, during the last recruitment." As he spoke, the farmer's eyes glistened with tears, his voice choked with emotion. "Our only child. He was about your age then and was determined to cultivate immortality. No matter how we tried to dissuade him, he would not listen. So we could only silently support him. But what we never expected was that after he left, he never returned." Wenjie felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," he apologized. "It's all right, child. Just don't tread the same path again," the farmer replied. Hearing this, Wenjie fell into silence. He had finally embarked on the path of cultivation. Abandoning it was truly disheartening, especially since he had his own reasons to pursue it. Conflicted emotions swirled within him, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Returning to his room, Wenjie tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately made a decision. He quietly rose, using the faint moonlight to write a farewell letter on the table before slipping away unnoticed. He first made his way to the village entrance to carefully read the announcement regarding the recruitment of new disciples, confirming the location of Luyun Pavilion. Before turning around and striding away, not far from the village, Wenjie glanced back at the tranquil settlement and silently thought, perhaps leaving is a form of protection for them. He solemnly knelt 3 times before the farmer's house and resolutely turned away, walking towards the horizon. Just then, the farmer and his wife entered the room where Wenjie had slept and discovered the letter on the table. The sight of it brought tears to the woman's eyes, her cries shattering the night's stillness. Their child had similarly left without informing them years ago to take part in the cultivation examination, and now Wenjie's departure filled them with profound sorrow. The woman knelt, weeping, and prayed earnestly, "Heavenly Lord, please open your eyes. Grant protection to this good child, please." The farmer stood by, silently wiping his tears, his pipe now tasteless in his hands. Unbeknownst to Wenjie, his decision had already been discovered. As he made his way towards the direction of Luyun Pavilion, along the journey, he alternated between hurried strides and moments of practice in open spaces, executing his martial moves with vigor, sweat soaking his garments. At night, he sought a quiet spot to sit cross-legged and meditate, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon him. When hunger struck, he foraged for wild fruits to stave off his hunger, finding even the sour and unpalatable ones delightful. At times, he was fortunate enough to catch wild rabbits or mountain chickens, or to fish for plump fish by the stream, enjoying simple meals after minimal preparation. Unbeknownst to him, his wounds gradually healed. After approximately 18 days, Wenjie finally arrived near Luyun Pavilion. After inquiring, he learned that the recruitment ceremony would commence the following day, which brought him a sigh of relief. He settled on a nearby mountain, had a modest meal, and then rested to conserve his energy, preparing to present himself in the best condition for the recruitment ceremony. At this moment, Wenjie had undergone a significant transformation. His once fair complexion had turned to a healthy wheat color, radiating determination and vitality. He had grown taller, his posture more upright, exuding a newfound maturity and steadiness in his movements. As he began to cultivate, the aura surrounding him shifted from a once dim white to a profound white, a testament to his efforts and growth throughout his journey. Chapter 18. The annoying fellow. As the first light of dawn broke through the horizon, Wenjie awoke from his slumber. He swiftly turned over, tidied his attire, and brushed off the dust that had settled upon him. Grabbing the remnants of his provisions from the previous night, he took a few hasty bites accompanied by the refreshing Mountain Dew, before setting off in the direction of the Luoyuan Pavilion. Along the way, Wenjie was pleasantly surprised to discover that he was not alone in his aspiration to pursue the path of immortality. Many others shared the same dream. Despite the early hour, the road leading to Luoyuan Pavilion was already bustling with eager individuals. He could not help but ponder how magnificent the scene would be when the actual assessment commenced. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. And when Jie finally reached the summit, where the imposing entrance of Luoyuan Pavilion awaited him, gazing at the throng of people surrounding him, he could not suppress his astonishment. Observing the crowd, he noted the diversity in their attire, allowing him to infer their social standings in the mortal realm. Some were clad in opulent garments of fine fabric, adorned with intricate embroidery, clearly the offspring of wealthy families. Others wore patched and coarse linen, unmistakably hailing from humble farming backgrounds. The majority, however, donned simple yet clean attire, exuding an air of unpretentiousness. Time slipped away amidst the cacophony of chatter, and before long, the sun had risen high above. Suddenly, several figures soared in from the distance, landing gracefully upon a platform ahead. The sight ignited a spark of excitement and envy in the crowd. At the center stood a middle-aged man draped in a resplendent yellow robe, exuding an aura of authority that marked him as an elder. Flanking him were several disciples, each adorned in distinctive attire, perhaps representing different peaks of Luoyuan Pavilion. The elder stepped forward, raising his hand high, and the previously raucous crowd fell into a hush. Clearing his throat, his resonant voice echoed throughout the assembly. Greetings to all esteemed friends from afar. Good afternoon. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. He continued. I am Elder Mo Yin of the Outer Sect, and I shall preside over the entrance examination for new disciples of Luoyuan Pavilion. Without further ado, I hereby declare the examination officially commenced. As his words faded, applause thundered once more, and Elder Mo Yin chuckled heartily in satisfaction. Following this, a disciple stepped forward to announce the rules of the assessment. The examination consisted of 2 parts. The first was to ascend the distant mountain within a stipulated time frame, and the second involved entering the Luoyuan forest to hunt for demonic beasts. Upon hearing the second task, a chill ran through Wenjie's heart, conjuring vivid images of a farmer mourning the loss of a beloved child, and he silently reminded himself to proceed with utmost caution. Before long, the incense stick had burned down, and everyone positioned themselves for the race ahead. At that moment, Elder Mo Yin proclaimed, as long as you reach the summit of the opposite mountain before nightfall, you will pass. At his words, a wave of fervor surged through the crowd, invigorating them as if they had been struck by a bolt of enthusiasm. Wenjie gazed at the mountain peak across from him, contemplating that this task was undoubtedly designed to filter out those with true perseverance. With a signal given, the crowd surged forward like arrows released from their bows. Wenjie maintained a measured pace, not rushing to the front, for he understood that drawing too much attention could be detrimental. Hours passed, and the strength of the crowd began to wane. Their pace noticeably slowed, with many beginning to fall behind. For Wenjie, this was merely a warm-up, as he had endured countless long-distance pursuits during his days of being hunted. Ahead lay a steep incline that required both hands and feet to navigate. The previously robust throng of tens of thousands had dwindled to merely a few hundred before Wenjie. To avoid drawing attention, he feigned exhaustion, deliberately slowing his pace. Just as he was leisurely climbing, a man to his left suddenly lost his footing, flailing helplessly before plummeting downwards. Wenjie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against offering assistance. Instead, a man from behind rushed forward to help the fallen individual, his face etched with concern. This act of kindness garnered praise from those nearby, yet Wenjie remained indifferent. He took a moment to rest on a large rock, ensuring that he did not surpass those ahead of him. Soon enough, the kind-hearted man climbed up beside him. It was then that Wenjie discerned his features: thick brows, bright eyes, and sun-kissed skin, with a broad smile revealing a set of pearly whites. He appeared wholesome and amiable. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Wenjie felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart upon seeing him. Humph, how can you rest here, pretending to be oblivious while witnessing someone fall? Do you really think you deserve to pursue immortality? The man chastised, visibly dissatisfied. Wenjie felt irked by his words and retorted coldly, Are you finished? Ah, you? The man seemed taken aback by Wenjie's response, momentarily at a loss for words. Wenjie chose to ignore him and continued his ascent, inwardly mocking, kindness? In this realm of cultivation, it is a law of the jungle. As the sun began its descent, the once blazing orb now gracefully slid towards the west. The sunlight softened, casting a gentle orange hue across the sky. It sank slowly, painting the clouds in a breathtaking tapestry of evening glow, transitioning from orange to crimson, then to deep purple, a breathtaking spectacle. Wenjie continued his unhurried climb, noticing that those ahead had slowed considerably, prompting him to match their pace. Unexpectedly, the man from earlier caught up, panting, and exclaimed, Why are you still here? Someone like you should just perish. Wenjie shot him a glance of silence. The man, undeterred, continued to ramble, pushing Wenjie to his limits. Finally, unable to tolerate further, he kicked the man aside. Thankfully, He did not fall, but steadied himself on a nearby ledge. His face flushed with anger, the man scrambled to his feet, finger pointed accusingly at Wenjie. You heartless fiend. I just saved someone earlier, and yet you respond with such coldness. If I had the power, I would throw you off this cliff to see if you dare to be so arrogant again. His demeanor transformed dramatically, resembling a petulant child rather than the affable persona he had previously portrayed. Wenjie paid no heed to the stares of onlookers, focused solely on climbing. At that moment, a playful voice chimed in from the side. Hee, you are quite amusing. If it were me, I would have simply tossed him down to his demise. How irritating. Wenjie turned his head to find a girl in a pink outfit before him, with her playful twin ponytails swaying gently in the breeze. Her fair complexion was framed by a pair of sparkling, large eyes. A lively glimmer danced within her gaze, and beneath her prominent nose was a slightly upturned cherry-red mouth, adorned with two charming dimples when she smiled, rendering her utterly adorable and seemingly harmless. Talkative, Wenjie muttered irritably, dismissing her without a second thought, unaffected by her appearance. Ah, you. The girl pouted, feigning anger. Yet, she quickly covered her mouth, breaking into a mischievous grin, as if plotting something. Chapter 19. The second challenge. The mountain winds whipped up the sand and gravel, battering against the rock face. Wenjie's fingers, dangling precariously over the cliff's edge, suddenly slipped, causing beads of blood to seep from beneath his nails. Behind him, a woman's tinkling laughter mingled with the howling wind. Yet he clung desperately to the jutting rock, intentionally making his breaths heavy and labored. The cold sweat pooling in his palms left dark stains on the gray stone, while the rough ascent had scraped his knees, crimson trails seeping down his pant legs. Unbeknownst to him, twilight had already enveloped the mountainside. The last sliver of orange sun was devoured by the clouds, and the mist rising from the canyon gradually coalesced into a fine drizzle. By the time he finally reached the summit, the ancient bronze bell tolled its seventh chime. Moonlight poured down like mercury, illuminating the silhouettes of over 100 figures, some seated, others leaning. He blended into the crowd, resembling an inconspicuous pebble. Elder Mo Yin descended upon them like a wisp of flowing cloud, his dark robe embroidered with lightning patterns shimmering coldly in the moonlight. With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded attention, his voice laced with authority. The time has come. Those who have not reached the summit shall be deemed eliminated. As his words echoed, anguished cries began to resonate along the mountain path. A few mud-streaked figures clung desperately to the wild grass at the cliff's edge, and upon seeing the crowd at the peak, they collapsed in despair onto the muddy ground. Elder, please show mercy. A hoarse shout shattered the silence. Wenjie turned towards the sound, spotting a youth clad in patchwork kneeling on the gravel, blood oozing from his knee and staining his gray cloth. The boy's neck was taut with blue veins, murky tears mingling with the mud, and he clutched a half-eaten piece of dried food tightly to his chest. Elder Mo Yan's brow furrowed like ice, and his disciple stepped forward. Drawing his sword 3 inches from its sheath, the trial's ironclad rules cannot be altered. Retreat at once. To everyone's astonishment, the boy suddenly banged his forehead against the stone slab, blood trickling forth. My mother is gravely ill. I must learn to save her. The summit fell into a heavy silence, only the soft patter of rain against the leaves breaking the stillness. Just as the elder's expression darkened further, a transcendent voice resonated from the heavens. In that case, let this precedent be broken. Elder Mo Yin trembled violently, bowing 3 times towards the northwest, startling the night owls perched upon the mountainside. The crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs. Some clenched their fists in secret, others scoffed derisively, and a few even spat chewed roots at the boy's feet. Wenjie shifted half a step aside, shielding the boy in the shadows, whispering, "Straighten your back. The true journey has just begun." The boy looked up abruptly, astonished and grateful. At that moment, a silvery laugh chimed from behind. I never would have guessed that the cold-faced gentleman possesses a heart of compassion. The woman in red had drawn near, her golden bells jingling softly, scattering shards of light in the night. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling, and leaned close to Wenjie's ear. That thank you just gave, was it meant for me? Her melodious laughter, akin to the sound of precious jade clashing, startled a few nightingales into flight. In the distance, a towering figure loomed in the shadows, gripping a wine gourd tightly, his fingers cracking ominously. His gaze, sharp as poisoned arrows, was fixed intently upon Wenjie. At that moment, Wenjie followed the throng into the second challenge venue. The scent of decaying leaves mingled with the stench of beasts assaulted his senses. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sun, slicing the moonlight into fragmented silver patches. Withered vines coiled around the trunks like giant serpents, and dark red stains on the broken branches glimmered eerily in the night. Occasionally, the haunting call of a night owl echoed, sending a shiver through the leaves. As Wenjie ascended the century-old cypress, he heard rustling from the underbrush. In the dim moonlight, he caught sight of a shadow frantically digging in the dirt, drool dripping from its fangs and mixing with the earth. The robust figure and its swishing short tail unmistakably belonged to a wild boar. He held his breath and sharpened a branch, but just as he leapt down, he realized with horror that the creature's glowing green eyes were those of a mutated gray wolf. The wolf's claws grazed past his ear as he rolled into the thicket, Suddenly, a cacophony of wolf howls erupted around him, and he then recognized the pungent scent of blood in the air. Under the moonlight, dozens of green eyes flickered like ghostly flames. In a frenzy, he dashed forward, his clothing torn by thorns, cold sweat mingling with rainwater soaking his inner garments. When he clambered awkwardly up another massive tree, the wolf pack had already encircled the base. The lead wolf howled at the sky, the sound piercing his eardrums. Moonlight filtered through the branches, casting the wolf's shadow onto his trembling fingertips. The shifting shadows resembled the nightmares that haunted his memories. The mountain wind swept past him, carrying the stench of blood as he dug his fingers into the rough bark. Cold sweat mingled with dew, trickling down his wrist and onto his chest. The wolves below growled rhythmically, their figures prowling beneath the moonlight, their crimson tongues slathering over their fangs with a wet sound. He could even see the recent wound on the leading wolf's ear, dark red scabs glimmering ominously in the night. Suddenly, the wolves perked up, their green eyes turning in unison towards the left thicket. As the branches thrashed violently, a pink figure stumbled forth, crying out for help. "Save me!" The clear voice, tinged with desperation, startled the night owls from their perches. Wen Jie's heart jolted. The delicate pink dress mirrored that of a girl he had seen days prior at the market. The wolf pack, catching the scent of fresh prey, erupted into frenzied howls and lunged towards the girl. In her panic, she drew a soft sword from her waist, its blade reflecting the moonlight with a chilling gleam. As the tip sliced through the first wolf's neck, 3 rings of pale golden light flared around her, rippling outward like waves. She was indeed a master of the third realm. Wen Jie gasped in astonishment, yet more wolves surged from all directions, their fangs poised to shred the girl's skirt. Suddenly, she looked up, her clear eyes locking with Wen Jie's. A smile danced at the corners of her lips, and the sword's light surged dramatically, cleaving through the wolf ranks like a silver dragon emerging from the depths. Using the rebound of her sword's force, she lightly stepped onto a wolf's back, effortlessly leaping to the branch just below Wen Jie. "It's really you," she exclaimed, her hairpin swaying with her movements. Strands of hair brushing against Wen Jie's hand, fragrant with the faintest hint of jasmine. Just then, a deep rumble resonated from the ground. A colossal wolf, standing half a man's height, slowly emerged, its azure vertical pupils swirling with a bloodthirsty gleam. Its neck fur bristled as if stirred by an unseen wind, and a white orb of light coalesced in its mouth, growing larger and brighter, blinding to the eye. "Be careful." Wen Jie instinctively grasped the girl's wrist, yanking her backward just as the beam of light grazed her clothing. Under the moonlight, a massive tear ripped through the girl's pink garment, revealing her flawless skin that glimmered like pearls in the night. Wen Jie hastily turned his head away, his throat tightening as his face flushed. "Rogue." The girl hastily shielded herself with leaves, her voice laced with indignation yet tinged with a hint of shyness. As she resecured her sword, the tassels at her waist fell precisely where Wen Jie had grasped, carrying a trace of warmth. "That is the Wolf King." Wen Jie forced himself to remain composed, his gaze fixed on the massive wolf pacing below. If he could slay it, the pack would surely scatter. As he outlined his strategy, the girl suddenly seized his sleeve, a warmth radiating through the fabric. "You are only at the first realm." Before she could finish, she quickly released her grip, a suspicious flush creeping up her ears. As Wen Jie leapt down with a dagger, he caught a glimpse of concern flickering in her eyes. Upon landing, he found himself surrounded by dozens of wolf eyes, the stench of blood overpowering. The Wolf King unleashed a deafening roar, a surge of white light erupting around it. Its once gray fur transformed into a dazzling silver under the moonlight, and the wound on its belly healed at an alarming rate. "Beware!" The maiden's cry was drowned by the howls of the wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King lunged towards him, and Wen Jie raised his dagger in defense. The immense force of the impact hurled him against the ancient tree behind him. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat as he struggled to rise, only to witness the girl darting into the midst of the wolves like a streak of pink lightning. Wherever her sword's radiance reached, droplets of blood splattered like rain. "Do not resist." She steadied Wen Jie's faltering form, the warmth radiating from her palm, rendering him momentarily dazed. As the Wolf King launched another assault, Wen Jie caught a glimpse of resoluteness in the girl's eyes. 3 rings of light suddenly swelling, the brilliance emanating from her sword nearly piercing the night veil. Chapter 20. The Lament of the Silver Wolf. The silver light surrounding the Wolf King surged dramatically, nearly blinding Wen Jie. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, only to witness the grotesque wound on the creature's abdomen healing at a visible pace, its grayish-white fur transforming into a dazzling silver hue. It was evolving. The girl in the pink skirt gasped in shock, her soft sword snapping straight with tension. They had to stop it immediately. Wen Jie swallowed the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, gripping his dagger tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. The spiritual energy of a mere first-tier body was dwindling like a parched riverbed, yet there was no retreat now. The Wolf King howled to the heavens, the sound reverberating through the trees, sending leaves fluttering to the ground. Its eerie blue slit pupils locked onto the two of them as its forepaws clawed at the earth. sending a spray of dirt into the air. When Jie felt the last remnants of his spiritual energy draining rapidly, the gash on his back burning with excruciating pain. I'll hold it off. You find the chance to strike its left eye. The girl commanded firmly without turning her head, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. For there lay an old injury. Before he could respond, she leaped down. The radiance of her sword cascaded like a galaxy, carving a path through the pack of wolves. 3 faint halos of light circled around her. This was the unique cloud and mist technique of the Lu Yun Pavilion, which Wen Jie had seen their disciples demonstrate in the marketplace. Gritting his teeth, he slid down the tree trunk. Upon landing, 3 gray wolves bared their fangs and lunged at him. He sidestepped the first, plunging his dagger forcefully into the throat of the second. Warm wolf blood splattered across his face, its stench overwhelming. The claws of the third wolf raked across his back, the agony causing Wen Jie to momentarily lose his vision. As he stumbled to turn, the Wolf King had already breached the girl's sword net and was charging straight at him. Time seemed to freeze. When Jie beheld the Wolf King's gaping maw, its fangs dripping with remnants of flesh, he could smell the mingling scent of blood and the herbal essence emanating from the girl. His heart thundered like a drum in his chest. Be careful. The girl's voice pierced through the tension. In that moment of life and death, an unfamiliar surge of spiritual energy erupted from Wen Jie's dantian. This power was as pure as fresh snow, yet carried a chilling intensity. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and the white energy shot forth from his fingertips, coalescing into 3 ice spikes in midair. Thud, thud, thud. The ice spikes accurately pierced the Wolf King's left eye. The beast let out a haunting wail. Yet its assault showed no signs of abating. Wen Jie rolled desperately. A second wave of white energy erupted uncontrollably from his palm, transforming into a sweeping blade of light. A howl resonated as the Wolf King's forepaw was severed at the wrist, dark red blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yet its ferocity intensified. The remaining eye glinted with malevolence as it unleashed a silver wave of energy from its jaws. Wen Jie had no time to evade. Raising his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself, the white energy instinctively formed a protective barrier, but it shattered upon impact. He was flung backward, crashing heavily against a tree trunk, spitting out blood. Get out of the way. The pink figure darted past like a startled phoenix. The girl's sword tip, aglow with a dense white light, transformed her into a comet that pierced through the Wolf King's gaping maw, emerging from the nape of its neck. The Wolf King stood frozen, emitting a ghastly gurgle from its throat. As the girl withdrew her sword, its massive body collapsed to the ground, its silver fur rapidly dulling to a lifeless gray. The remaining wolves whimpered in terror, tails tucked as they scattered in all directions. Wen Jie leaned against the tree, attempting to rise, but found the backlash of the white energy was severe. His meridians felt as though pierced by countless icy needles, each breath tainted with the taste of blood. He slid down to the ground, his vision beginning to blur. You. The girl's voice faded in and out. Through the haze, he saw her crouching before him, her pink skirt stained with wolf blood. What was that technique just now? Wen Jie shook his head. Each word felt like swallowing shards of glass. I don't know. Occasionally. Suddenly, her cool fingers pressed against his wrist. The girl frowned deeply. Your spiritual energy is out of control. Your meridians are damaged. She retrieved a blue pill from a pouch at her waist. The clear meridian pill from Lu Yun Pavilion, capable of temporarily stabilizing injuries. As she brought the pill to his lips, Wen Jie turned his face away. The girl scoffed. Afraid I poisoned it? Without further ado, she pinched his chin and forced the pill into his mouth. The bitterness exploded on his tongue, quickly transforming into a soothing chill that coursed through his entire being. To his astonishment, the stabbing pain in his meridians began to diminish. He looked up to express his gratitude, only to find the girl had turned her back, adjusting her clothing. The pink outer garment had been torn open by the Wolf King's claws, revealing the pristine white lining beneath. Wen Jie hurriedly averted his gaze but caught a glimpse of pale skin. His ears flushed red as he recalled his earlier impulsive action of seizing her wrist. Feeling even more embarrassed. Have you seen enough? The girl's voice cut through the air, colder than the white energy. If you dare mention this again, I'll gouge out your eyes. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the trees, illuminating her taut profile. In the shadow cast by her eyelashes, Wen Jie distinctly noticed a hint of suspicious redness. I apologize, he stammered, propping himself against the tree to stand. Thank you for the medicine. The girl huffed lightly, her sword tip poking at the Wolf King's corpse as she inspected it. Strange, there's an ominous energy within this creature. She extracted a dark red crystal from the Wolf King's heart, confirming it was artificially catalyzed. Wen Jie furrowed his brow. A mutated wolf pack, dark red crystals, and direct investigation by the Lu Yun Pavilion disciples. This second trial likely concealed a far greater conspiracy. Just as he was about to inquire further, the distant sound of a bell echoed. The trial grounds had officially commenced. The girl pocketed the crystal and turned towards a narrow path through the forest. If you wish to live, follow me. Wen Jie hesitated for a moment, then limped after her. They walked in tandem, maintaining a distance of at least 10 feet apart. The morning breeze dissipated the scent of blood, yet it could not dissipate the awkwardness lingering in the air. What is your name? As they reached a stream, the girl suddenly halted. Wen Jie, I didn't ask you. Without turning her head, she cupped water to wash her face, merely informing him. We will temporarily cease hostilities until we uncover the truth behind the wolf pack's anomalies. Water droplets cascaded down her delicate jawline, washing away the bloodstains. Wenjie then noticed a shallow scar on her left cheek, as if from a branch's scrape. I have no objections. He squatted downstream to wash his hands, deliberately avoiding the spot she had just cleaned. But it's surprising that a disciple of Lu Yun Pavilion would act alone. The girl paused mid-motion, water splashing onto Wenjie's face. What concern is that of yours? She stood up, her damp fingers resting on the hilt of her sword. Remember, if you dare speak of what just transpired. I saw nothing. Wenjie hastily interjected, but his urgency caused him to choke, turning his face beet red. The corners of the girl's mouth twitched, as if suppressing a laugh. She turned to the opposite bank, her pink skirt brushing against the wildflowers by the stream. If you dawdle any longer, you and Appos, LL lose your chance at the trial. As Wenjie caught up, he noticed her gait was slightly limping. The right leg of her boot bore a tear, faintly revealing blood. He contemplated warning her but feared being deemed a lecher, thus remaining silent and trailing behind. The sunlight elongated their shadows, yet they maintained a distinct distance from one another. Behind them, on a distant mountaintop, a towering figure coldly observed everything. The long blade at his waist glinting ominously in the morning light. Chapter 21. The breaking of night in the moonlight. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem as if it could drip with moisture. When Jie traversed the dense forest of towering ancient trees alone, the dry leaves rustling beneath his feet, each step taken with utmost caution. Since parting ways with the girl in the pink dress, he had deliberately avoided all other trial participants. Crowded places often signified trouble, an exposure of the uncontrollable white spiritual power within him. In the second round of trials, one was to hunt beasts for points. He murmured to himself, his fingertips gently caressing the short dagger at his waist. The blade was icy, glinting with a cold light under the moon. He had seized this dagger from an assailant, the hilt still retaining a faint scent of blood. Wen Jie looked up at the night sky. The stars were obscured by the dense canopy, revealing only scattered glimmers. He estimated the time remaining, less than a day until the trial concluded. He needed to seize the moment to hunt more beasts, while simultaneously he touched his chest, where a dark red crystal stone, extracted from the Wolf King, lay hidden. To this day, its mysteries remained elusive. Suddenly, a piercing beast roar echoed from afar, followed by the thunderous sound of falling trees. Wen Jie frowned and turned toward the noise, only to see a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Faint fluctuations of spiritual power detectable. Someone was battling? He hesitated momentarily before deciding to circumvent the area. The trial grounds of the flowing cloud pavilion were fraught with danger. Approaching an unknown battlefield recklessly would only heighten the risks. Moreover, what he needed most now was solitude to study the increasingly restless white spiritual power within him. However, at the very moment he turned, a foul wind surged from behind. Wen Jie's hair stood on end, and he instinctively rolled to the side. Boom. A shadow brushed past his shoulder, its sharp claws gouging deep furrows into the ground. He looked up to meet a pair of blood-red beast eyes, the iron-backed demon ape. This creature towered 2 men high, its iron gray fur thick as armor, fangs bared, drool dripping from its maw, corroding the ground into small pits. Most alarming was the old scar over its left eye, a testament to countless battles endured. Poisonous drool demon ape. When Jie's pupils constricted, quickly distancing himself. This was one of the beasts that ordinary practitioners most dreaded encountering. Not only was its hide tough and resilient, but its claws were also venomous. More troubling was the fact that such beasts often had a modicum of intelligence. The demon ape let out a low growl, its powerful forelimbs thumping against its chest, producing a dull thud. It did not immediately attack but circled around Wen Jie slowly, its cunning eyes glinting with malice. Wen Jie noticed it was guarding its abdomen with its right paw. There lay an incompletely healed wound. It is testing me. Wen Jie's heart sank. This beast actually understood tactics. He quietly mobilized his spiritual power, noting that after several skirmishes, his reserves were dwindling. Worse still, that white spiritual power began to stir restlessly in his meridians, akin to an untamed wild horse. The demon ape suddenly lunged. It propelled itself off the ground, its massive body hurtling toward Wen Jie like a cannonball, claws aimed straight for his throat. Wen Jie had anticipated this. He crouched low, his dagger sweeping horizontally, the blade slicing through the demon ape's abdomen. Sizzle! The blade grated against its hide, igniting a flurry of sparks. Such tough skin. Wen Jie cursed under his breath, retreating hastily. The demon ape roared in pain, its fury igniting, fist pounding the ground and cracking the earth, sending leaves spiraling. Wen Jie seized the opportunity to leap onto a tree branch, surveying the ferocious beast below. The demon ape could not climb trees, but its explosive power was formidable. A reckless descent would likely result in severe injury. He took a deep breath, gathering white spiritual power at his fingertips, transforming it into 3 ice spikes, which he launched toward the demon ape and Appos' eyes. Thud, thud. 2 ice spikes were swatted away by the demon ape's flailing arms, but the third pierced precisely into its left eye. The demon ape howled in agony, thrashing its head violently, blood spraying. An opportunity. Wen Jie leaped down, driving his dagger into the demon ape's nape. Sizzle! The blade sank 3 inches into flesh but became ensnared by the beast's muscles. He had no time to withdraw the dagger as the demon ape retaliated with a grab. In a frantic motion, he raised his arm to block. Being hurled through the air by its immense strength, his back crashing against a tree trunk, a metallic sweetness flooding his throat. Coffee spat out a mouthful of blood. Darkness swirling before his eyes. The demon ape roared menacingly, its single eye filled with rage. Wenjie could smell the putrid stench from its breath. Witnessing the remnants of flesh clinging to its fangs, this beast had recently feasted. In this life and death moment, Wenjie's spiritual power surged violently within him, gritting his teeth. He scrambled to his feet, white spiritual power churning violently in his palm, yet fluctuating erratically due to his clogged meridians. Damn cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he fixed his gaze upon the demon ape. The demon ape lunged once more. Wenjie rolled sharply to the side, simultaneously extending his right hand like a claw, aiming for the beast's old wound. Thrust. His fingers pierced through flesh, white spiritual power flooding in like a chilling tide. The demon ape stiffened, then let out a wretched shriek as its blood froze under the onslaught of spiritual energy. Seizing the moment, Wenjie withdrew his dagger and decapitated the demon ape. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The demon ape's body began to cool, yet his palm still tingled with remnants of white spiritual power. This time, the flow was significantly smoother than before, but he still could not achieve complete control. After resting for a moment, Wenjie began to search the demon ape's lair. Such beasts often collected spiritual items. Perhaps he would discover something worthwhile. Sure enough, within the tree hollow where the demon ape resided, he uncovered several luminous stones and a few medicinal herbs. Just as he prepared to depart, a waft of enchanting fragrance caught his attention. Parting the underbrush, he beheld a pure white spiritual herb swaying gently in the moonlight, cold marrow herb. Wenjie's eyes brightened. This herb was the primary ingredient in the concoction of breakthrough pills, immensely beneficial to practitioners of ordinary flesh. He approached cautiously, ensuring the surroundings were safe before reaching out to pluck it. The herb felt icy to the touch, its chilling aura seeping into his meridians. Without hesitation, Wenjie sat cross-legged and ingested the cold marrow herb. In an instant, a wave of cold energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his limbs. He let out a muffled groan as frost formed on his skin, yet the spiritual power within him surged like a torrent, battering against the blockages in his meridians. Break! He exclaimed, and his spiritual energy exploded dramatically, white luminescence radiating outward, sending leaves swirling into the air. He had ascended to the second realm of ordinary flesh, success. Wenjie opened his eyes, the brilliance within them now tempered. He clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual power within him was several times more robust than before, and his command over the white spiritual energy was now far more adept. Yet, curiously, when he attempted to harness more of the white spiritual power, a sudden stab of pain shot through his chest. The dark red crystal was growing hot. Wenjie rose, gazing into the depths of the forest. For some reason, he felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows, pricking at his back. Who? He called out coldly, positioning his dagger across his chest. The forest lay silent, only the night wind whispering through the leaves. Was it an illusion? Wenjie frowned, but his vigilance remained unwavering. He quickly stowed away the valuable materials from the demon ape, including its fangs, suitable for crafting artifacts, and a few bones imbued with spiritual energy. Just as he prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a series of footprints on the ground, footprints not his own. They were deep, indicating a robust figure. And they stopped just 10 paces from where he had recently broken through. Wenjie's heart raced. Someone had witnessed his entire breakthrough. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, suddenly noticing a gnarled tree trunk not far off, marked with a grotesque wolf head, a mark identical to the patterns on the crystal taken from the Wolf King by that girl in the pink dress. This is before he could ponder further. A sudden long howl resonated from afar. The spiritual power emanating from that sound indicated a master of at least the third realm of ordinary flesh. He dared not linger, hastily retreating in the opposite direction. In the shadows of the distant trees, a towering figure slowly clenched his fist, the knuckles emitting a series of ominous cracks. Cold marrow grass. The imposing silhouette murmured, jealousy igniting in his eyes. How could such a mere mortal, a being of the lowest realm, be worthy of such a spiritual treasure? He fixated on the retreating figure of Wenjie, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. By noon tomorrow, you shall understand what true power entails. Bathed in moonlight, one could discern a grotesque scar etched across his face, stretching from his left eye to the corner of his mouth. A gourd of wine hung from his waist, inscribed with the words Bloodwolf. Most alarming was the dark red crystal gripped tightly in his right palm, identical to the one nestled in Wenjie's embrace, yet vastly larger in size. Chapter 22. The Tragedy of the Bloodwolf Under the Blazing Sun. The sweltering heat distorted the air. Wenjie leaned against a charred ancient tree, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the dark red crystal. Since breaking through to the second realm of the mortal body last night, this crystal, taken from the Wolf King, had been radiating heat, pulsating in his embrace as if it possessed a life of its own. Just half a day more, he murmured to himself, when suddenly his pupils constricted. A shadow descended from the sky. Wenjie instinctively rolled away, the ancient tree he had been leaning against crashing down with a thunderous roar, snapped in half. Amidst the flying wood chips, a towering figure slowly rose. It was a man with a grotesque scar on his face, his right eye gleaming with an unnatural bloodlust. His bare torso covered with eerie red patterns. I and Oppos, V found you, the scarred man rasped, his voice deep and gravelly, like sandpaper scraping against stone. Hand over the cold morsel grass. Without a word, Wenjie unleashed his internal spiritual force. A brilliant white light coalesced in his palm, transforming into 3 ice spikes that shot forth. The scarred man smirked coldly, showing no intention of evading. The ice spikes abruptly halted just inches from his body, then shattered with a crack. Wenjie's heart sank. This external projection of spiritual power was a skill only achievable at the pinnacle of the third realm of the mortal body. Is that all you and Oppos, V got? The scarred man advanced slowly, leaving burning footprints with each step. Let me see what makes your white spiritual energy so special. Before he finished speaking, his form suddenly blurred. Wenjie felt a flash before his eyes, then a heavy blow struck his chest, sending him crashing through several small trees before he finally came to a halt. A metallic taste filled his mouth as blood trickled from the corner. Too slow. The scarred man's voice echoed from all directions, as if a multitude of them were speaking simultaneously. Wenjie gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain, his white spiritual energy coursing rapidly through his meridians. Suddenly, he heard a slicing sound behind him. He ducked just in time as a sweeping kick grazed his scalp, the wind from it stinging his cheek. Counterattack. A short blade flashed silver, but only struck air. He felt a sharp pain in his back as 5 claw marks appeared on his skin. Wenjie stifled a groan, his white spiritual energy flowing over the wound, barely halting the bleeding. Interesting healing ability. The scarred man's voice came from various directions. But how many times can you heal? Wenjie held his breath and concentrated, suddenly thrusting a blade into the empty space to his right. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal rang out as the scarred man revealed himself, his fingertip meeting the blade's edge. Not bad, he grinned, but then his other hand tightened around Wenjie's throat. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. The sensation of suffocation washed over Wenjie, his vision turning black. He struggled desperately, his white spiritual energy surging within him, yet he could not escape the iron grip. Let it end this way, the scarred man whispered close to his ear, his other hand slowly rising, a chilling crimson light gathering at his fingertip. At that moment of life and death, the crystal in Wenjie's possession suddenly exploded. Countless red lights slithered out like venomous snakes, entwining with his white spiritual energy. Agonizing pain engulfed his body, as if his meridians were being torn apart. Yet amidst the suffering, an unprecedented power began to awaken. What? The scarred man recoiled in shock. Wenjie floated in midair, his eyes completely filled with white light. Complex patterns emerged beneath his skin, intertwining white spiritual energy and red light, forming a vortex around him. The vegetation within a Tinjong radius instantly frosted over, only to be immediately vaporized by intense heat. The scarred man's expression turned grave as he quickly formed hand seals. Blood-red spiritual energy coalesced before him into a massive shield, a grotesque wolf's head pattern materializing upon its surface. Boom. Wenjie charged like a meteor, his fist colliding with the blood shield, producing a deafening sound. The shockwave swept through the area, uprooting trees. The surface of the blood shield cracked but ultimately withstood the deadly blow. Is that all? The scarred man laughed maniacally, the blood shield morphing into countless sharp spikes aimed at Wenjie. Without flinching, Wenjie crossed his arms over his chest. The instant the spikes pierced his body, his white spiritual energy surged, freezing and shattering all the blood spikes. He stepped forward, the ground fracturing beneath him, and delivered a second punch aimed at the scarred man's face. The scarred man hastily raised his arms to block, but with a sickening crack, his bones shattered. He howled in agony, retreating, fear finally dawning in his eyes. Impossible. What power is this? Wenjie offered no reply. In fact, he was too consumed by the turmoil within him to respond. The clash between white spiritual energy and red light raged fiercely inside him, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. He could only rely on instinct to continue his assault. The scarred man bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The blood mist coalesced into countless fine needles, raining down upon Wenjie. Simultaneously, he retreated to create distance. Wenjie pressed his palms together, a white light curtain unfurling before him. The blood needles struck the curtain, sounding like rain hitting banana leaves. Suddenly, a small crack appeared in the curtain. The scarred man seized the opportunity to surge forward, bloodied hand aiming for Wenjie's heart. In a split second, Wenjie sidestepped, allowing the blow to land on his shoulder instead. With the sound of cracking bones, his right hand clamped down on the scarred man's wrist like a vice. I've got you now. Wenjie's voice turned unfamiliar and icy. White spiritual energy surged into the scarred man's body through the point of contact. The latter screamed in terror, his meridians feeling as though they were pierced by 1,000 icy needles. He struggled desperately but could not break free. No, the scarred man gazed in horror as his arm began to freeze, the chill rapidly spreading throughout his body. Wenjie's left hand morphed into a claw, aiming for the man's throat. In a last-ditch effort, the scarred man jerked his neck, allowing the claw to only tear away a chunk of flesh. He kicked Wenjie in the abdomen, using the momentum to escape. Both men staggered back, panting heavily. Half of the scarred man's body was now covered in frost. His movements noticeably slowed. Wenjie was not in a much better state. The internal conflict of white spiritual energy and red light caused blood to seep from his orifices. It seems you won't last much longer either, the scarred man sneered, wiping the blood from his mouth. How about we? Before he could finish, Wenjie charged again. This time, his speed was greater, his strength more formidable. The scarred man scrambled to defend himself, but he found himself utterly unable to keep pace. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive punches struck the scarred man's chest, causing him to spew blood. He staggered back, despair finally showing in his eyes. Wenjie offered no respite, delivering a final punch that pierced through the man's chest. The scarred man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the gaping wound in his torso. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but only coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Wenjie knelt, gasping for breath. The 2 opposing forces within him began to wane, and the pain threatened to render him unconscious. Trembling, he rose to his feet. Gazing at the lifeless body of the scarred man, devoid of triumph, only filled with profound bewilderment. What exactly is this crystal? In the distance, the bell signaling the end of the trial rang out. Wenjie wiped the blood from his mouth and departed without looking back. Chapter 23, The Final Trial and a New Journey Under the Scorching Blaze of the Sun. The trial grounds resembled a massive iron pot being roasted over an open flame. Waves of heat rolling through the air, suffocating in their intensity. Over 3,800 disciples who had successfully passed the assessment arrived one after another, turning the trial grounds into a bustling throng, filled with a cacophony of voices that echoed deafeningly. The disciples grouped themselves in clusters of 3 or 5, some engaging in animated discussions about their harrowing experiences during the assessment, while others excitedly speculated about the impending journey into the world of cultivation. Each face radiated a blend of pride and anticipation. Elder Mo Yin, with a composed and vigorous stride, ascended the high platform, clad in a flowing black robe. His countenance was stern, and his gaze conveyed an undeniable authority. As he settled into position, a hush fell over the crowd, and the disciples straightened their backs, holding their breaths in attentive silence. The recent assessment had been exceedingly brutal. Elder Mo Yin and Appo's voice, deep and resonant, reverberated through the air above the trial grounds. Each word carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens. 40,000 disciples participated in this trial, enduring numerous tribulations, and now, fewer than 4,000 remain. The path of cultivation has never been a smooth one. It is fraught with thorns and obstacles. Only those with unwavering resolve and extraordinary strength can continue onward through this treacherous journey. The crowd felt a chill run through them, acutely aware of the arduous nature of the path they had chosen. A disciple clad in gray hurriedly leapt onto the stone platform, holding a roster and announcing loudly, "Now, I shall declare the rules following your induction. Outer disciples are required to undertake various menial tasks daily and participate in the foundational affairs of the sect, while diligently striving to complete their cultivation assignments. There will be a rigorous assessment each month. Only those who excel may be promoted to the inner sect. Inner disciples will receive focused training and engage deeply in the significant matters of the sect. Remember, the rules are strict. Any laxity is unacceptable, and you must cultivate diligently." After outlining the regulations, the disciple in gray took a deep breath and raised his voice. "Next, I shall announce the list of disciples who have successfully advanced to the inner sect." His voice resounded like thunder, igniting a wave of anticipation through the crowd. Ears perked up as everyone listened intently, brimming with excitement. "Lin Yuan," the gray-robed disciple called out first. A young woman in white gracefully stepped forward, bowing slightly with an elegant smile before turning to depart. As the names continued to be announced, successful disciples approached one after another, their faces glowing with exhilaration and pride, drawing gasps of admiration and envy from the crowd. Ning Yiru. When this melodious name rang out, a ripple of excitement surged through the throng. A girl dressed in a delicate pink gown approached with light steps, her face adorned with an appropriate smile, exuding an air of innate nobility and confidence. Unlike the other successful candidates, Ning Yiru and Appo's exceptional talent and performance had earned her immediate elevation to the inner sect. Freed from the burdens of menial tasks, she resided in a tranquil area dedicated to inner disciples, surrounded by pavilions and lush greenery, a haven of serenity. Each day, she devoted herself to mastering the advanced techniques of the sect, receiving careful guidance from the elders, and engaging in profound discussions on the intricacies of cultivation with her fellow inner disciples. Her life diverged starkly from that of the outer disciples, with scarcely any intersection. Once the list of inner disciples was concluded, the gray-robed disciple continued, "Outer disciples, although you currently stand at the grassroots level of the sect, there will be many opportunities for advancement to the inner sect as long as you commit to your cultivation. Now, based on your assessment results and performances, I shall announce your designated assignments." Wenjie listened anxiously, silently praying for a favorable placement. At last, he heard his name, Wenjie, Qingmu Peak. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Qingmu Peak was known as the primary hub for outer disciples, laden with heavy workloads and scarce resources. Yet, he understood that this was the reality of his circumstances and that only through hard work could he hope for change. Following this, Wenjie joined the throng heading toward Qingmu Peak. The elder responsible for distributing supplies, his expression grave, glanced at Wenjie with a hint of disdain, brusquely stating, "This will be your dwelling from now on. Work hard and do not slack off." Wenjie accepted the rusted axe and a tattered straw hat assigned to him, feeling a mix of resignation and acceptance of his fate. The quarters he received were woefully inadequate. The rickety wooden door seemed ready to collapse with the slightest gust of wind, and the latch had long since loosened. Upon entering, a musty odor assaulted his senses. Inside, there was but a creaky wooden bed, its slats gaping so wide that one might easily catch a foot, a table missing a leg, propped up awkwardly on stones, threatening to collapse at any moment, and a tattered mat in the corner, exuding a musty scent, serving as a makeshift mattress. With a resigned sigh, Wenjie picked up his meager tools to begin repairs on the door. He fashioned a makeshift latch from a piece of uneven bamboo, binding it with coarse grass rope. While the door remained decrepit, it at least provided some semblance of shelter from the elements. At dawn, before the sun had risen, the distant sound of roosters crowing was soon followed by the resonant chime of the assembly bell echoing across Qingmu Peak. Wenjie hurriedly donned his coarse garments and joined the bustling crowd heading to their work site. The elder in charge of task allocation handed him a hoe with a curt command: "Go to the west slope and clear the weeds. You must return before sunset. If you don and oppose, finish, your stipend will be docked." The weeds on the west slope grew abundantly, a verdant sea sprawling before him. Bent over, Wenjie toiled with determination. Sweat soon soaking his coarse garments as the unforgiving sun beat down mercilessly, the perspiration streaming down his face and evaporating almost instantly upon hitting the ground. By midday, the sun hung high in the sky, causing dizziness from the oppressive heat. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Wenjie and Apos' legs, each step becoming increasingly laborious. He glanced around. Some disciples had completed portions of their tasks and were resting, while others persisted, their movements slow but unwavering. As evening approached, Wenjie's legs trembled beneath him like leaves in a storm, nearly unable to move, dragging his weary body back to his dwelling. He consumed a meager amount of dry rations before collapsing onto the rickety wooden bed, too exhausted even to wash up. The moonlight spilled into the courtyard, cold and solitary. Wenjie gazed at the dark red crystal in his hand, lost in contemplation, ever since absorbing its power during the assessment. He felt as if he were carrying a ticking time bomb within him. His internal energy often spiraled into chaos, leaving him in a constant state of alarm. During these arduous days, the patched youth, Taizhu, also triumphed in the assessment, becoming an outer disciple. Taizhu was assigned to a dwelling adjacent to Wenjie. One day, Taizhu visited Wenjie's quarters, holding a tattered cloth bag. With a hint of shyness, he handed the bag over. Grinning to reveal his somewhat crooked teeth, "Wenjie, this is the baked cake my mother left for me. Here, have a taste." Wenjie gratefully accepted the cake, preparing to express his gratitude, but Taizhu waved him off, saying, "Wenjie, no need for formality. During the first trial, it was thanks to you that I found clarity and insight. Consider this cake a small token of my appreciation." Once, during the initial assessment, Taizhu found himself lost in confusion. It was a serendipitous act by Wenjie that illuminated his path, leading to profound realizations within his heart. After sharing this, Taizhu departed swiftly, engaging in little conversation with Wenjie. Although both resided in the same courtyard thereafter, their interactions remained sparse. Taizhu immersed himself in personal cultivation. Clad in a tattered garment adorned with numerous patches, each day he would rise early to labor, and upon completing his tasks, he would quietly retreat to a secluded corner, diligently practicing the foundational techniques imparted by his sect. His right arm was still wrapped in a blood-stained cloth, a remnant of the injury sustained during the assessment. Though it had scabbed over, it remained somewhat cumbersome in movement. Meanwhile, Wenjie, after fulfilling his demanding menial duties, devoted himself to exploring the spiritual energy that coursed within him. He kept a dark red crystal close at hand, hoping to discover a means to harness the power within. Days unfolded in a relentless cycle of toil and struggle. Life on Qingmu Peak was arduous, yet Wenjie harbored an unwavering desire for strength. He understood that only through relentless self-improvement could he alter his circumstances and secure a place in this world where the strong reign supreme. At night, as Wenjie lay upon the hard straw mat, the rustling leaves outside whispered in the wind, making sleep elusive. Gazing out at the starry sky, he silently vowed, "I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. One day, I will stand at the pinnacle of this world." The moonlight bathed him, as if to offer encouragement. In the depths of this lengthy night, with dreams held close to his heart, Wenjie gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he wielded a resplendent sword, soaring freely amidst the clouds, becoming a revered figure of strength. May this dream swiftly transform into reality. Chapter 24. Unexpected discoveries in the journey of cultivation during his days at Qingmu Peak. Every single day felt like a strenuous battle against exhaustion for Wenjie. As dawn broke, and the first rays of sunlight struggled to pierce through layers of morning mist, illuminating the slumbering herb fields, he dragged his leaden legs into the fields, driven by the wolf-like roars of the supervising disciple. At that moment, the dew in the fields had yet to fully dissipate, and the icy droplets trickled down his pant legs, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yet, this discomfort paled in comparison to the arduous labor that awaited him. "Work faster. If I catch anyone slacking, you and Apos, LL regret it." The supervising disciple glared fiercely at the group, brandishing a whip that sliced through the air with a sharp arc. "Pull out those weeds by the roots, not a single one must remain." With gritted teeth, Wenjie bent down to commence his toil. Gripping the hoe tightly, he exerted himself to pry the stubborn weeds from the earth. However, the prolonged labor had left his arms aching. Each swing of the hoe felt like a struggle against a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds. Sweat soaked through his coarse garments, rolling down his forehead and splashing into the muddy field, only to evaporate instantaneously. Finally, when midday arrived, the supervising disciple, in a rare display of mercy, permitted everyone to rest briefly in the shade of the trees. When Jia found a relatively clean stone to sit upon and retrieved a shriveled black bun from his pocket, he tore off a small piece and attempted to swallow the dry morsel, which proved difficult. Yet, he paid it no mind, mechanically chewing away while casting weary glances around. Wary of the supervisor and Oppos, as potential change of heart to resume labor prematurely. Rest periods are always fleeting. Soon enough, the unpleasant voice of the supervising disciple echoed again. Enough rest. Get back to work. No one leaves until these fields are tidied up. With resigned sighs, the group dragged their increasingly weary bodies back into the endless toil. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, when Jia staggered back to his dilapidated courtyard, his body feeling as though it were laden with lead. Pushing open the rickety wooden door, a wave of decaying air greeted him. The interior was dim, illuminated only by a faint beam of moonlight seeping through the cracks of the dilapidated window, barely illuminating a small area within. He was too fatigued to even change his clothes, collapsing onto the hard wooden bed. The bed creaked under his weight as if protesting against his presence. Lying there, his limbs felt as though they had been disassembled. He had no desire to move. At this moment, his already overburdened body reached its limit, and his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. The world before him began to blur, and gradually he sank into a deep slumber. On the edge of his muddled consciousness, a strange brilliance suddenly flickered in his mind. This radiance, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky, instantly captured his attention. Following that, a mysterious voice resonated within his mind. To cultivate the and Oppos, burial sutra, and Oppos, one must enter the realm of life and death, seeking the power of life and death to gain entry. The voice was deep and enigmatic, as if it emanated from another realm. Startled, when Jie yearned to discern the source of the light, yet darkness enveloped him, as if he were plunging into an endless abyss. In this obscurity, he felt as though he were traversing a lengthy tunnel, surrounded by dense darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light ahead. Fear gripped his heart, yet the instinct for survival propelled him onward. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Jia finally emerged from the tunnel, encountering an extraordinary sight. Before him lay a valley shrouded in thick fog, suffused with an ancient and mysterious aura. At the heart of the valley stood an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with several archaic and indistinct symbols, which emitted a faint glow under the moonlight. Driven by an inexplicable force, when Jia approached the stone tablet, as he drew nearer, the symbols suddenly radiated a blinding light, enveloping him. In an instant, a torrent of vast and unfamiliar information surged into his mind like a roaring tide. Burial Sutra. When Jia murmured through the intense headache and disorientation, barely managing to articulate the name of the mysterious ancient text he had just received, before he could fully comprehend the sudden turn of events, a peculiar power began to stir deep within his consciousness, as if possessing its own will. It began to guide him to further explore the mysteries of the and Oppos, Burial Sutra, and Oppos, when Jia resolutely closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental faculties, striving to untangle the threads of information swirling chaotically around him. As he focused, a complete system of cultivation gradually clarified in his mind. This was a practice filled with enigmatic allure and formidable power, yet it evoked a sense of dread, known as the and Oppos, Burial Sutra, and Oppos, the overarching principles of the and Oppos, Burial Sutra and Oppos. The foundational technique, and Oppos, soul guiding technique and Oppos. When Jia silently recited in his heart, following the sudden guidance that appeared in his mind. Attempting to cultivate the foundational technique, and Oppos, soul guiding technique, and Oppos, he dismissed all distractions, plunging his consciousness into the sea of awareness. Aiming to sense the elusive and fluctuating essence of souls surrounding him, time slipped away quietly in the stillness. Each minute felt like an eternity of torment for one Jia. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, a faint wisp of spiritual power, akin to a delicate thread, began to drift at the periphery of his awareness. This thread of power seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly approaching him. When Jia cautiously extended his consciousness, making contact with it, and gently guided this thread of spiritual power into his body. In that instant, a chill spread through his meridians like a serpent of ice, causing him to shudder involuntarily. This coldness surged within him, tightening all his muscles, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, adapting to the sensation. As the thread of spiritual power flowed slowly through his consciousness, nourishing his awareness, his spiritual sensitivity seemed to heighten, and his perception of the surrounding environment became increasingly clear. He could even vaguely sense the faint essences emanating from the seemingly still objects in the courtyard. This revelation thrilled and unnerved him, as if he had opened a door to a mysterious realm. Just as he basked in the initial joy of cultivation, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him, akin to countless needles violently piercing his mind. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead, and he clutched his head tightly, writhing on the ground in agony. What was happening? In the throes of pain, when Jiesh struggled, realizing that the path of cultivation was far more arduous than he had anticipated. Having barely crossed the threshold of the Burial Sutra, he was already beset by such peril. The intense pain dulled his consciousness, and everything before him began to distort. Yet, in the fog of his awareness, he clenched his teeth firmly, silently vowing, even if the road ahead is fraught with thorns, I shall not falter. I am determined to uncover the mysteries of the Burial Sutra. Moonlight filtered through the cracks of the dilapidated window, casting its glow upon his weary and pained figure, illuminating his face filled with resolve. In that moment, he was no longer just a weary outer disciple burdened by labor, but a dreamer, clutching a mysterious technique, resolved to carve his path through the trials of cultivation. At this arduous starting point, he bravely embarked on his new journey of cultivation. As the physical pain gradually subsided, when Jia slowly rose from the ground and returned to his bed, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the faint pulse of soul power within him. Though the path of cultivation was fraught with peril, he understood that this was merely the inception of the journey of the burial scripture. Ahead lay a multitude of unforeseen challenges awaiting him. Yet he, Wen Jie, was thoroughly prepared to embrace it all. Chapter 25, The Calamity of Blood Crystal. In the mist-shrouded realm of Qingmu Peak, the servant disciples seemed akin to wanderers ensnared in a labyrinth of fog, driven each day by the burdens of labor to struggle for survival upon this barren land. Wen Jie was no exception. From the moment the first rays of sunlight struggled to pierce through the clouds and fell upon his frail figure, he was thrust into the toil of the medicinal fields under the watchful gaze of the overseer, whose eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. The hoe in his grasp felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each swing was laden with weariness, sweat saturating his coarse garment, clinging to his back and tracing the contours of his exhaustion. This day bore little distinction from the last, as Wen Jie mechanically repeated the motions of weeding and fertilizing, the monotonous rhythm akin to an unending lament, narrating the tragic fate of his existence as a menial disciple. Suddenly, his wrist twitched, and the hoe, as if possessed by a mysterious force, struck against a stone at his feet. The sharp clang echoed in the silence of the medicinal field, jarring and abrupt, causing the hoe to snap in two. Wen Jie's palm was also gashed, blood gushing forth and dripping onto the earth beside him, eagerly absorbed by the greedy soil. Beneath that seemingly ordinary ground lay a blood crystal, quietly entombed for countless years, akin to a dormant star awaiting its moment of awakening. As Wen Jie's blood fell upon the crystal, it trembled slightly, as if roused from a distant dream, emanating a faint red glow. This glow flickered like a will-o'-the-wisp in the night sky, subtle yet enigmatic, spreading throughout the tranquil field, as though fate's thread silently entwined itself around Wen Jie. Yet, at that moment, he was engulfed by the searing pain in his palm and the dizziness from his blood loss, too preoccupied to heed this strange phenomenon. Stumbling a few steps, he forced himself to continue his labor, believing that as long as he persisted, he might evade the entanglement of destiny. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day's toil concluded at the behest of the overseer. Wen Jie, dragging his utterly fatigued body, ambled towards his dilapidated courtyard, each step akin to treading upon cotton, weak and feeble. Upon returning, he merely wrapped a strip of cloth around his wound, succumbing to exhaustion as he collapsed upon his rudimentary wooden bed. At that moment, his world was consumed by an abyss of weariness, devoid of strength even to disrobe, and he soon fell into a deep slumber, as if only within this ephemeral realm could he momentarily forget the tribulations of reality. Night enveloped Qingmu Peak in profound silence. Most disciples lost in dreams, save for the whispering winds and the occasional chirping of insects that disrupted the stillness. Moonlight filtered through the worn window of Wen Jie's room, casting a gentle glow upon the floor, as if the night itself served as a sentinel over him. After an indeterminate duration, a faint sound of footsteps gradually approached. In the stillness of the night, this sound was like an invisible hand gently tugging at the fragile cords of Wen Jie's nerves. He had been sleeping restlessly, and now, a frown creased his brow as he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze instantly filled with caution. He listened intently. The footsteps grew nearer, each step resonating within his heart. Then, he heard the soft creak of the door being pushed open, a sound that pierced the silence like thunder, exploding in his chest. A familiar figure entered, the senior brother Zhang. Upon seeing him, a flicker of confusion surged within Wen Jie, just as he was about to inquire. Zhang merely gazed at him deeply, an expression of complex emotions reflected in his eyes. Zhang spoke slowly, his tone heavy. "Do you know why I'm here?" Wen Jie's heart jolted, instinctively replying, "I know not what you refer to, senior brother." His voice quivered, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. Zhang's gaze turned icy, as piercing as frost. "Do not feign ignorance. That blood crystal you unearthed in the medicinal field, everyone saw it. I advise you to be wise and hand it over. Perhaps you might yet preserve your life." Though his voice was low, it bore an invisible weight that thickened the air within the room. Wen Jie's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the glimpse of the blood crystal in the daylight would have drawn the attention of Zhang and others. Regret churned within him. Had he known the risk, he would not have been so reckless in the fields. Yet, he feigned composure, devising a countermeasure in his mind. "I truly possess no blood crystal. If you do not believe me, feel free to search my person." Zhang scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. "Humph. Do not think you can deceive me with such tricks." With a wave of his hand, the disciples behind him lunged at Wen Jie with ferocity, clearly denying him any chance to breathe. Wen Jie hastily sidestepped, but the disciple charged with overwhelming force, knocking him to the ground. The two were soon entangled in a fierce struggle. Despite Wen Jie's utmost efforts, the onslaught was relentless, and he began to falter. Just as a palm struck his chest, sending him backward, he caught sight of a battered box in the corner of the room. This box, once used for storing odds and ends, now appeared as a lifeline in his moment of despair. A surge of hope ignited within him as he fell. He rolled towards the box. Zhang and the disciple, realizing his intent, hastened to pursue. When Jia swiftly opened the box, spilling its contents onto the floor, seizing an object amidst their distraction and hurling it at them. With a clang, the object struck the wall, an old, rusty dagger. A wave of exhilaration coursed through Jia as he grasped the dagger tightly, preparing to re-engage in battle. At this moment, he was fighting for his very existence, wielding the dagger with the courage of desperation. However, the two opponents possessed formidable strength, and soon, when Jia bore additional wounds, blood gradually staining his garments, glimmering ominously under the moonlight. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he felt an unusual power surging within. Gazing down, he noticed that the dagger had become stained with his blood, which shimmered with an eerie light reminiscent of the blood crystal-esque glow. A flicker of determination ignited within him. Gripping the dagger tightly, he lunged at Zhang. This charge seemed to encapsulate all his strength and yearning for life. Zhang, taken aback by Wen Jie's sudden ferocity, was caught off guard and received a stab to his shoulder. The disciple, witnessing this, turned to assist. Wen Jie, agile and quick-witted, evaded the attack and retaliated with a slash that grazed the disciple's arm. At that moment, an unending stream of power surged within Wen Jie. His gaze unwavering, imbued with resolute ferocity. The sight of such determination instilled fear in Zhang and the disciple. They exchanged glances, retreating from one another, sensing the hesitation in their spirits. Turning, they fled towards the door, and although Wen Jie yearned to pursue, his injuries hindered him, forcing him to watch helplessly as they escaped. His body trembled, gasping for breath, eyes ablaze with unyielding defiance and fury. Wen Jie collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily, his gaze fixed upon the dagger in his hand, his heart brimming with uncertainty. He was unaware of the source of the remarkable power he had just experienced, nor could he fathom the whereabouts of the blood crystal. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, as if he had lost his way at the crossroads of fate. After a night of contemplation, Wen Jie resolved to seek refuge until his injuries healed, before making further plans. He tended to his wounds with a measure of haste, concealed his dagger, and slipped into the night, leaving the small courtyard behind. His silhouette appeared diminutive in the darkness, yet it exuded a quiet determination. Wen Jie found a secluded cave amidst the mountains and took shelter within. The cave was dim and damp, permeated by a scent of decay. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to such discomfort. He recuperated over several days, and his wounds gradually improved. Throughout this time, he pondered the enigma of the blood crystal, feeling an inexplicable bond with it, as if fate itself had intertwined their destinies. After much reflection, Wen Jie resolved to seek out the blood crystal and unravel its mysteries. Thus, he departed the cave and returned to Qingmu Peak. The following day, he promptly reported to the elder, stating that the overseer had vanished, leaving him without tasks. The elder furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, how could the overseer simply disappear? Do you know the cause? Feigning calmness, Wen Jie replied, I am unsure, esteemed elder. All I know is that when I returned last night, the overseer's chamber was empty, as if he had vanished into thin air. The elder pondered for a moment before responding, this matter is indeed peculiar. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. For the time being, you may oversee the servant disciples. After some persuasion, the elder promoted Wen Jie to the position of overseer. He now had ample time, and while he pretended to manage the servant disciples, his thoughts remained consumed by the blood crystal. At night, when all were fast asleep, Wen Jie stealthily returned to his small courtyard. Sitting at his desk, he reflected on all that had transpired, silently vowing to locate the blood crystal and uncover its secrets. He understood that he was merely at the beginning of his journey in the realm of cultivation, with a long path ahead. Yet he believed that through his diligence, he would carve out a space for himself in this world of immortality. Chapter 26. Undercurrents and spirit pets in the vast and enigmatic realm of Qingmu Peak. Where clouds linger perpetually like a heavy veil, the mountains are adorned with an air of both illusion and reality. Wen Jie, a youth who once battled through adversity, has gradually found his footing amidst this intricate environment, driven by his resilience, a spark of cleverness, and an indomitable spirit. As a menial disciple, he has employed unique management techniques that have transformed the previously chaotic labor into a well-ordered endeavor. Ostensibly, he has assigned roles to his peers, establishing a harmonious atmosphere within the team of menial workers under his guidance. However, Wen Jie is acutely aware that beneath this seemingly tranquil faade lurks a tempest of hidden currents. The mysterious disappearances of the former overseer and several disciples hang over him like a Damocles sword, threatening to obliterate all he has painstakingly built. Despite his efforts to conceal the truth, the flames of reality cannot be suppressed forever. As time progresses, the outlines of the situation begin to emerge. On one particular day, sunlight filtered through the mottled shadows of the trees, casting a warm glow over Wen Jie's modest yet vibrant little courtyard. He sat on a stone bench, holding a tattered manual of cultivation techniques, appearing to study earnestly while remaining vigilant, ever alert to the sounds around him. Suddenly, an elder clad in the garb of an attendant hurriedly approached, each step emanating an undeniable authority. The elder's face bore a stern expression, his gaze sharp as lightning, seemingly able to pierce through all worldly deceit. Wen Jie, accompany me, the elder's voice was low and chilling, resonating within the quiet courtyard, causing Wen Jie's heart to race. Not daring to delay, Wen Jie promptly rose and respectfully followed the elder. Along the way, his heartbeat quickened involuntarily, his mind racing through potential scenarios, his feet feeling as if they were laden with lead. Upon entering the attendant hall, Wen Jie beheld several elders seated gravely within. The oppressive atmosphere rendered the room almost motionless. After respectfully greeting them, he stood silently to the side, refraining from any semblance of negligence. An aged elder with white hair spoke first, his piercing gaze locked onto Wen Jie as he inquired, "Wen Jie, we have uncovered some clues regarding the disappearance of the former overseer and those disciples. Are you aware of any details?" Wen Jie felt a chill run through him. Yet he maintained an air of calm. He slightly inclined his body and replied unhurriedly, respectfully responding to the elder, "I have indeed heard some whispers. The disciple possessed a red spirit stone, reputed to be exceedingly precious." Upon learning of this, the former overseer seemed to harbor covetous thoughts. Intent on claiming it as his own, he frequently made things difficult for that disciple, and later, under the cover of night, he attacked the disciple in an attempt to seize the stone. However, the subsequent events are somewhat unclear to me. I have only heard that the disciple vanished, and the former overseer is also nowhere to be found. The elder furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Wen Jie as if contemplating the veracity of his words. The other elders exchanged glances, seemingly piecing together the narrative. Wen Jie dared not elaborate excessively, deliberately leaving some mystery intact. He understood that the elder's wisdom was formidable. Even a slight hint of inconsistency could spell disaster. Thus, he cautiously balanced the narrative, ensuring it appeared both reasonable and enigmatic. After a moment, the white-haired elder nodded slightly, as if he had unraveled the entire situation. He waved his hand, saying, "Very well, you may leave." Wen Jie felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Bowing deeply before slowly exiting the attendant hall, once outside, he exhaled deeply, sensing the elder's gaze lingering upon him, an unsettling feeling of scrutiny enveloping him. Instead of returning immediately to his courtyard, Wen Jie seized the cover of night to stealthily revisit the location where he had buried the former overseer and the disciples, the vegetable patch. This plot of land was rarely visited, overgrown with weeds, making it an ideal site for concealment. He carefully excavated the soft earth, the scent of the soil mingling with the night ash chill. He laid the previously prepared garments and belongings atop the remains, ensuring no trace was visible. As he was already tasked with cultivating the vegetable patch, the freshly turned soil bore no significant distinction from its surroundings, making discovery improbable. Gazing at the restored tranquility of the ground, Wen Jie felt a tumult of emotions within, yet he recognized that this was the only course of action available to him. Upon returning to his courtyard, he sat at his table, replaying the events in the attendant hall in his mind. He sensed that the elders regarded his words with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, particularly concerning the blood crystal. However, as long as they could not locate the bodies and ascertain the truth, he could continue to navigate his days peacefully atop Qingmu Peak. Days turned into weeks, and Wen Jie diligently managed the menial disciples, maintaining an appearance of calm. A month and a half later, through countless hours of rigorous training, he successfully broke through to the third realm of mortal existence. This breakthrough propelled his strength to new heights, his internal spiritual energy swelling, and his senses sharpening. As his power grew, so too did Wen Jie's standing on Qingmu Peak. The elders continued their search for the former overseer and the disciples' remains. But as Wen Jie anticipated, they found nothing. With time, the incident faded into obscurity as if it had never transpired. One day, while working outdoors, Wen Jie stumbled upon a spirit pet nestled within a dense thicket. It was a fluffy creature, entirely snow-white, resembling a delightful cotton candy. The spirit pet blinked its large, expressive eyes curiously at Wen Jie, its tiny paws playfully clawing at the ground, as if trying to befriend him. "What a charming little fellow," Wen Jie murmured, a wave of affection swelling within him. He gently extended his hand to stroke its head. The spirit pet seemed to relish his touch, nuzzling against his hand and emitting cheerful sounds. Wen Jie brought the spirit pet back to his courtyard. Now serving as the new overseer, his conditions had improved significantly. He had moved into a spacious abode, making the care of a spirit pet a trivial matter. He prepared a cozy corner for the pet, laying down soft straw and providing food and water. Days passed as usual, with Wen Jie continuing his cultivation and management of the menial disciples. Until one day, while dining, he noticed that the little creature gazed longingly at the food in his bowl. It sat beside him, fixated on his meal, occasionally emitting soft sounds, looking up at him with innocent, adorable eyes. "You're so endearing. You can have some," Wen Jie chuckled, sharing a portion of his food with the spirit pet. The creature eagerly devoured the offering, its antics eliciting laughter from Wen Jie. As night fell, the moonlight bathed Wen Jie's courtyard in a silvery glow. With a moment to spare, he took out the blood crystal, examining it closely. Under the moonlight, the crystal emanated a mysterious red light, as if concealing boundless secrets. Suddenly, he noticed the spirit pet gazing at the blood crystal with palpable desire, its eyes shimmering with an inexplicable longing. Could it absorb the power of the blood crystal? Intrigued, Wen Jie extended the blood crystal towards the spirit pet. To his astonishment, the pet swallowed the crystal without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling white light enveloped the creature, illuminating the entire courtyard. Wen Jie's eyes widened in anticipation and curiosity, nervously watching the spirit pet, eager to witness the transformation that would unfold. However, the radiance gradually faded. Upon closer inspection of his spirit pet, he discovered that aside from the brightness in its eyes, there were no other discernible changes. Although a twinge of disappointment lingered in Wen Jie's heart, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps the power of the blood crystal had yet to fully manifest, with no other recourse. He shook his head in resignation, sighed softly, and turned to enter his room to commence his cultivation. Perhaps, in the future, even greater surprises awaited him. He needed to hasten his ascendance and strength to confront the myriad unknown challenges ahead. Chapter 27. The foggy Chesgain. The morning mist on Qingmu Peak was thicker than usual, enveloping the entire mountain like a heavy veil. When Jia stood on the edge of the medicinal herb field, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the bronze supervisor's token at his waist. The wolf's head pattern etched on the token shimmered with a faint glow in the damp air, reminiscent of the strange phenomenon that had occurred after the torrential rain 3 days prior. This mist is indeed peculiar, Wen Jia murmured to himself, casting his gaze over the listless purple cloud vines in the field. These plants, which should have been vibrant and full of life, now drooped languidly, their leaf edges tinged with an eerie rust color. He crouched down, parting a tangle of vines, and suddenly discovered several unusual fragments of stone embedded in the soil, faint red patterns visible upon them. Just as Wen Jia was about to pick up the stones for a closer inspection, a familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He looked up abruptly to see Ning Yurua gracefully approaching through the mist. She wore a light azure gown today, a silver ribbon cinched at her waist, and a white jade hairpin nestled in her hair, resembling a fairy emerging from an inkwash painting. Junior Brotherwin, have you come to inspect the herb field so early? Ning Yurua's voice flowed like a clear spring, imbued with a languid tenderness. When Jia quickly rose to salute her, Senior Sister Ning, these purple cloud vines seemed to be in distress, and I was just about to investigate the cause. Ning Yurua nodded slightly, her skirt brushing against the seedlings and startling a few colorful butterflies. She leaned down to examine the ailing vines, her slender fingers gently caressing the leaves. This is indeed unusual. These purple cloud vines should be thriving at this time of year. When Jia noticed a minuscule bead of blood seeping from under her fingernail as she touched the vine leaves, which was swiftly absorbed by the foliage. Strangely, the leaves tinged with the blood bead instantly regained their vibrant green, only to quickly wilt again, as if resisting something. Senior Sister, please take a look at this. When Jia hesitated for a moment before presenting the fragments he had just discovered, I have never seen the patterns on these stones before. Ning Yurua accepted the fragments, her fingertips lightly tracing the red patterns. When Jia keenly observed her pupils contracting slightly upon contact with the stones, though her expression soon returned to calm. That fleeting oddity did not escape his notice. It is merely an ordinary mineral deposit, Ning Yurua dismissed, tossing the fragments back into the herb field with an elegant yet somewhat deliberate nonchalance. You need not worry, junior brother. By the way, tonight at midnight, bring a few reliable attendants to the back mountain cave. I have concocted a new medicine that requires testing. When Jia respectfully acknowledged her request but noticed as he lowered his head that the hem of Ning Yurua's gown was speckled with dark red powder, strikingly similar to the substance he had glimpsed in the gilded bronze basin in her chamber 3 days prior. That day, under the pretense of delivering medicine, he had entered her room and happened to see her preparing some concoction, the red powder in the basin glowing ominously under the candlelight. After Ning Yurua departed, when Jia crouched again to retrieve the discarded fragments, to his astonishment, the red patterns on the stones now appeared even more vibrant, as if infused with new vitality. He brought the fragments close to his nose, detecting a faint rust scent mixed with an indescribable fishy sweetness. What on earth is this? When Jia murmured, carefully stowing the fragments in his sleeve. During his afternoon inspection, when Jia found the state of the spiritual plants on the western side of the herb field even worse. Not only were the leaves yellowing, but peculiar bumps had also appeared on the stems, feeling as hard as stone. When he used his small knife to cut into one of the bumps, a thick dark red liquid seeped out, reminiscent of the blood bead he had seen on Ning Yurua and Appo's fingertip that morning. Supervisor, a panicked voice called from behind. When Jia turned to see the attendant Zhao Danita rushing towards him, his face pale. There is trouble in the eastern herb field. Li Erga. When Jia's heart tightened, and he quickly followed Zhao Danita to the eastern herb field. The sight before him churned his stomach. Attendant Li Ergu lay collapsed among a cluster of purple cloud vines, the vines coiling around his arms like living creatures. More horrifying was that the tips of those vines had pierced Li Ergu and Appo's skin, visibly expanding at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, his face withered away, as if all his essence was being drained. Quickly, go summon help. When Jia barked, drawing his short sword to sever the vines entwining Li Ergu, the severed vines sprayed forth a copious amount of dark red liquid, splattering onto Wen Jia's hands and instantly igniting a searing pain. He gritted his teeth against the agony and dragged the barely conscious Li Ergu away from danger. By the time other attendants arrived, Wen Jia had already tended to Li Ergu's wounds. Strangely, around the wounds where the vines had penetrated, intricate red patterns had emerged on the skin, strikingly similar to those on the fragments in his sleeve. Carry Li Ergu to the medical hut, Wen Jia commanded in a low voice. Everyone else, stay away from this herb field. No one is to approach without my orders. As night fell, Wen Jia ventured alone to the cave in the back mountain. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the cave ceiling, casting mottled shadows on the damp rock walls. He lit a torch, and the flickering light illuminated the ancient carvings on the cave walls with startling clarity. Though he had seen these carvings many times before, tonight, for some reason, they appeared more like systematic runes than naturally formed patterns. You've arrived earlier than agreed. Ning Yurua's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. When Wen Jia turned around, He saw her standing at the cave entrance, having appeared without his noticing. The moonlight cast a silver sheen around her, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Yet, when Jia noted that she had changed into a different attire, an immaculate white dress, a dark red silk ribbon tied at her waist, and her hairpin replaced with a silver one intricately carved into the shape of a wolf's head. "Seen your sister," Wen Jie greeted. "I was worried about the anomalies in the herb field, so I came to check early." Ning Yirua approached gracefully, and as her gown brushed the ground, Wen Jie noticed that the moist moss beneath her feet instantly withered. "You are indeed observant," she smiled, retrieving a delicate gilded incense burner from her sleeve. "This is the new medicine I concocted, and it requires the cave's unique environment to be effective." Wen Jie watched as Ning Yirua placed the incense burner on a flat rock in the center of the cave. When she opened the lid, a familiar sweet metallic scent wafted through the air, exactly like the aroma he had detected from the fragments earlier that day. "What is this?" Wen Jie instinctively took a half step back. "Do not be afraid," Ning Yirua's voice took on a low, alluring tone. "This is merely a medicine to help the spiritual plants regain vitality." With a flick of her finger, the red powder in the incense burner began to smolder, and the rising smoke twisted into various bizarre shapes. When Jia felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the scene before him began to blur. In a daze, he saw the carvings on the cave walls writhing as if alive, resembling snakes crawling towards him. More terrifying was that these snakes were advancing toward him. While Ning Yirua stood amidst the smoke, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with an alluring red light. "Seen your sister. What is happening?" When Jia struggled to ask, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Ning Yirua chuckled softly. "Clever junior brother Wen, have you not already guessed?" Her voice suddenly turned unfamiliar. "For all these years, why have the spiritual plants on Qingmu Peak thrived so remarkably? Did you truly believe it was solely due to those ordinary fertilizers?" When Jia's gaze fell upon the incense burner, and he suddenly comprehended, those attendants. Li Ergu. Finally, you see the truth. Ning Yiru's smile widened, revealing excessively sharp canine teeth. The spirit vine craved nourishment, and the essence of human blood served as the finest sustenance. However, this evening, we had a more significant ritual to attend to. Suddenly, she raised her hand. And when Jia felt an invisible force thrusting him against the cave wall, his back collided heavily with the stone, and the writhing engravings immediately ensnared his limbs. More terrifyingly, the overseer's token at his waist began to heat up, the wolf head patterns twisting as though they were alive. 3 centuries prior, my ancestors forged a blood pact here. Ning Yiru's voice echoed through the cavern, to feed the vine with flesh, to nourish the crystal with the vine, to summon the wolf with the crystal. On this full moon night, it is the time to renew the pact. When Jia struggled but found himself utterly immobilized, he watched helplessly as Ning Yiru approached. A delicate silver dagger now in her hand. As the blade grazed his wrist, blood dripped into the incense burner, and crimson smoke surged, forming a massive wolf's head. "Why me?" When Jia gritted his teeth and asked. Ning Yiru leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Because the blood of the wolf king flows within you." The smoke in the burner thickened, and when Jia felt his consciousness beginning to fade, just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, the rubble in his arms suddenly grew warm, a refreshing aura emanating from his chest, revitalizing him instantly. Ning Yiru seemed to sense something amiss, her brow furrowing as she gazed at his chest. "What do you carry?" When Jia did not respond, instead, he seized the opportunity to break free from his restraints and thrust his dagger toward Ning Yiru. She elegantly evaded, but the blade still sliced through her sleeve. A dark red crystal fell from her arm, rolling a few times before resting at Wen Jia's feet. It was a complete blood crystal, larger than any he had ever seen, with what appeared to be liquid swirling within. More disturbingly, a faint wolf-shaped shadow was discernible inside the crystal. "Return it to me." Ning Yiru's voice suddenly turned sharp, her features contorting. Her nails elongated, resembling the claws of a beast, as she lunged toward Wen Jia. He sidestepped, hastily grasping the blood crystal. The moment his fingers touched the crystal, a surge of formidable power coursed through him. His vision turned blood red, and the deafening howl of a wolf resonated in his ears. Countless unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, ancient rituals, a blood-red moon, a throng of people transforming into wolves under the moonlight. No. Ning Yiru's scream jolted Wen Jia back to reality. He saw her staring in horror at her hands. Those hands were transforming, nails lengthening, fine hair sprouting across her skin. Suddenly, Wen Jia understood. Looking down at the blood crystal in his grasp, the wolf shadow within was dissipating, and the vanishing energy seemed to be flowing into him through his hands. "You deceived me." Ning Yiru's voice turned hoarse. "You are not an ordinary offering. You are." Her words faltered as her body began to undergo a visible transformation into a beast. Wen Jia took a few steps back, watching in horror as Ning Yiru held in agony, morphing into a silvery gray wolf. The wolf cast one last glance at Wen Jia before bolting out of the cave, vanishing into the night. Wen Jia stood frozen, the blood crystal in his hand now transparent. The cave returned to silence, save for the lingering wisps of smoke from the incense burner. He looked down at his arm, discovering red patterns similar to Ning Yiru's emerging on his skin, though they were gradually fading. As he exited the cave, the eastern sky began to pale with the light of dawn. Standing at the cliff's edge, he gazed at the emerald peak shrouded in morning mist, suddenly realizing that he had become entangled in a secret far older than he had ever imagined. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 28. The source of blood crystals. The green peak of Aoki was shrouded in an eerie silence before dawn as when Jie returned to the servants' quarters. His weary body dragging along. His fingertips still trembled slightly, and the blood crystal in his palm, now translucent, seemed to retain a lingering warmth. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a musty odor mingled with the bitterness of herbs assailed his senses. Foreman. Jiaodania dashed out from a corner. His face still marked by terror. Li Ergu. His wound. A pang of anxiety gripped Wen Jie as he hurried towards the corner bed. Li Ergu lay there, his complexion ashen, and around the wound inflicted by the purple vine, red patterns had spread across his body, forming a bizarre web-like structure beneath his skin. Even more alarming, fine tendrils began to sprout from his fingertips, slowly reaching towards the bed frame. Fetch some clean cloth. Wen Jie commanded in a low voice, retrieving the transparent blood crystal from his robe. As the crystal drew near to Li Ergu, the tendrils suddenly convulsed violently. As if provoked by some stimulus, Jiaodania trembled as he handed over a strip of cloth. Sir, what's happening? Wen Jie did not respond. His gaze fixed upon Li Ergu's slightly parted lips, tiny red crystals could be seen growing at the root of his tongue. This scene evoked memories of Ning Yuru's words in the cave, to feed the vine with humans, to nourish crystals with vines. Go to the pharmacy and fetch some by Ji and Huang Lian, Wen Jie instructed, pressing the blood crystal against Li Ergu's forehead, and demanded the coldest well water. Once Jiaodania left, Wen Jie dragged out a dusty wooden chest from beneath the bed. Inside lay various medicinal tomes and notes he had stealthily collected over the past 3 years, with a tattered copy of the Chronicles of Aoki at the bottom. He quickly flipped to the page detailing the bloodvine syndrome, where an illustration closely resembling Li Ergu's symptoms was depicted. Blood crystal entering the body. Vine poison attacking the heart. Wen Jie murmured the faded text, only the moonlight. What can resolve? The subsequent content was too damaged by insects to decipher. When Jiaodania returned with the water bucket, Wen Jie had already sliced open his palm with a short sword. Blood dripped into the bowl filled with cool water, and he placed the transparent blood crystal within. Astonishingly, the crystal began to absorb the blood, gradually regaining its dark red hue. Hold him down, Wen Jie instructed, applying the water infused with the blood crystal to Li Ergu's wound. An ear-piercing shriek erupted from Li Ergu's throat, his body convulsing violently as wisps of black smoke emanated from the wound. The red patterns began to fade. Yet the tendrils grew even more frenzied, quickly enveloping the entire bed. Sir, this, Jiaodania stammered, releasing his grip in fright. With gritted teeth, Wen Jie drew his short sword, severing the encroaching vines. Instead of plant sap, a viscous black blood gushed from the severed ends, corroding the ground beneath. More horrifyingly, the severed tendrils writhed on the ground as though alive, inching towards Wen Jie. Step back. Wen Jie seized an oil lamp and smashed it against the vines, flames instantly engulfing those grotesque beings. Amidst the crackling fire, he heard Li Ergu emit a howl that was anything but human, mixed with a primal beast roar. When the last flicker of flame extinguished, only a withered corpse and a few charred remnants of vines remained on the bed. Jiaodania collapsed to the ground, his pants soaked through. Struggling to suppress his nausea, Wen Jie prodded the ashes with the sword tip, discovering a thumb-sized red crystal embedded in Li Ergu's chest. Identical to Ning Yuru's blood crystal, albeit much smaller. Go summon Wang Wu and Zhang San, Wen Jie instructed, wrapping the small blood crystal in cloth. Tell them. Just say that Li Ergu succumbed to a sudden illness and requires immediate cremation. Once Jiaodania scurried away, Wen Jie quickly rummaged through Li Ergu's belongings. Beneath the pillow, he found a sachet embroidered with the purple vine, containing several dark red pills that emitted a similar sweet and metallic aroma to the blood crystal. This reminded him of the strengthening pills Ning Yuru distributed to the servants monthly. At noon, under the pretense of handling Li Ergu's affairs, Wen Jie ventured alone to a secluded valley in the back mountains. He placed the small blood crystal under the sunlight for close examination. Within the crystal, liquid flowed, occasionally coalescing into a wolf shape or dispersing into tendril forms. When he cautiously tapped the crystal with the sword tip, a sudden sharp pain shot through his palm. The mark left by the large blood crystal was searing hot. Indeed, there was a connection. Wen Jie brought the two blood crystals close together, and they instantly resonated, producing a faint humming sound. Strangely, several small fish in the stream flipped belly up, their bodies rapidly withering as if all their lifeblood had been drained. This revelation reminded Wen Jie of the fragmented content in the Chronicles of Aoki. He hurried back to his dwelling, retrieved the ancient text, and studied it closely by the oil lamp. At the edge of a worm-eaten hole, he barely discerned the words blood crystal symbiosis, master controlling the subordinate. Could it be? A bold thought materialized in Wen Jie's mind. He took out the large blood crystal and pressed it against the wolf head mark on his chest. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him, followed by a peculiar force coursing through his body. When he picked up the small blood crystal again, it gradually morphed under his gaze, the liquid inside coalescing into a clear image of a wolf's head. By evening, Wen Jie stealthily approached the medicinal field. The mutated purple vines appeared particularly sinister under the setting sun, with tiny red crystals visibly growing among the tendrils. He carefully avoided the vines and approached a particularly robust purple vine, the root of which was precisely where he had discovered the strange stones yesterday. Using his short sword to dig into the soil, Wen Jie gasped in shock. The vine's roots entwined around a nearly fully absorbed skeleton. with a fist-sized blood crystal embedded in its chest, significantly larger than Ningyuru's. Even more chillingly, fine tendrils sprouted from the joints of the skeleton's fingers, merging seamlessly with the root system of the purple vine. Is this the source? When Jia reached out to extract the blood crystal. But the moment he touched it, he felt a dizzying sensation. Countless unfamiliar images flooded his mind on the blood moon night 300 years ago. Members of the Ning clan in ancient garb danced around an altar, pushing live individuals into a deep pit filled with purple vines. When Jia, a sharp reprimand yanked Wen Jia back to reality. He turned abruptly to see Elder Zhou of the Discipline Hall, flanked by several disciples. Standing at the edge of the medicinal field, his expression as grim as iron. What are you doing? Elder Zhou's gaze swept over the disturbed soil and the horrifying skeleton. Do you understand the crime of tampering with the spiritual roots of the medicinal field? Thinking quickly, when Jie replied, the disciple discovered something unusual about this purple vine. And upon digging, stumbled upon this corpse. He pointed to the skeleton. This must be related to the recent disappearances of the servants. Elder Zhou approached to inspect. But upon seeing the blood crystal embedded in the skeleton's chest, his complexion paled dramatically. This is the blood crystal feeding technique? He turned sharply to Wen Jia. What else did you see? Wen Jia noticed Elder Zhou's hand already resting on the sword hilt, and he quickly retreated 2 steps. The disciple only saw this corpse and intended to report it to the elder. Shut up. Elder Zhou suddenly drew his sword. That girl Ningyuru clearly didn't clean up properly. The sword's tip pointed directly at Wen Jia's throat. Since you have seen the blood crystal, do not expect to leave alive. Wen Jia sidestepped to evade, the sword's edge slicing across his shoulder, sending blood splattering. To his astonishment, the droplets suspended in midair, then were entirely absorbed by the large blood crystal, which turned a vivid crimson, emanating an otherworldly glow. Indeed, a flicker of avarice glimmered in Elder Zhou's eyes as he exclaimed, "You possess the blood of the Wolf King within you." With a sudden shift in his sword's momentum, he lunged directly for the blood crystal clutched in Wen Jia's grasp. In a moment of panic, Wen Jia raised the blood crystal, extracted from the skeletal remains, to defend himself. As the two forces collided, a blinding crimson light erupted forth. Elder Zhou let out a piercing scream as his sword shattered inch by inch, propelling him several yards away. Meanwhile, Wen Jia was overwhelmed by a surge of ferocious energy coursing through his arm, the wolf head birthmark on his chest searing with pain. With a cry of anguish, Wen Jia collapsed to the ground, witnessing red patterns akin to those of Ning Yuro emerge upon his arm. The patterns writhed as if animated, ultimately coalescing into a complete depiction of a wolf's head in the palm of his hand. Struggling to rise, Elder Zhou's face was etched with horror as he gasped. The blood crystal has acknowledged its master? Impossible, unless... Abruptly, he turned and fled, disregarding the disciples he had brought with him. Wen Jia yearned to pursue, yet found his body unresponsive. The foreign power within him rampaged wildly, clashing violently with his own strength. His vision began to blur, and the haunting howls of wolves echoed in his ears. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, he beheld the mutated purple cloud vines in the medicinal field bending towards him, as if in reverence to their king. Chapter 29. Awakening of the Blood Moon. The peak of Qingmu was enshrouded in a sinister blood fog before dawn. While Wen Jia curled up in a grass shed beside the medicinal field, his body ablaze with heat, since escaping from Elder Zhou's grasp the previous night. Two conflicting forces within him continued to clash violently. The wolf head birthmark on his chest burned with a searing pain, while the blood crystal in his palm felt icy and piercing. The two disparate sensations tore at his consciousness. "My lord, your hand." Zhao Dania's terrified voice echoed from a distance. Wen Jia forced his eyes open and beheld the transformation of his right hand. Sharp claws extended from his fingertips, and a fine silver-gray fur enveloped his skin. More alarmingly, the fur spread visibly toward his wrist, causing the red patterns left by the blood crystal to recede in its wake. "Get out." Wen Jia rasped, his voice barely human. Once Zhao Dania had scurried away, he trembled as he retrieved 2 blood crystals from his pocket. The larger one had turned blood red, with the shadow of a wolf clearly discernible inside. The smaller one displayed a bizarre purplish-black hue, with vine-like patterns writhing within the crystal. As the 2 crystals touched, an ancient voice resonated in his mind. Under the blood moon, the wolf and vine contend. In agony, fragmented memories surged forth like a tidal wave. He saw the summit of Qingmu 300 years ago, where the ancestors of the Ning family knelt before an altar, piercing a blood crystal into a young man's chest. The man screamed in torment as his body transformed, one half becoming wolf-like, the other sprouting vines. Even more chilling, the Ning clan members kneeling around the altar each held a blood crystal, imprisoning distorted souls within. So it is. Wen Jia realized with dawning comprehension. The wolf-feeding ritual spoken of by Ning Yuru was not merely to awaken the Wolf King, but to create a vessel capable of simultaneously controlling the wolf spirit and the vine spirit. And he was the chosen sacrifice. As the morning mist began to dissipate, Wen Jia stealthily entered the library. He needed to discover a method to restrain the blood crystal, otherwise he would be torn apart by these 2 forces before the night of the full moon. In a dust-laden compartment, he unearthed a scroll inscribed on beast's skin titled Secret Record of Spirit Feeding, detailing how the ancestors of the Ning family sealed the souls of demonic beasts within blood crystals and how they claimed ownership over them through living sacrifices. Blood crystals counteract each other, with the master commanding the subordinate. Wen Jia's finger lingered over this blurred inscription, and suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He retrieved the larger blood crystal and pressed it against his transforming right hand. The wolf shadow within the crystal erupted, savagely tearing at his flesh, yet simultaneously. The spread of his transformation ceased. Indeed, when Jie gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain and brought the smaller blood crystal close to his left hand, the vine patterns within the crystal immediately coiled around his fingers, yet upon contact with his wolf-like right hand, they recoiled. The two blood crystals formed a delicate balance in his grasp, temporarily halting further transformation. At noon, when Jie hid in an abandoned alchemy chamber, concocting a potion. According to the secret record of spirit feeding, moonlight grass could temporarily suppress the backlash of the blood crystal. He crushed the herbs, mixed them with his blood, and created a viscous liquid to smear on the wolf-like areas. The moment the potion contacted his skin, a refreshing sensation alleviated the burning pain. When Jie, a familiar voice came from behind. He turned abruptly to find Ning Yuru standing at the door, looking even more haggard than the previous night. Her left eye had completely transformed into a wolf-like amber, while her right eye was veined with vine-like blood vessels. What have you done to me? When Jie roared, revealing his beastly right hand. Ning Yuru offered a bitter smile. It is not I, but all our ancestors of the Ning family over the past 300 years. She threw open her clothing, revealing a ghastly scar on her chest. Each descendant of the Ning family is implanted with a blood crystal at birth. Upon reaching adulthood, they either become spirit feeders or sacrifices. She produced a yellowed family tree from her sleeve, detailing how every 30 years, the Ning family would select a vessel to inject the accumulated power of blood crystals into, attempting to create a perfect spirit master. 3 years ago, that torrential rain, when Jie's pupils constricted, I deliberately led you into the wolf's den. A flicker of guilt crossed Ning Yuru's eyes. But I never anticipated that you would possess the bloodline of the ancient wolf shaman. The blood crystal recognized you as its master, disrupting the entire plan. Suddenly, when Jie recalled something and took out the larger blood crystal. So this is the true master crystal? The treasured heirloom your Ning family is guarded? Ning Yuru nodded. After each spirit master dies, their power returns to the master crystal. And you? She glanced at Wen Jie's beastly right hand. You are the first in 300 years to have the master crystal recognize you as its master. As they faced each other, the ground trembled violently. Through the window, when Jie saw that all the mutated purple cloud vines in the medicinal field were growing wildly, intertwining into colossal pillars reaching towards the heavens. Even more horrifying, countless human faces emerged on the surface of the vine pillars, those of the missing laborers and disciples from these years. It's too late. Ning Yuru's face turned pale. Elder Zhou has initiated the backup plan, directly accelerating the growth of all blood vines. The night of the full moon has arrived early. When Jie felt the blood crystal in his embrace suddenly heat up, and a blood moon slowly ascended from behind the clouds. The moonlight shone upon him, and the beastly transformation of his right hand surged to his shoulder, while the left half of his body began to adenize, vine patterns emerging beneath his skin. There is no time. Ning Yuru suddenly grasped Wen Jie's hand. Since the master crystal recognizes you as its master, there may still be a glimmer of hope. She thrust a bone flute into his palm. This is the relic of the wolf shaman. It can guide the power of the blood crystal. Remember, when the blood moon is in the sky, only one of the wolf or the vine can exist. Before she finished speaking, a thick vine burst through the window, piercing Ning Yuru's chest. She coughed up blood, using her last strength to push Wen Jie towards the dark door. Go, to the altar. In this hall, Wen Jie stumbled toward the ancient altar on the back mountain, pursued by the frenzied growth of blood vines and the cacophony of anguished cries. Under the moonlight, his body was undergoing a horrific transformation, his right side completely wolf-like, while his left side sprouted woody patterns. The two blood crystals clashed violently against his chest, emitting a piercing hum. Around the altar, dozens of Ning clan members knelt on the ground, with Elder Zhou standing in the center, cradling a blood crystal the size of a human head. As when Jie appeared, all the blood crystals radiated light simultaneously, and the Ning clan members exploded one after another. Their essence absorbed by the blood crystals, transforming into red light that surged into Elder Zhou's body. Just in time, Elder Zhou's body began to swell and distort. Your blood will be the final sacrifice. When Jie endured the excruciating pain and brought the bone flute to his lips, as the eerie tune resonated, the two forces within him abruptly ceased their conflict, uniting against the external threat. The wolf shadow within the master crystal howled skyward, while the vine patterns within the other crystal interwove into a net, achieving a temporary balance under the melody. Elder Zhou's attack was disrupted by this sudden change. And when Jie seized the opportunity, his wolf-like right claw lunging for the elder's throat, the two wrestled upon the altar, blood crystals colliding and emitting blinding light. As the blood moon reached its zenith, when Jie finally pinned Elder Zhou in the center of the altar, without hesitation, he pressed both blood crystals against the elder's chest. Elder Zhou emitted a scream that resembled no human sound, his body torn apart by the two forces like a rag, with the master commanding the subordinate. When Jie recited the incantation from the secret record of spirit feeding, and both blood crystals simultaneously sank into Elder Zhou's body, a horrifying scene unfolded. Half of Elder Zhou's body transformed into wolf form, the other half into vine form, ultimately exploding amidst violent energy conflict. His flesh entirely absorbed by the altar. The radiance of the blood moon surged unexpectedly, and when Jie felt the transformation within him begin to reverse, The right half of the wolf gradually resumed its human form, while the wooden left half shed its vine-like patterns. 2 blood crystals emerged from the remnants of the elder, hovering before Wenjie, within which the wolf shadow and the vine spirit coexisted in harmonious unity. Thus it became clear to Wenjie. The ancestors of the Ning clan had always endeavored to allow one power to devour another, never contemplating the possibility of coexistence. By serendipity, he, as an unexpected vessel of the wolf shaman's bloodline, had inadvertently completed the true spirit master ritual. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the sanguine mist, the mutated violet cloud vines of Qingmu Peak withered away. Standing upon the altar, Wenjie beheld the 2 blood crystals in his grasp, aware that this protracted nightmare, lasting 3 centuries, had finally come to an end in his hands. However, upon turning around, he beheld dozens of surviving members of the Ning clan standing along the mountain path, their eyes reflecting a palpable mix of reverence and fear. Wenjie understood that his identity as the spirit master would usher in an entirely new set of troubles. Chapter 30. The emergence of the Spirit Lord on the 7th dawn after the blood moon faded, Qingmu Peak was enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Wenjie stood upon the stone steps in front of the ancestor hall, the morning dew soaking through the soles of his boots. He cast his gaze down at his hands. His left palm bore faint, vine-like azure patterns, while his right hand exhibited subtle traces of silvery gray hair on the back. 2 blood crystals hung quietly at his waist, emanating a soft glow in the morning light. Spirit Lord, an aged voice came from behind. Wenjie turned to see Elder Chen leading a dozen members of the Ning clan, all kneeling before him. Each bore a crimson mark upon their foreheads, the imprint left by the blood crystals after acknowledging their master. Elder Chen held out a yellowed animal hide, embroidered with gold thread depicting the ancient emblem of the Ning clan. This is the Spirit Lord's admonition left by our ancestors. Please, Spirit Lord, take a look. As Wenjie accepted the scroll, a faint pulse of energy resonated as his fingertips brushed against Elder Chen's hand. He distinctly sensed that each member of the Ning clan present possessed a small blood crystal, which was intricately linked to the main crystal at his waist. Please, rise. As Wenjie unfurled the scroll, the text suddenly glimmered with golden light, transforming into countless tiny runes that entered his brow. In an instant, the secrets of the Ning clan spanning 3 centuries unfolded like a tapestry in his mind. The methods of refining blood crystals, the truths behind the spirit-nurturing rituals, and the fates of generations of Spirit Lord candidates. So it is, Wenjie mused, gently stroking the blood crystal at his waist. The wolf's shadow within the crystal resonated instantly. You wish for me to reconstruct the spirit-nurturing formation? Elder Chen's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Spirit Lord, please discern. Should the power of the blood crystals remain ungoverned, it will inevitably backfire upon its master. Last night, 3 clan members succumbed to the uncontrolled blood crystals before he could finish. A piercing scream echoed from afar. In a flash, Wenjie leaped Tinjiang away. Upon arriving at the medicinal field, he beheld a young disciple writhing in agony on the ground, the blood crystal patterns on his chest undulating as if alive, devouring his flesh. Step back. Wenjie commanded, his right hand raised. The wolf-shaped blood crystal soared forth, hovering above the disciple. The wolf's shadow within the crystal inhaled deeply, drawing out the chaotic power of the blood crystal, which transformed into wisps of red mist and merged with the main crystal. The young disciple collapsed, the blood crystal patterns on his chest having faded significantly. With a flick of his left hand, a green glimmer separated from the vine-shaped blood crystal, infusing the disciple's body, mending his damaged meridians. Spirit Lord, your compassion. The arriving Ning clan members all knelt in reverence. Yet, Wenjie furrowed his brow. He distinctly felt that with each absorption of the chaotic blood crystal power, the balance within him was increasingly disrupted. The wolf-shaped blood crystal grew more agitated, while the vine-shaped crystal continually contracted, as if in fear of something. This cannot continue. Wenjie murmured, I must find the true path to balance. At noon, he ventured alone to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. This was the retreat of the first Ning Spirit Lord, its stone walls inscribed with ancient runes. When he placed the 2 blood crystals into the central groove of the stone wall, the entire surface suddenly illuminated, revealing a colossal star map. The northern dipper governs slaughter. The southern dipper governs life is when Jiao deciphered the annotations on the star map. He was astonished to find that his birthmark coincided perfectly with the position of the Tian Shu star on the map. Even more astonishing was that when he pressed his right hand upon the Tian Shu star, the wolf-shaped blood crystal shone brightly. When his left hand was placed, the vine-shaped blood crystal trembled violently. Thus, my body is the key to balance. When Jiao realized with clarity, he sat cross-legged, placing the 2 blood crystals in his respective palms, commencing the circulation of his energy according to the star map's guidance. As his cultivation deepened, his body began to manifest extraordinary changes. The left side exhibited vine-like azure patterns, while the right side was covered in dense silvery gray fur. Yet, unlike the previous state of chaos, this time a clear boundary formed at the center of his chest, with both transformations confronting yet harmoniously coexisting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wen Jiao opened his eyes. His pupils transformed into a striking contrast of azure and silver. With a mere thought, the 2 blood crystals soared into his body, settling within the Laogong acupoints of his palms. This is the true realm of the Spirit Lord. He felt the surging power within him as the wolf spirit and vine spirit began to slowly merge under his harmonization, generating an entirely new energy. As night fell, when Jiao returned to the Ancestor Hall, Elder Chun and the others had been waiting for some time. And upon seeing Wen Jiao's mismatched pupils, they were all struck with astonishment and knelt in awe. From this day forth, Qingmu Peak shall abolish live sacrifices. Wen Jiao's voice was firm yet measured, carrying an undeniable authority. All blood crystal holders shall come here daily at dawn for harmonization. Speaking thus, he raised his hands. Two beams of light shooting forth from his palms, intertwining in the air to form a colossal star map. The blood crystals on each Ning clan member glowed, resonating with the star map. This is the true essence of the spirit nurturing path. Wen Jiao's voice, amplified by the star map, resonated deeply within each heart. It is not subjugation, but symbiosis. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the hall. A bloodied disciple stumbled in, exclaiming, "Report." A group of men in black descended from the mountain, claiming to be from the Xian sect, demanding the return of blood debts from 300 years ago. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Wen Zhao's eyes as he swiftly appeared on the high platform outside the hall. Under the moonlight, hundreds of black-clad figures besieged the mountain, their weapons embedded with black crystals, exuding an aura akin to blood crystals but far more violent. Xian sect descendants of the traders who once contended with the Ning clan for the secrets of blood crystal refinement? Wen Zhao sneered, slowly raising his hands. The wolf-shaped and vine-shaped blood crystals soared forth simultaneously, intertwining before him to form a gigantic Taiji symbol. As the first wave of enemies charged the mountain gate, Wen Jiao thrust his hands forward. The Taiji symbol spiraled outward, shattering the black crystals of the assailants, while the violent energies within them were absorbed and transformed into pure spiritual power, nourishing the defending Ning disciples. Spirit Lord is mighty. The mountains echoed with thunderous cheers. Yet, Wen Jiao's expression remained grave. During the brief encounter, he had sensed clearly that the black crystals wielded by the Xian sect were forged from the souls of the living, tainted with resentment. More alarmingly, these resentful crystals bore a faint yet familiar aura, strikingly reminiscent of the silver wolf that Ning Yuru had transformed into at her end. This is not simple at all. When Jiao gazed into the distant darkness, a flicker of concern flashing in his mismatched eyes. He felt an inkling that this feud, which had persisted for 3 centuries, may have only just begun. Chapter 31. Awakening of the Burial Scripture. The dawn before the calamity enveloped the Qingmu Peak in an eerie crimson mist. When Jie curled up in an abandoned alchemy chamber on the back mountain, his body ablaze with fever. His right hand had completely transformed into a wolf's claw, sharp talons deeply embedded in the ground's blue stone. His left arm was entwined with vine-like wood patterns, tiny roots sprouting from his fingertips, unconsciously siphoning the earth's spiritual energy. Each breath brought searing pain, as if countless needles were traversing through his veins. The 9th transformation had begun when Jie gritted his teeth, cold sweat soaking through his coarse garment. He retrieved the spirit pet statue from his bosom, its surface marred with spiderweb-like cracks, the dwindling crystal marrow within emitting a faint blue light. This was the 7th time he had used the crystal marrow to suppress the transformation. With each use, the cracks in the statue deepened. He trembled as he scraped off a small pinch of crystal powder, which sparkled with fragmented light in the morning glow. Just hold on for 3 more days. If he could just endure for 3 more days. The moment the crystal powder touched his skin, a chilling sensation coursed down his arm. The silvery gray fur on his wolf-like claw visibly receded, yet the claws retained their sharp curvature. The vine patterns on his left arm dimmed slightly, but continued to writhe beneath the skin, as if resisting purification with a life of their own. Outside the alchemy chamber, chaotic footsteps were heard. When Jie abruptly lifted his head, his wolf ears keenly detecting 3 distinct rhythms of footsteps, elite disciples from the discipline hall. He swiftly extinguished the oil lamp and melded into the shadows of the wall like a specter. Through the gaps in the window, he observed 3 disciples clad in dark blue martial attire, searching the nearby grass huts. Leading them was Wang Yin, a favored disciple of Elder Zhou, who held a dark red crystal that ominously glowed blood red towards the alchemy chamber. Blood crystal detection. When Jie's pupils constricted, he glanced down at his chest, where, unbeknownst to him, a strange mark entwined with a wolf's head and vines had surfaced, emanating a faint red glow. It was the master crystal. It was actively attracting the power of other blood crystals. Memory flashback. The scene of Elder Zhou embedding a blood crystal into his chest before meeting his demise last night at the altar. There, Wang Yin suddenly shouted, the red light of the crystal in his hand intensifying. 3 sharp beams of sword light simultaneously cleaved towards the alchemy chamber's precariously swaying wooden door, the sword energy slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Instinctively, when Jie swung his wolf claw to block, only to witness the vine patterns on his left arm suddenly elongate, intertwining before him to form a thorny shield. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door exploded into countless splinters, yet the vine shield remained unscathed. Even more bizarrely, the severed vines took root upon hitting the ground, swiftly cocooning the 2 foremost disciples. The vines writhed as if alive, their tips piercing the disciples' skin, greedily siphoning their blood. Monstrous creature. Wang Yin staggered back 3 steps, a line of blood drawn across his palm from his sword. Elder Zhou was right. You have indeed. Before he could finish, an explosion of fragmented memories erupted in Wen Jie's mind. He beheld the summit of Qingmu Peak 300 years prior, where 9 figures clad in dark robes encircled a bronze coffin, chanting the burial scripture. Lying within the coffin was a youth who bore his own likeness. The obscure incantations suddenly became clear, each syllable resonating like a hammer against his soul. Burial spirit, 9 turns. The vessel is the medium. The phrase from the burial scripture involuntarily escaped Wen Jie's lips. In an instant, the mark on his chest erupted with blinding light, causing the blood crystal in Wang Yan's hand to shatter in two. Even more terrifyingly, the 2 disciples ensnared by the vines emitted inhuman wails, patterns identical to Wen Jie's manifested beneath their skin, their eyes turning a murky amber. A distant alarm bell rang urgently. It was the Xianyin sect. They were assaulting the mountain. Shouts of panic arose from the foot of the mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Jie crashed through the back window, darting towards the depths of the forest like an arrow released from a bow. As he ran, he distinctly felt 2 opposing forces within him gradually balancing under the harmonization of the burial scripture memory. The fur on his wolf-like claw receded, and the vine patterns on his left arm retreated to his wrist. Yet simultaneously, a wave of intense dizziness struck him. Ning Yuru's face grew increasingly indistinct in his memories, and he couldn't even recall the name of the spirit pet that had accompanied him day and night. The price of memory. Wen Jie chuckled bitterly as he leapt onto a century-old pine tree, the rough bark scraping against his palms. Through the gaps in the branches, he saw the eastern horizon tinged with dawn, while dark figures from the Xianyin sect were breaching the final defenses at the mountain gate. At the forefront, a figure in black robes held an urn of ashes, from which black mist coalesced into a familiar visage in the air, Ning Yuru. Her ethereal form appeared more enchanting than in life, her left eye a wolf's vertical pupil, while her right was entirely consumed by vines. Wen Jie the Phantom called out with an ethereal voice, mingled with wolf howls and the rustling of vines. You cannot escape, we are destined. Wen Jie suddenly clutched his painfully throbbing forehead. A segment of text he had deliberately forgotten from the burial scripture surfaced at this moment. When the burial spirit achieves completion, the vessel must return. 9 turns of reincarnation. The true master awakens. He then realized that the mark on his chest had transformed into a complete wolf's head shape, while dark red liquid seeped from the cracks of the spirit pet statue. Just as Wen Jie prepared to leave, the ground trembled violently. The battle at the mountain gate shifted dramatically. The Xianyin sect disciples abruptly knelt en masse, their black crystals soaring into the sky, converging into a massive black spear. The spear's tip pointed directly at the main hall of Qingmu Peak, where dozens of Ning family members formed a peculiar formation in the square below. That was the initiation of the burial spirit grand array. The memories of the burial scripture automatically interpreted the scene before him. He realized that the conflict between the Ning family and the Xianyin sect was merely a fade. Their true aim was to jointly activate this ancient array. A tearing pain suddenly surged in Wen Jie's chest. The master crystal trembled violently, as if resisting something. He looked down to find his skin growing translucent, the blood flowing through his veins no longer sanguine, but composed of tiny red crystal particles. So it was when Jie chuckled bitterly. I am the final piece of the grand array. He endured the excruciating pain, retrieving the spirit pet statue from his bosom. The statue had now completely transformed into a blood-red hue, with viscous liquid seeping from its surface cracks. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Recalling the method of breaking the array recorded in the burial scripture, to use spirit to attract malevolence, reversing the burial to return to truth. There was no time to hesitate. When Jie bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the statue. Instantly, the statue melted into a pool of blood-colored liquid, flowing down his arm towards his chest. As the liquid made contact with the mark of the master crystal, a blinding red light shot up to the heavens. In the sky, the black spear collided with the red beam in a thunderous crash. The tremendous shockwave severed trees within 100 feet radius at their bases. When Jie was hurled back by the blast, crashing heavily into an ancient pine, he coughed up blood, only to discover that the blood was mingled with tiny crystal fragments. Not enough when Jie struggled to rise, seeing the leader of the Xianyin sect soaring into the air, hands forming seals to control the black spear. Meanwhile, the Ning family's elder stood at the center of the formation, holding an ancient tome that glowed with a blood-like light, the very remnants of the burial scripture. When Jie closed his eyes, exerting all his strength to stimulate the complete memory of the burial scripture within his mind, he felt the power of the blood crystals within him undergoing a certain qualitative transformation. The wolf spirit and vine spirit no longer opposed each other, but began to merge. When Jie opened his eyes again, his irises had transformed into one gold and one green. Break! With a thunderous roar, when Jie clasped his hands together, the crimson beams suddenly splintered into countless fine strands, entwining the black spear as if animated by life. More astonishingly, these strands began to ravenously consume the energy of the black crystal. The master of the Xianyin sect let out a piercing scream, his body visibly withering before their eyes. No, this cannot be. The elder of the Ning clan gazed in horror at the fragment of the funeral scripture in his hands, which spontaneously ignited. How could you? Jie remained silent, feeling his consciousness merging with an ancient existence. The characters from the funeral scripture danced and reformed in his mind, ultimately coalescing into a brand new incantation. Burial is not burial. Spirit is not spirit. When the vessel shatters, the true self shall awaken. Just as Wen Jie was on the verge of seizing complete control, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The deceased Elder Zhou suddenly appeared at the periphery of the battlefield. His body was assembled from countless shards of blood crystal, with the very main crystal fragment Wen Jie believed he had destroyed embedded in his chest. Do you think you can so easily escape your fate? Elder Zhou's voice resonated as if spoken by a multitude. We are all vessels. Wen Jie was suddenly engulfed by a dizzying sensation. It dawned upon him that the power of blood crystal within him was being summoned by a more formidable existence. The source of that existence lay within a forgotten, ancient, forbidden ground deep beneath Qingmu Peak. When Wen Jie regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a vast underground cavern. The walls were inscribed with runes that shared a lineage with the funeral scripture, and at the center of the cavern, a bronze coffin was slowly opening. Emerging from within was a claw identical to his own after transformation. At last, I have awaited you. A hoarse whisper emanated from the coffin. My reincarnated self. Wen Jie was horrified to realize he was uncontrollably approaching the coffin. What was even more terrifying was the realization that he was inexplicably yearning for a union with the entity contained within. Chapter 32. The bronze coffin. The air within the cave was thick and viscous, reminiscent of congealed blood, and with each step, Wen Jie felt as though he trod upon decaying entrails. The intricate Taotai patterns adorning the bronze coffin glimmered with an eerie azure light in the dimness. And as he approached, the raised designs appeared to writhe as if animated by some unseen life. Emerging from the coffin, the claws of a wolf boar hairs crystallized with tiny eye shards, twinkling like stars in the depths of utter darkness. Wen Jie felt a constriction in his throat. He yearned to retreat, yet his legs moved forward against his will. The wolf-like right claw rose uncontrollably, the razor-like tip clashing with the crystalline fur of the wolf's paw within the coffin, producing a sharp, resonant sound reminiscent of gold and jade colliding. In that instant, a torrent of fragmented memories assailed his mind. 3 centuries prior, at an underground altar, 99 youths were shackled to bronze pillars by iron chains. Blood crystals embedded in their chests echoed their anguished cries, causing stalactites to rain down from the cave ceiling. At the center of the altar, a youth bearing an identical visage to his own was using wolf claws to rend open his chest, placing his pulsating heart into the coffin. With the heart as a guide, the cycle of 9 lives turned. At that moment, the missing chapters of the Tomb Sutra were completed, and when Jie finally comprehended why he resonated with the blood crystals, he was not merely an orphan who stumbled into this secret realm. He was a living burial vessel forged from the souls of 99 pure young youths by the Earthmaster lineage. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a fissure split open in the cave's ceiling, allowing moonlight to spill down like liquid silver. Bathed in this faint glow, when Jie discerned the full form of the coffin, it was not a corpse but a wolf-shaped shell coalesced from blood crystals. At the center of this shell was a fist-sized hollow, perfectly matching the size of a human heart. Come, complete the final burial rites. A hoarse voice reverberated within his skull. When Jie's left hand, suddenly devoid of control, reached toward his own chest, nails piercing the skin as it sought the beating heart within. Blood dripped along the vine-like patterns, painting the coffin with a vivid crimson design. Just as his fingertips were about to touch his heart, a sharp crack resonated from his waist. The spirit pet statue shattered completely, and a veil of icy blue light enveloped his left hand. The now vine-entwined palm throbbed with pain, blossoming into a translucent 6-petaled flower. The essence of the earth condensed within, a reverse burial. Fragments of memories resurfaced. When Jie recalled the origin of this spirit pet, it was not an ordinary spirit beast, but a lock used by the primordial Earthmaster to suppress the blood crystals. The shards of blood crystals he fed daily were, in fact, gradually unsealing this ancient restraint. Suddenly, the wolf-shaped shell within the coffin emitted a piercing shriek. Seizing the opportunity, when Jie bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the petals of the flower, the icy blue blossom instantly surged, its roots burrowing through his veins, embedding themselves in his heart, weaving a delicate net amidst the excruciating pain. When Jie's right wolf claw plunged into the coffin, seizing the wolf-shaped shell's head with ferocity. The sickening sound of shattering echoed as the blood crystal-formed wolf head cracked, spiderweb-like fissures appearing. Thick, viscous black blood seeped from these cracks, dripping onto the ground and corroding it into twisted inscriptions, the most malevolent master-devouring curse from the Tomb Sutra. The cave began to collapse, massive stalactites plummeting like swords. As when Jie dodged, he realized his wolf-like right claw was absorbing the power of the blood crystals within the coffin. Each fragment that fell automatically merged with his arm, and with each absorption, a petal of the flower on his left hand withered. When the last petal fell, when Jie's right hand had fully transformed into a dark crimson hue, he roared and plunged his claws into his own chest, injecting the crystallizing blood into the coffin. To bury blood with blood. This was the 10th transformation unrecorded in the Tomb Sutra. Suddenly, the entire bronze coffin radiated a sinister red glow, and the Taotai patterns sprang to life, voraciously devouring the blood crystal shell within. The wolf-like creature emitted a reluctant howl, but as the patterns consumed it, it gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a pulsating blood-red pearl. When Jie knelt before the coffin, watching as the pearl rolled into his palm. Within the pearl, a curled wolf shadow was vaguely visible, its surface adorned with vine-like ceiling patterns, the same designs he had once seen on his left hand. From the depths of the cave, the sound of chains rattling echoed. Utilizing the remaining faint light of the earth flower, Wenjie beheld 9 bronze coffins affixed to the rock wall, each bound by 7 iron chains inscribed with runes. On the central coffin, a yellowed talisman was affixed, inscribed in blood. On the 999th day, the burial vessel returns. Wenjie suddenly recalled the torn line from the beginning of the Tomb Sutra. Trembling, he reached into his bosom and retrieved the ancient text he had never fully comprehended. When the blood pearl touched the pages, hidden words finally emerged. When the 9 coffins open, the true master awakens. The burial vessels, 99, return to 1 and become divine. A bone-chilling sensation crawled up Wenjie's spine. He realized he was merely one of the 99 living burial vessels, and the other 98 might be concealed in various corners of the Qingmu Peak. Wenjie clutched the blood pearl tightly, suddenly hearing footsteps behind him. He whirled around to find the ethereal figure of Ning Yuru standing at the cave's entrance. Her form was now semi-transparent. Her left eye bore the vertical pupil of a wolf, while her right was entirely engulfed by vines. It's too late. Her voice wafted like smoke. The Xianin sect has already opened the second coffin. Wenjie then noticed that Ning Yuru's spectral form also bore a blood hole in her chest, identical in shape to the hollow at the center of the wolf-shaped shell in the coffin. She slowly raised her hand, pointing deeper into the cave. Go find the master of the spirit pet. Before her words could fully dissipate, her figure vanished like smoke. Wenjie looked down at the blood pearl in his hand, discovering the wolf shadow within was undergoing a transformation, gradually revealing a vague human outline. The visage corresponded with the name inscribed upon the base of the spirit pet statue. 3 centuries ago, the name of the last Earth Master. Summoning his strength, Wenjie rose, dragging his battered body deeper into the cave. With each step, the blood hole in his chest throbbed with tearing pain. He sensed that the power of the blood crystals within him was resonating with a force far older. By the water's edge deep within the cave, a hunched figure was engaged in cleansing some object. Upon hearing the footsteps, the figure slowly turned, revealing none other than Zhao Daniu, who had been missing for days. Yet now, his eyes glowed with an eerie green light, cradling a blood pearl identical to Wenjie's. Lord Wenjie. Zhao Daniu's voice was laced with a bestial growl. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Wenjie then realized Zhao Daniu also bore a blood hole in his chest, but embedded within was not a heart, but a pulsating blood crystal. Even more terrifying, 9 blood crystal chains extended from his back, each tethered to a floating bronze coffin. You have finally arrived, the 99th burial vessel. Zhao Daniu grinned, revealing sharp fangs. We have all awaited your return. Wenjie's right hand suddenly rose involuntarily, the blood pearl emitting a blinding red light. He was horrified to discover that the blood hole in his chest resonated with the blood crystal in Zhao Daniu's chest, an overwhelming force attempting to drag him toward the floating coffins. In that critical moment, the roots of the remaining earth flower in Wenjie's left hand surged forth, transforming into countless slender vines that pierced the ground, anchoring him firmly in place. He bit his tongue, spraying a drop of essence blood onto the Tomb Sutra, causing the pages to ignite in flames, transforming into 9 beams of golden light that shot toward the bronze coffins. No, Zhao Daniu shrieked. You cannot. At the moment of collision between the golden light and the coffins, the entire cave trembled violently. As Wenjie beheld the runes adorning the surfaces of the coffins illuminate one by one, the chains began to fracture inch by inch. Simultaneously, 9 coffins burst open, releasing 9 streaks of crimson light that intertwined in the air to form a colossal array. At the heart of this intricate design, a blurred silhouette gradually materialized. The figure was clad in ancient geomancer robes, cradling a bronze lamp in hand, from which flickered a blue flame identical to that of a spirit pet's crystal essence. 300 years have passed. The spectral geomancer sighed. At long last, someone has unraveled this deadlock. Wenjie stared in awe at this potential master of spirit pets, as the blood pearl in his grasp suddenly radiated an intense heat. He realized he stood at the epicenter of a conspiracy spanning 3 centuries, and that each forthcoming choice could irrevocably alter the fate of the entire Qingmu Peak. Chapter 33. The truth of blood marrow. Deep within the cave, the crystal marrow trembled violently, its dark red light surging against the rock walls like a tidal wave. The moment Wenjie's fingertips grazed the surface of the blood pearl, a chilling sensation surged through his veins, racing toward his heart. Within the pearl, a shadowy figure became startlingly clear. It was not Zhao Daniu, but rather a gaunt old man, his cracked lips slowly writhing. 300 years, at last. The burial vessel has been returned to its rightful place. The hoarse voice exploded within Wenjie's skull, and the wolf-like patterns on his right arm flared to life, as the claws uncontrollably lunged toward his left chest. Just as the claws were about to pierce his skin, the vines of Ning Yuru suddenly coiled around his wrist, their barbed tendrils piercing deep into his wolf claws, oozing with dark green sap. Do not look into his eyes, Ning Yuru's flickering phantom warned, revealing that this was the remnant soul of a geomancer. The top of the cave began to crumble, debris mingling with the blood crystal raining down. Wen Jie staggered backward, noticing viscous blood marrow seeping from the cracks in the ground. The dark red liquid pursuing his every step like a living entity. Even more terrifying, shards of the blood pearl were melting, transforming into dozens of bloodlines that drilled into his orifices. The memories of the burial scripture gnawed at his consciousness like a venomous serpent. And when Jie was confronted with horrifying images from 300 years prior, 99 youths shackled to bronze pillars, their chests embedded with blood crystals, which the geomancer cruelly excavated with a bone knife. In the center of the altar lay a bronze coffin, housing a youth bearing his own likeness, who was forcefully stuffing the blood crystals into his cracked chest. When Jie collapsed to the ground, his left eye suddenly gushing with blood. The droplets that fell to the ground transformed into tiny vines, ravenously consuming the surrounding blood marrow. The wolf claw on his right arm was now completely out of control, tearing open his shirt to reveal a writhing wolf head pattern over his heart. Between the fangs of that pattern lay half a piece of crystal marrow. Thus it is. Ning Yuru's phantom solidified slightly, trembling as she pointed at Wen Jie's chest. You are not merely a burial vessel, you are the final coffin. The deafening crash of a second bronze coffin reverberated, causing the entire cave to tilt. As Wen Jie tumbled, he grasped a rock protrusion and discovered that those rocks were actually countless solidified blood marrow crystals. Deeper within, the chains of a third coffin were beginning to fracture, a massive claw covered in scales stretching forth from the coffin's lid. There's no time. Ning Yuru suddenly leaped onto Wen Jie's back, the vines merging completely with his left arm. The Xianin sect had awakened 7 coffins, and now only you could. Her voice was abruptly cut off when Jie's wolf claw pierced through her phantom's chest, extracting a pulsating blood-colored crystal core. Inside the core, Ning Yuru's true form, ensnared by vines, was clearly visible, while the surface of the core bore intricate runes, the 9th of the 9 coffins. When Jie's pupils constricted violently, he finally understood why Ning Yuru could traverse freely between the realms of reality and illusion. The crystal marrow erupted in a dazzling light, shattering the spirit stone in his arms. Ice blue marrow liquid coalesced in the air, forming chains that struck fiercely against the giant claw extending from the third coffin. Accompanied by a monstrous howl, when Jie saw the eyes of the wolf head pattern on his chest ignite, his left eye reflected the positions of the 9 coffins, while his right eye mirrored the intertwining blood marrow veins beneath Qingmu Peak. At the intersection of all these veins, an altar constructed from bones began to rise slowly, upon which floated a half-beating heart. So my heart has always been here. When Jie crushed Ning Yuru's crystal core in his wolf claw, his left hand, now stained with marrow, plunged into his own chest. No blood gushed forth. Instead, countless strands of blood marrow poured from the wound, resonating with the altar deep within the cave. As the second coffin fully opened, the earth's spiritual energy of Qingmu Peak surged inward, causing all blood crystals to simultaneously explode into a mist of blood. In the final moment before consciousness faded, when Jie heard his voice from 300 years ago echoing within the blood mist, with 99 lifetimes as sacrifice, I beseech the true master, to eternal slumber. Within the blood mist, when Jie's body began to transform, the wolf claw on his right arm shed its fur, becoming a translucent blood crystal. The vines on his left arm coalesced into a deep green jade-like pattern. The wolf head pattern on his chest suddenly split apart, and a blood-colored crystal core, the size of a dove's egg, slowly emerged. This core was unlike any he had seen before. Its surface was adorned with dense golden patterns, and within it, the flow of a starry river was discernible. As it completely detached from Wen Jie's body, the 9 coffins erupted with a thunderous roar, their chains snapping inch by inch. At last, it has been gathered. A hoarse voice resonated from all directions. When Jie looked up to see 9 phantoms materializing within the blood mist, each cradling a blood-colored crystal core. Their features were indistinct, yet each bore the same wolf head pattern upon their chests. We are all vessels. The eldest phantom raised a hand slowly, and the 9 crystal cores soared toward the altar. When Jie felt his own core tremble violently, uncontrollably drawn toward that direction. No. When Jie bit his tongue, a drop of his essence splattering onto the core. The golden patterns on the core suddenly blazed, momentarily breaking free from the pull. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged toward the altar, his blood crystal transforming into a blade that struck fiercely at the heart suspended in midair. Clang, the sound of metal clashing reverberated through the cave, shaking it violently. When Jie's blade was intercepted by a bronze sword that had appeared out of nowhere, wielded by the old man who had first emerged from the blood pearl. The burial vessel is ultimately just a burial vessel. The old man grinned ominously, the sword's edge erupting with blinding bloodlight. Do you think breaking free from the control of the burial scripture will alter your fate? When Jie was forced back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he looked down at his crystal core, realizing the golden patterns were rapidly fading. More alarming still, the heart on the altar throbbed ever more violently, each beat drawing the 9 crystal cores closer. Useless. Ning Yuru's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Unless you destroy the core of the altar. Only then did Wen Jie notice a seemingly inconspicuous black stone embedded at the base of the altar. Its surface was riddled with cracks, faint blue light pulsating within. It was the very essence of the spirit stone. Thus it is. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Wen Jie's eyes. He abruptly changed direction, the blood crystal blade aimed directly at his chest. Since my core is the key. The instant the blade pierced his chest, time within the cave seemed to freeze. The 9 crystal cores halted simultaneously, and the heart on the altar ceased its pulsation. When Jie felt his consciousness rapidly dissipating, yet a sense of relief spread across his face. Then, let us perish together. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the world of blood crystals began to collapse. The 9 coffins detonated simultaneously, a torrential downpour of blood marrow pouring forth. Just before his consciousness vanished entirely. When Jie glimpsed a blue light erupting from the altar's base, staining the billowing blood mist with a dazzling hue reminiscent of a starry river. Chapter 34. The truth of the blood sacrifice amidst the thunderous roar of the cave's collapse, when Jie was forcibly yanked back to consciousness by a frigid force. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself suspended in a sanguine void, surrounded by countless shattered core fragments. Within those fragments, disparate scenes were reflected. 99 youths were locked onto bronze pillars, wailing. The Earth Master embedded blood crystals into the chests of the living. Ning Yuru knelt before the altar, offering her soul in sacrifice. Suddenly, when Jie realized his body had become translucent, revealing a blood-red terminal mark upon his chest. Within the mark flowed peculiar spiritual energy, enabling him to transcend the limitations of the 3rd transformation of the mortal body and directly ascend to the 4th transformation. He could distinctly sense a qualitative change in his inner spiritual energy, every sinew and fiber of flesh undergoing a remarkable reconstruction. Is this the true power of the burial scripture? When Jie murmured, he attempted to circulate his spiritual energy and discovered that the previously obstructed meridians were now unimpeded. Even more astonishingly, the wolf claw on his right arm and the vine on his left could seamlessly switch forms at will. The sanguine void suddenly trembled violently, and 9 ethereal figures emerged from all directions. Each exuded a formidable aura, the weakest among them having reached the initial stage of the spiritual pulse realm. The elder at the forefront was particularly unfathomable, surrounded by the distinctive patterns of the Xiandan realm. Through 9 lifetimes, you finally meet the true master. The elder's ethereal form spoke slowly, his voice carrying a decayed resonance. When Jie, do you know why you can withstand the power of the blood crystal in the mortal body realm? A jolt of realization struck Wen Jie. This question had indeed plagued him for some time. Logically, it should be impossible for a cultivator in the mortal body realm to wield such tremendous power. It is because of your bloodline. The elder's ethereal form raised a hand and pointed. The mark on Wen Jie's chest suddenly glowed. You are the last pure descendant of the Earth Master lineage, inherently suited to be a burial vessel. The void warped abruptly, revealing an image, 300 years prior. Among the 99 youths, only one infant was secretly sent away by the Earth Master after being marked with the wolf's head birthmark. That infant was none other than Wen Jie. Now, it is time to complete the final ritual. The elder's ethereal form became solid. The oppressive force of the peak of the spiritual pulse realm erupting. As your guide, awaken the true master. Wen Jie felt the mark on his chest begin to burn, and his inner spiritual energy surged uncontrollably. Even more terrifyingly, his cultivation was skyrocketing. Mortal body 5th transformation, 6th transformation, 7th transformation in the blink of an eye. He broke through to the culmination of the 9th transformation of the mortal body. No. When Jie gritted his teeth in resistance, suddenly realizing his spiritual awareness had sharpened dramatically. He could clearly see, in the deepest part of the sanguine void, a massive bronze coffin suspended in space. 9 chains coiled around the coffin, each connected to a blood-red core. 8 of the chains had already broken, leaving only the final chain straining to hold on. Remarkably, this last chain was linked to the terminal mark on his chest. Now it makes sense. When Jie suddenly understood, they wished to utilize the power of his bloodline to completely unravel the last seal. The elder's ethereal form revealed a menacing smile. Clever, but alas, too late. At this critical juncture, a flash of blue light suddenly sliced through the sanguine void. The residual consciousness of his spirit pet transformed into a translucent little beast, violently colliding with the mark on Wen Jie's chest. Crack! A fissure appeared in the mark, and the surging cultivation abruptly halted. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wen Jie activated the secret technique recorded in the burial scripture, drawing upon my bloodline, reversed the funeral rites. The spiritual energy of the 9th transformation of the mortal body blazed with fervor, causing astonishing changes to occur within Wen Jie's body. The wolf claw on his right arm shed its fur, transforming into a bone blade as clear as jade. The vine on his left arm coalesced into a deep green spiritual pattern. The terminal mark on his chest suddenly reversed, morphing into an ancient seal. You. The elder's ethereal form cried out in terror. You have comprehended the final page of the burial scripture. When Jie offered no response, he felt his consciousness elevating, reaching an unprecedented mastery over spiritual energy. Although his cultivation reverted to the 6th transformation of the mortal body, each transformation's energy was now purer than ever before. This was the true essence of the mortal body realm. When Jie clenched his fists, the bone blade glimmering with a strange radiance. 9 transformations converge into one, thus forming the great path. The sanguine void began to collapse. In the final moment of his consciousness returning to his physical form, when Jie observed that the last chain on the bronze coffin not only remained unbroken, but had solidified even further. A reluctant roar emanated from within the coffin, followed by utter silence. 7 days later at Qingmu Peak, when Jie awoke in the cave to find 2 items beside him, a dim blood-red core and a bronze token inscribed with the character for burial. He attempted to circulate his spiritual energy, only to be pleasantly surprised that he had stabilized at the 6th transformation of the mortal body. Even more astonishing was the subtle spiritual pattern that had appeared on his chest, precisely the seal recorded in the burial scripture. Footsteps echoed from outside the cave. When Jie looked up to see Ning Yuru entering, carrying a medicinal bowl, to his astonishment, her cultivation had plummeted to the 2nd transformation of the mortal body, and the blood hole on her chest had transformed into a peculiar rune. "You are awake." Ning Yuru's voice was slightly weak. "The people of the Xianyin sect have withdrawn, but they left something behind in the earth veins of Qingmu Peak." When Jie took the medicinal bowl and sensed his spiritual awareness had become extraordinarily acute, even without consciously cultivating, he could perceive the flow of spiritual energy within a radius of 10 zhang. This ability was typically reserved for those of the spiritual pulse realm. "Your cultivation." When Jie hesitated, Ning Yuru offered a bitter smile. "I sealed away most of my spiritual energy and memories within the core. The current me is the true me." Suddenly, a thought struck Wen Jie, and he hurriedly inquired, "What about the bronze coffin?" "For now, it is safe." Ning Yuru gazed towards the cave entrance. "But not for long. The descendants of the Earth Master lineage are not just us. There are more terrifying forces behind the Xianyin sect." She handed Wen Jie a map marked with several red dots. "These indicate potential burial sites of the other 8 coffins. Do not recklessly investigate until you reach the spiritual pulse realm." Wen Jie grasped the map tightly, suddenly feeling the bronze token in his embrace grow warm. On the back of the token, a faint line of small characters emerged. "Burial vessel 9 transformations can enter the spiritual pulse." He raised his gaze towards the distant mountains, his expression resolute. The 6th transformation of the mortal body was merely the beginning. The true path of cultivation was now officially unfolding. Chapter 35. The emergence of spiritual patterns. Morning mist enveloped Qingmu Peak, where Wen Jie sat cross-legged upon a slab of green stone at the edge of a cliff. He exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of turbid air, which crystallized into fine ice shards in the cool atmosphere, a sign of the externalization of his spiritual energy at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Yet, it was still insufficient. When Jie gazed at his palm, where faint azure spiritual light flowed between the lines of his palm. It had been half a month since the return from the blood-colored void, and while his cultivation had stabilized at the pinnacle of the 6th level, he remained unable to grasp the threshold of the 7th level. The Burial Sutra states that there are 9 transformations in the mortal realm, each representing a new heaven. He murmured to himself, his right hand instinctively brushing against his chest. The spiritual pattern inscribed with the character for seal there radiated a slight warmth, as if responding to his confusion. Suddenly, the mountain wind grew sharp, and when Jie keenly sensed an anomaly, he swiftly turned around to behold a pure white spirit magpie perched on a branch 3 yards away, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light, fixated on him. A spy from the Xianyin sect? When Jie narrowed his eyes, his left hand subtly forming a spell gesture. Since advancing in his cultivation, his perception of spiritual energy had far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He could detect all fluctuations of spiritual energy within a 30-yard radius. The spirit magpie suddenly took flight, dropping a feather. When Jie reached out and caught it, watching as it transformed into a wisp of black smoke in his palm, revealing several distorted characters. On the night of the full moon, meet at the bone burial forest. Just as the characters dissipated, the spiritual pattern on Wen Jie's chest began to pulse violently, an unprecedented sense of crisis surging within him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side. A streak of dark light grazed his hair, shattering the green stone behind him into fragments. "Not bad," a hoarse voice echoed from the woods. A figure draped in a gray cloak stepped forth, its face obscured by a bronze mask etched with 9 blood-like scars. When Jie's pupils constricted, the aura emanating from this individual unmistakably indicated a realm superior to his own, one that had already formed a spiritual sea. Even more terrifying was the copper bell hanging from their waist, adorned with a wolf's head pattern eerily similar to that on the bronze coffin. "Who are you?" When Jie quietly channeled his spiritual energy, as faint azure light began to glimmer at his fingertips. The masked figure did not respond, but instead withdrew a blood-red jade pendant from their robe. The moment the pendant appeared, a searing pain shot through Wen Jie's chest, causing his spiritual energy to boil uncontrollably. "Indeed, it is you," the masked figure's voice brimmed with fervor. "The inheritor of the seal's spiritual pattern has emerged." Just as the Earth Master stated. When Jie gritted his teeth against the pain, suddenly realizing his cultivation bottleneck was beginning to loosen. The previously stagnant spiritual energy began to circulate on its own, launching an assault toward the 7th level of the mortal realm. "Give me that pendant," When Jie shouted, his figure shooting forth like an arrow. His right hand morphed into a claw, glinting with a chilling light. The masked figure did not flinch, but merely swayed the copper bell at their waist. With a clear chime, Wen Jie felt as though struck by lightning, his body freezing midair. A peculiar force invaded his meridians, forcibly altering the trajectory of his spiritual energy. "Even a mortal dares to act recklessly?" The masked figure sneered. "Today, let me show you what true." Before the words could finish, an unexpected change occurred. The seal spiritual pattern on Wenjia's chest suddenly blazed with brilliance. A beam of azure light shooting skyward. The jade pendant in the masked figure's hand shattered, and the wolf's head pattern on the copper bell began to fade. Impossible. The masked figure recoiled in terror. You can actually activate the spiritual pattern? This requires at least the spiritual pulse realm. Wenjia was equally astonished. Under the azure light's embrace, he felt a qualitative transformation occurring within his spiritual energy. His previously sluggish meridians expanded forcefully, and the speed of his energy flow multiplied several times over. Most astonishingly, intricate azure patterns began to emerge upon his skin, moving like living creatures, ultimately converging at his brow to form an ancient rune. The spiritual pattern has emerged. The masked figure's voice trembled. You are merely of the mortal realm. How could this be possible? Wenjia did not afford them the opportunity to finish their sentence. He felt an unprecedented power surging within him. With a casual wave of his right hand, 5 azure blades of wind whistled forth. The masked figure hastily dodged, but was still grazed by one, blood splattering forth. In that instant, Wenjia caught a whiff of a familiar scent. The taste of this blood. It was identical to the blood essence from the blood-colored void. So it is you, Wenjia realized, understanding that they had been cultivating with blood essence. The masked figure ceased their words, suddenly producing a talisman and slapping it onto themselves. Black mist billowed forth, obscuring their figure. On the night of the full moon, at the bone burial forest, the voice echoed from the swirling mist. If you do not come, that girl named Ning Yuru will. Wenjia's heart jolted. Just as he prepared to pursue, he discovered the black mist had vanished without a trace. Only a dark red stain on the ground bore witness to the encounter as real. Looking down at his hands, he noticed the azure spiritual patterns gradually fading. Yet the rune on his brow remained, emitting a soft glow. So this is the power of the spiritual pattern? Wenjia could feel that although he was still at the 6th level of the mortal realm, the essence of his spiritual energy had undergone a fundamental transformation. Particularly, the rune at his brow seemed to harbor some mysterious power. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the rune, and the world before him shifted dramatically. The spiritual energy wafting in the air, the underground veins, and even the flow of vital essence within distant birds became vividly clear. The externalization of spiritual consciousness? Wenjia was both startled and delighted. This was a capability typically reserved for those in the spiritual pulse realm. He had not anticipated acquiring it while still in the mortal realm. Amid his excitement, Wenjia recalled the masked figure's ominous words. Ning Yuru is in danger. He turned to dash down the mountain, but abruptly halted. Wait. Ning Yuru mentioned she would enter seclusion for 3 days. She should currently be in her own cave dwelling. That cave is protected by formations. Outsiders could not locate it. How could the masked figure possibly? Unless... Wenjia's complexion turned pale. Unless Ning Yuru had intentionally allowed herself to be captured, recalling her unusual behavior over the past few days. Wenjia felt an increasing sense of dread. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The immediate priority was to enhance his strength. He must at least break through to the 7th level of the mortal realm to stand a chance against a practitioner of the spiritual pulse realm. With this thought, Wenjia retrieved the dim blood-colored crystal core from his robe. The surface of the crystal core was riddled with cracks, yet a faint glimmer still flickered at its core. It seemed there was no choice but to resort to that method. A glint of resolve flashed in Wenjia's eyes. He recalled a secret technique documented in the Burial Sutra, which could forcibly break through by harnessing the power of blood crystals. Though fraught with peril, there was no alternative at this moment. As the sun sank in the west, casting an elongated shadow of Wenjia, he sat cross-legged at the cliff's edge, the blood-colored crystal core hovering before him, radiating an otherworldly light. As the night of the full moon approached, he would face trials in the bone burial forest that were far more daunting than those in the blood-colored void.